Why, hello everyone, and welcome to another amazing cast brought to you right here at twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. We're in day 2 of our live qualifiers for the King of Battles International Championship play. My name is Rushy. Of course, I am joined with my wonderful co-caster, Kozan. Kozan, how you feeling today?
Doing pretty good, doing pretty swell. You know, it's in Europe already 9 p.m. So I'm wondering how the Europeans are going to be doing here. Probably pretty fine. You know, they're used to playing in the late hours. Anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Some pretty big names signing up, and wondering how they will perform.
Dude, I'm actually really excited to see how things shake out today because, of course, this is our North American qualifier here on day 2 of our qualies. We've got 3 wonderful days lined up and ready to go. We've got some interesting things to talk about in terms of how today's setup is going to be. But first things first, I want to make sure that I thank everyone who is already here hanging out. Of course, we had some great hosts that kind of chained into this event. So a lot of Locos community is here today. So we're really feeling the European pride today. Of course, today's cast is being brought to you live. So if you really like interacting with chat, well, good news. We are going to have all sorts of great interactions for you. Feel free to share your excitement. We'll be right here with you with that. All of our feed today is going to be on a 2-minute delay, so no worries. I know there were concerns yesterday, Kozan, of just integrity above all else, but not a problem here at AlphaX.
What you on about? What you on about, Rushy?
What am I on about? Kozan,
Integrity yesterday.
Kozan, are you suggesting that you didn't hear the news and people concerned that our feed was being watched by people, and that is certainly not the case.
That's what I was thinking, especially with that one game from
oh my gosh, you're the person.
Remember?
You're the one.
I was the one. Yes,
you're the guy. You've always been the guy, Kozan, for me.
I've always been the guy. Yeah,
you've always been the guy. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our setup today. Of course, this is our North American qualifier, but we're offering this as an opening to any member of the circuit scene. So we are going to see members of EU participating today. We're going to see members of North America participating today. And then, of course, tomorrow, when we have our dedicated EU qualifier, they will be allowed to cross those wires. So if we've got North Americans that want to take a second stab at the qualies for tomorrow, they'll have the opportunity to do so. And we feel that this is only fair because the Koreans, Kozan, get 2 stabs at the qualifiers as well.
Yeah. Binding NA and EU together here. I mean, the Korean region's still quite dominant, of course. There's some outshiners right now in Europe. 2 of which already have been, of course, selected into the main event. So we won't be seeing them right now, but we will be seeing them later on in the tournament.
Absolutely. Of course, we've got some big names that we're watching right now in the EU and NA scene. And if we take a look at today's bracket, I mean, a lot of things are already shaking up. Exclamation point B in the chat if you want to see more of that information on who is being brought in to be a part of today. Of course, a lot of big names, like you said. I'm seeing some names here like Clem, Special, Bly, Cham, Silky, Mana, Max Pax, Nina. I mean, the list goes on and on.
It really does. It really does. I mean, yeah, you could be sitting here for a while. And honestly, there's so many players here where I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I want to see this player. I want to see how Neeb is doing. I want to see how some of our Alpha X boys are doing, right? Asuna, for example, suddenly a rising star coming up. And maybe somebody we can try to keep an eye out on as well in this bracket. Future is there, another great Alpha X. Gerald is playing, maybe not from Alpha X, but, a great guy overall. Also, recently giving one hell of a performance. And Euthermal, it just keeps going, man. It just keeps going.
Well, I think we're going to be here for the long haul, to say the least. I mean, our Korean qualifier Took us a pretty decent amount of time. I think it was like about a 5.5 hour cast, and today is going to shake up, I mean, to be just as deep, if not deeper. So let's go ahead and talk to you about our format here right now. All our qualifiers are filled with best of 3 double elimination bracket style play. So we're going to be seeing players duking it out on top side and bottom side of this qualifier bracket. If your favorite player misses out on the top side and does lose, that's okay. They have a chance to resecure down at the bottom. Of course, all in all today, it is going to be, I believe, 3 players advancing onward to our main event next week. I mean, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, let's see. We need 4 groups of 4, which would make 16 players in total. We already have 4, then that leaves for 12. So we have 4 qualifiers. So that would make 3 people advancing per qualifier. Yes, that is correct.
I think so. I think so.
Did I just do maths? I did it!
I was going to say, that was very brave of you to do math on stream there, Kozan.
Squeeze that one out there.
So here's some also good news to share with you, because we do have our wonderful cast right here. We're going to be bringing you not only the hottest, freshest games right off of the StarCraft 2 griddle, but we've also got a lot of people helping out today as well. So if you check that exclamation point B once again, you'll get a chance to see the Liquipedia page where we will show you all sorts of great people that are helping out today. Of course, Creighton is a name that everybody recognizes. Creighton Olsen, another amazing Alpha X caster. Beomolf, also assisting with community casts as well. And if English isn't your preferred language, we have a host of French, Spanish, German, Chinese, Russian, and Korean casters all assisting with today's event. So check that out on the Liquipedia page. You can click on all sorts of buttons. You can feel free to put a bunch of us up, as a lot of the streams are going to be going back and forth and checking out all sorts of stuff. So Kozan, I can't help but notice, man. I mean, you're getting a lot of love here. I'm feeling a little like starstruck right now. I'm just watching the chat.
I have some friends in chat, yeah.
Dude,
bringing support, much appreciated.
I mean, I'm like kind of standing out a little bit here. I love it. I love it.
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
No. There's no worry at all. I'm just glad I get to spend all my time with you.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like we got our brackets live here, Kozan. I want to create a little bit of hype here. Let's take a peek at this bracket together while we're waiting for our first lobby to join in. And I want to see if we can find any matchups that we're really excited for. Of course, like our top-seeded players are going to be waiting a little bit before they have opponents. And I'm going to buy time for Kozan to find someone to talk about here. Special, of course, going to be waiting here. Mana, Neeb, Vanya, Euthermal, Gerald, Clem participating today. We've got Nice, a Laser, Showtime, Kelliger, Petit Drogo, Lambo, all people that are waiting for their first match with a bye. But, Kozan, is there anybody that you're really excited to see match up here?
Well, right now it's looking a little bit tricky, right? Because always the first couple of matches are a bit misplaced. Maybe Cham versus Maple Step may be the closest one we have. But then again, I mean, that is Cham after all. He is still favored quite heavily there, I would say. Other than that, I can see Future and Skillers rather close together. B perhaps is going to be going up against Clem pretty quickly. Goblin versus a Laser is most likely also going to happen. It's just a couple of underdog names, like real underdog names that, you know what, I've casted quite a bit of StarCraft 2, but I've not heard of a lot of those either. You know?
Wonderful. Well, it does look like we have our first matchup ready to go, or getting ready to go here. It's going to be Masa versus Ashbringer. Here on the first round setup. So we're going to go ahead and get picks and bans taken care of. I saw somebody ask in the chat why there isn't a region lock, and there actually is a region lock, but it's the same region lock that WCS and ESL use, where circuit players meaning anybody that is competing outside of Korea can participate in all circuit events. And Korean players, or people that are competing in ESL Korea, GSL, if you will, are only able to compete in that. So if we had any players that competed in our Korean qualifier as of yesterday, they are not eligible to compete today, and vice versa. So when you compete for the King of Battles, the way we have it set up is you can either be a member of the Korean circuit or of the foreigner circuit, if you will. So that is why you were seeing EU and NA players today.
Yeah, there's an interesting choice here from Special as well, right? He is still residing in Korea, and he did choose to join the NA qualifiers, right? So he, if he wants to play on the EU qualifiers as well, it could become a little bit tricky, right? Especially just latency-wise for him. So you know what? He's really banking, I suppose, on trying to get through the NA qualifiers right here, where latency is going to be a little bit less of a problematic situation. But yeah, if he doesn't make it right now, he's gonna have to try his best in the EU qualifiers, where latency is gonna be one tough thing to try and deal with at that moment in time.
Well, and I think not even only the latency issues, but think about the timing as well. Tomorrow's second Korean qualifier starts at, 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. And by the time that's done, I mean, Special would be playing overnight. So could be a risky gamble here. But, I mean, if you think about a player like Special, I would say in the Korean scene, I mean, he's very competitive, probably in the middle, maybe floats towards the top. But bring him into the circuit, and now all of a sudden I think he is the cream that rises to the top, especially amongst Terran players.
Yeah, that can be true. That can be true. I mean, we still have Clem over here as well, of course. Hero Marine. I'm not quite sure. I've not seen Hero Marine on the stuff just yet. I'm not sure if he is participating as well. Oh wait, he's yeah, I'm not quite sure. It might be him over here, this one name, but I don't want to say it necessarily because I'm not quite sure if it is him. I don't think so.
What number is it?
Number 8.
Number 8? Like the matchup number 8 or the competitor number 8?
Competitor number 8.
Competitor number 8.
I don't know.
Now, that would actually be really funny if that were the case.
I mean, he is pretty high seeded, right? Which is what you would expect, but it could be another person named Marine as well, perhaps.
That is...
And his name is a little bit more similar overall. Hero Marine doesn't play today. Ah, I see now. Somebody's saying it in chat right now. So yeah. All right, we know that now. We still have a ton of other players, though. I mean, holy moly. Honestly, it's a little bit of it may even be a nice thing right now, because that makes it, you know, more easy to pick the matches that we want to watch. Looks like we're starting off with an Alpha Xer, though. We're going to be watching a TVT once again to start things off with, and it's going to be Ashbringer versus Massa.
Now I can't help but notice that we started with a TVT yesterday, so. Maybe we're just trying to bless today's cast by getting that all set up and ready to go. And speaking of a blessing, we have all sorts of great blessings being brought to us for our cast today. Of course, the King of Battles has tons of great sponsors, one of those being Strive. And we're going to talk about Strive a little bit throughout the day. But I'm going to show this off just real quick before we get a chance to really talk about it. Because Strive is doing a great promotion where they're giving away Alpha X gear that you can wear all yourself. So being a part of this promotion here, buying Strive Biltong, which is some very, very good beef products, you could possibly land yourself some free gear. But we're going to talk more about that a little bit later when we have a chance to set up. And now I was gonna say, I thought it was interesting because when I looked up on Ligulac, Ashbringer showed up as a Protoss player. So when you told me TVT, I got nervous, and I was gonna trust you, Kozan, but you never lead me astray. It was other people.
I just looked at the lobby and I saw, you know, he was playing Terran for a long while, and then suddenly he switched after I mentioned it. So oh well, yeah, he's a Protoss player from Russia, actually, number 29 in Russia overall. Yeah, going up against Massa though. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that is going to end up here.
Yeah, it should be some very, very good stuff here. But thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out with us. We are just getting started for our match up today, and it looks like we are getting ready to jump into our first lobby. So thanks so much for hanging out with us. We're getting started with the NA qualifier here for the King of Battles International Championship. This is day 2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. Kozan, what's our predictions here? TVP, Massa versus Ashbringer, best of 3.
I mean, just going off the statistics here, I'm pretty sure Massa should be able to take this one. Massa has been, you know what, a little bit bothered with the way he plays those, so it's going to be a rough one. Anyway, spawning in the bottom right side, the yellow Terran player from Alpha X, he is Massa. I'll put taking his time there. All right, there he is.
And spawning in the top left, our blue Protoss. This is Ashbringer.
We both got fooled. I wonder if he's doing it on purpose. You know, he's like, all right, let me just wait 5 more seconds, and then I'll do it. And then I'll do the other one a lot quicker.
I mean, that's entirely possible here. I definitely think he is the type of person that would just be really silly about it all. And I could see that totally coming down. But it'll be interesting to see where this game heads up, because Massa is definitely a player that shows off multiple different styles of play, right? Massa is very much a cheeky player, likes to hit with some early to mid-game timings, but he's also not a person that would be above dragging a game out and playing it to the bitter end and try and take as much of the map. And I think on Death Aura, it's very possible in a TVP to see that happen.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. And another interesting note here, that maybe a redeeming factor for Ashbringer, right? Statistically, he's a lot lower than Massa on the rankings, but his best matchup is versus Terrans, and Massa's worst matchup is against Brodals. So keep that in mind right now. I'm not quite sure how. You know, I have seen Massa play against some pretty darn good other lesser-known Brodals from the European scene, and usually he does pretty well against them. Of course, he has gotten married recently, so who knows how much time that costs him of his practice. Because he's already, you know, he's already one of those players that doesn't practice that much, right? He finished his college, I believe, maybe even university. I'm not completely certain, but I know he hasn't really had a moment in time where he just was fully spending most of his time on StarCraft 2. He's just been one of these, you know, absolutely talented players that sometimes just shows up to a tournament and takes down absolutely everyone. In these really big ones, though, I don't think he's quite managed to do it just yet, right? He's not been able to beat the Serals and the Rainiers and such, but overall, on the NA scene in particular as well, always a force to be reckoned with, right? Been able to take out Estrella as well a couple of times. Gotta keep an eye out open for Massa.
Well, and it is definitely going to be an interesting interaction here, especially with this year, with the nature of all of the different events. We haven't seen a whole lot of cross-continent play, or cross-server play, I guess we could probably call it. Mostly EU players have been playing in DreamHack events against solely EU players, NA players solely against NA players. So Massa and Ashbringer being able to participate together in this event, I think is going to give us some interesting interactions just in that regard as well. So it'll be neat to see who's got the more compelling style of play here. Is it going to be our Europeans, or is it going to be our North Americans? I think in the past it's been very clear which one of those servers has a stronger presence and a stronger build path to be successful. But I don't know if that's the case anymore. I think maybe they've deviated a little bit, so much so that we might find ourselves with some interesting playstyles that are kind of fun to watch interact. And I think right now Masa is going to show off a little bit of that aggressive play where he is able to get in with that Reaper and Hellion. I don't know if he's going to get a whole lot of damage done on the back side of this, but he is going to try and set himself up for a little bit of shenanigans here with a drop coming on the north side.
Yeah, gets the scout off right. Main thing really, already seeing that Phoenix in his own base though as well, so kind of giving it away in a sense. Smart moves here by Ashbringer though, bringing those Phoenixes back. Although, you know what, he's sending them back across the field again. I thought he read into the situation that this was a Widowmine drop and was trying to get in position to start defending against this, but doesn't look like he quite managed to put the pieces together here, and he is sending them back across the field. Well, maybe there's more than enough stuff at home to defend against this as well. We'll have to wait and see. The moment of truth right here, of course. Yeah, does not look like he was prepping for it at all. Really, does it? Oh, dear. 7 workers. Kills off 3 workers himself.
Okay, so nice little start here. I think Ashbringer wanted to try and get some more work done with those Phoenix, but didn't quite make that happen. Robotics Bay on the way as well, as he does also drop down that 3rd Nexus. And we've been seeing a lot of that in TVP lately, where the Protoss player actually tries to get out ahead of the Terran opponent, but Masa's actually the one who's trying to transition right now. Oh, this is actually a beautiful bait. He's gonna get on top. He's gonna kill 2 of those off, and now there's no way to even kill those mines. I kind of love that. That's just unfortunate for Ashbringer.
Yeah, it's such a good play from Masa. Just letting it sit there, letting it wait, putting it a little bit further out, and then just, yep, just say bye-bye to your 2 Phoenixes there. Great stuff, great stuff. And this is, you know, this is the kind of stuff that keeps Masa in this, right? He's a very smart player overall. He always has these very early on tactics and knows how to get the most out of his units. And sometimes he gets lucky too, as we can see here. It's a Reaper again.
Yeah, I feel like he's making the most of this. Oh my God, I love that. That's a better exchange because he's not going to lose all of those Phoenix and he's going to be able to spot that out. But really right now, Masa's just trying to control the flow of the game here, and it shows in his supply. He's 107 to 86, and now he's going to start moving across the map. Extended Thermal Lance is only partially on the way here, and with only 1 Colossi, I kind of worry about this for Ashbringer. He doesn't have a huge defense for this.
Yeah, almost doubling the army supply here, and you know what? I think you're completely right. This is going to be very problematic. We're going to need to see the best force fields we've ever seen. 2 of them do land here, but there's still a way around it for the infantry. Nice positioning overall. Getting those Marauders in front also quite important. Going for the Immortal first.
Oh, that battery overcharge is doing so much work there, but in the end, it's not going to be enough. The Immortal will fall, but I think the Colossus is really the piece de resistance right there. Losing 7 probes, holding on to the Colossus. I think that's an okay hold for Ashbringer as it sits right now, but he has got to get more of his economy shaped up at this point. Masa's still sitting with a nice worker count, and then we have to also consider the mule advantage there as well, because that is going to keep Masa in this game. Really cute mind play here. Ashbringer's going to have to continue to try and do that. More of those Phoenix just going to get picked off. Now, finally, he will be able to clean up those mines, but Masa's already winding up once again, dropping into the main.
Yeah, straight after that fight with Ashbringer, I mean, Masa was still ahead on the army advantage, which is, you know, not quite what you would like. Oh my God, those Phoenixes! Are you kidding me? Oh, that was like, you know, Phoenixes that just didn't quite feel comfortable in the World of Death aura. Apparently, they were like, let's go somewhere else, please, wherever that may be. And well, yeah, now Ashbringer's kind of falling apart here, isn't he?
I mean, this is super unfortunate here for Ashbringer. Losing all of those Phoenixes really made this an easy transition here for Masa just to continue being aggressive, because there's nothing to shoot these drops out of the sky. And as long as he's able to continue to make work happen with this, it's just going to continue to cause more and more problems for Ashbringer. Now, he hasn't quite figured out a way to stop this just yet. Now the Phoenix will try and get on top of this. I think one of those is going to finally get cleaned up. Oh, he focuses down the high HP one. No way! He's gonna lose so much of this for just a little bit of a drop, and Masa just continues to get out in front of this. He's pulled one of those Colossi all the way back, and now this Bioforce up front is gonna shred away. Two of those Colossi are gonna go down. This is just more and more damage that Ashbringer cannot live through. GG is called, and Masa takes a game at number 1 in pretty quick, clean style, if I do say so myself.
Yep, for sure. I mean, the most painful thing there, really, I'd say for Ashbringer is that he did go for the Phoenixes. You know, the tactic that is meant to prevent your opponent from getting any drop damage done, and he lost due to drop damage. You know, like, that's gonna be rough. I mean, you could switch it up and then go into Stalkers, Blink Stalkers as well. Is that the next step that you can take, right? Go for Phoenixes and Blink Stalkers. It's just not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. He's gonna have to up the overall control of those Phoenixes, or maybe, you know what, show some Blink Micro here. Otherwise, Masa maybe gaining the upper hand here once more.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to figure out a way to make that work very, very quick. Otherwise, he's going to find himself on the bottom side of the bracket. But it is going to be a game number 2. We're going to be headed to Submarine. So we're spending more time on the new maps, if you will. But I mean, this is kind of already an interesting start here for Masa. I kind of like his positioning. He's playing really aggressive, and I think it would probably be wise for him to continue that forward here. And we are going to get set up and ready to go for map number 2. I mean, what do you think, Kozan? More aggression here for Submarine, right? It's a small map, easy to stay aggressive on, right?
It's not just a small map, it's also Masa. I mean, if Masa's not the one making the aggressive moves, there's something wrong with him. He's gotten sick, and he's just not feeling well. But you know what? It's not looking like that's the case right here today. I mean, overall, you know what? These matches as well, they kind of show, like, these aren't some random Joes from the ladder, right? This is the top left corner, the yellow Terran player from Alpha X, Masa, versus...
in the bottom right, our blue Protoss from Russia. Give it up for Ashburn. What is his team? I need to make sure that I get his team name correct.
Sure, if he is in one team.
It's very possible that he isn't, but I'm gonna do my due diligence to check that NA qualifier. Ashbringer is a part of the Harbingers.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. But yeah, I kind of want to finish that thought, right? Go for it. This is top 330 Protoss in the world versus the, well, I mean, top 64. I mean, there's still quite a disparity, just overall a gap right there, right, in overall expected skill. But that first game, man, that's just a scary big gap it made. That kind of got shown in front of us, right? It's like, and then you know that Masa, he's not even the best Terran out there in NA, I would say, right? There's a couple other ones that are a little bit more frightful. And then we have the European Clem as well still participating. Marine Lord as well, of course. Some amazing games overall from him recently in DreamHack as well. So, I mean, I would still give those guys a big legs up in comparison to Masa. And already Masa here making somebody look a little bit silly, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, he's getting into this again as well. I mean, he's got 3 barracks on the way right now, Kozan. No natural expand, and Ashbringer really doesn't have any information. Masa doing a really good job holding off the ramp and not allowing that probe to get into scout. And this is just going to be mass. I mean, I think this is going to be mass Marines moving across early, and it's actually 4 barracks. You want to talk about making an opponent look silly, Kozan?
Well,
if he pushes across and makes this happen, that will be that would just be painful.
This is like a Dario build, man. TLO from Wings of Liberty, I believe. But then he used it against Zerg, I believe was the case. But this is going to be weird. This is going to just be full-on, straight-up, as weird as it comes. We're seeing a Twilight Council being created. I mean, there's no gas here, right? So you're not going to get stim. You're not going to get combat shields. Well-controlled Blink Stalkers. They should be able to beat Marines eventually, as long as they have the micro room to maneuver, right? They need to keep kiting backwards. Oh, he's even bringing the SCVs. All right, well.
Oh, the boys. The boys have been pulled, and this is gonna. Oh yeah, I mean this is just crazy. And Ashbringer doesn't have a real big idea that this is coming. Oh yeah, that stalker. I got this, guys. No worries. There's nothing on the way. But there's a lot on the way here. Now, there is one shield battery that's going to be built here, but there's 2 stalkers! 2 stalkers, Kozan! This is... Oh, Masa is just going to show up and roll this.
Overcharge, man. Overcharge should have this, right? I'm not quite sure, actually. Let's let him see that shield battery immediately going to get targeted down. It's gone. So much for your nuclear reacted shield battery. All right, well, those stalkers, they don't have much more room to go to, and... Yeah, this is rough. This is just extremely rough. Ashbringer not expecting this whatsoever at all. And now he's just left with, you know what, wondering what in the world he could have done differently here.
Well, I think the thing he could have done differently was be just a little bit more diligent in that scouting. And the moment he saw that ramp pulled off, that it was not going to be a good ending for him. And 28 probes go down. He's got 1 probe left. I mean, a chip in a chair only gets you so far here, Kozan. GG is going to be called, and Masa makes a quick 2-0 victory out of his opponent. GG.
Yeah, yeah. Alpha X on the rise, man. That's just what it is. No, but yeah, Masa going for an interesting strategy. That's not something you see all that often, right? When you see that walled off main base, sometimes, you know, Terrans, they go still for a command center on the high ground and just force the Protoss to be a bit more cautious. Sometimes they go for the double gas. They try to get some earlier Widow Mines out, Banshees, whatever, right? Anything like that. But instead, it was just full barracks, no gas required, and just a big old surprise right on the front door. And yeah, even if I mean, that is a difficult thing to scout, right? I wonder if this could work against better Protoss players overall, and how those Protoss players would try to get more scouting information than that they did get. I think just having an adept or a stalker across the map, right, seems just absolutely vital to be able to see something like this coming. And overall, like, those little tiny things, right, just having a unit somewhere else on the map, it seems so small, it seems so like such a little thing, but it allows you to open up this entire plethora of other responses that you could do, and like just have 20 more seconds or something to prepare. And 20 seconds, that's a lot of time to prepare for a attack that's coming in, right?
Absolutely, it is. And not to cut you off here, but we are going to jump to a very quick break. We're going to get set up for our next match. It's going to be Nice versus Masa. But folks, you guys are watching the King of Battles International Championship North American Qualifier right here on twitch.tv/Rushy. No! Alpha X SC2. I will only get that wrong once. My name is Rushy. This is Kozan. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, folks, to the King of Battles International Championship North American Qualifiers. I don't have a lot of time because we're going right into our next game. Kozan, are you excited?
Hell yeah, my man. We got, again here, the yellow Terran player from Alpha X. The Canadian-Korean, he is Masa.
Oh, crispy. And spawning in the top left, another Alpha X player, our red Protoss. Give it up for Knights. Whew, whew. And they say that I don't have my production cues down on point because I do. It's just crispy. Just good eats. We slid right on in here as we get ready for our next series here. And folks, if you want to check out more of the bracket, !B will give you all sorts of great information about how things are advancing. And there's a lot of games to cover and a lot of games to keep eyes on. So feel free if you want to throw up the other streams as well. Of course, we've got Creighton and Beowulf helping out on our community streams. Feel free to keep eyes on a lot of things because we got a lot of StarCraft 2 coming our way.
I mean, honestly, Rashi, I don't think a lot of people do question your production capabilities. I mean, we are allowing you here in charge of the mainstream, and well, if if we didn't trust you completely with this, you know, it probably wouldn't have happened that way. So just relax, calm down, just enjoy the StarCraft 2 here. Masa going for a Nexus block right there with that engineering bay. That's cool to see. Wasn't it special that recently tried to do a Nexus block versus somebody as well, and then just built 2 engineering bays instead of just 1? He double blocked it. Oh, that was so funny. And he just typed "ha" in the chat. And then the Korean player he was facing was like just confused and question mark, and he said, "Yeah, I just thought it was funny." Like, didn't think it was good, just thought it was funny. Man, gotta love special. All right, this matchup, Nice and Masa, the Taiwanese versus the Canadian. Who do you think is gonna take this one?
You know, it's kind of interesting that you asked because I was sitting here wondering what you were going to think because I don't know that I have a really great opinion on Nice's play. So can you give us some insight?
Yeah, all right. So Nice, he is contesting for the top place right now on the Taiwanese side of the world. He is one tough opponent. A lot of people still remember Haas, right, as a king of Taiwan. But overall, you know what? Nice has been contesting him for that title. He's been doing pretty darn well recently. He's been improving a lot. He's been gaining a lot of traction, and yeah, it's reflecting in his results as well. And honestly, I think Masa will have a lot on his plate against this Protoss opponent. It's going to be a lot more difficult than the previous one. And well, I don't think we're going to be seeing a full barracks timing in this round. Let's just put it that way. Unless if they're proxied across the map somewhere, trying to hide them, and he gets desperate or something. But yeah, he has to watch his plays a little bit more so. And again, right, it also comes down to Masa maybe not having as much time right now. Nice, I'm pretty sure he doubled down on his practice time. So just by that, I would say that Nice should have this one. And I think he may be even able to take it 2-0. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, right now, Masa's got a very, very quick third base going up here. I mean, this kind of goes into his previous series as well, where he was trying to get an economic lead over his opponent right away at the beginning of the game, and it shows that he wants to do the same thing here in game number 1 against Nice. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Masa jump into the same process that he did here against his previous opponent in Ashbringer, playing a rather standard opening, getting that quick third command center, which has been scouted now by Nice. I believe that hallucination was able to get over there. So Nice having the idea that Masa wants to go into this. But I think it'll be all about the outcome at this point, right? If Masa can squeeze out that game number 1, he might feel compelled. Like game number 2, all right, let's make it weird. Let's make this a funky little start once again, and to go for something cheeky in game number 2. But right now, it is a lot of Marines, not a whole lot of anything else. Stimpack's about halfway done, but it looks like Nice is gonna try and get that that compact, dense, high-value army here, going for Stalkers, Immortals, and a little bit of Adept.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting point that you're making there, right? Because Massa, we know him as the very aggressive player. We saw him just open up as aggressive almost as you can against the Protoss, and now this is Nice. He's playing a bit more reserved, right? He's not trying to bank it too much on some random drop immediately right off the bat. He may still do something like that over here, but no, instead he's trying to get away with a advantage in the economy, right? Getting a quick third command center. So it could be that we're just seeing him respecting his opponents quite heavily here, you know?
Yeah, we'll have to see here what Massa wants to actually get accomplished. He's going to come with this really... it's going to be a nice push here. Big stim forward, going to get on top. Going to grab one of the sentries, but not the sentry with the Guardian Shield. That's going to stay back just far enough. I'm surprised that we didn't see the battery overcharge happen with the shield battery at the top. He does lose one of the sentries. He does lose the Immortal, and Massa's going to be able to pick up and lift out. And I think he's okay with that right now. That extended thermal lance, though, is going to make that next push less effective. He's just going to swing around, though, and catch Nice out of position. Going to get right into the natural with all of these Marines. And all of these probes are going to be very, very exposed here. 7 workers are going to go down almost immediately. I don't think the outward flight is going to match here. So he's not going to be able to pick up and leave with his units. But getting 7 of those probe kills, that's pretty nice there, Kozan.
That was a little bit silly, wasn't it? That was not supposed to happen, I feel like. Just kind of waltzing through the front door and then just being like, all right, what's up? What's up, probes? Eat some metal. And they definitely did. 7 of them, in fact, go down there. What a great play overall. I mean, again here, Massa kind of, I would say, using his brains, right? He knew he had those 2 medevacs. He had the Marines with them. Logically thinking, right, you would assume that Massa's going to come from one of the sideways. Coming in here again through the middle with that medevac. Getting too much here, but yeah, that's exactly where Nice was set up as well, right? Look at this. This is what he was expecting, this type of stuff, trying to harass the top side and then having Stokes in his main base in case of a drop. Still have that 1 middle mine there. 5 kills on that bad boy. Not bad. Massa, you know what? He is... He's once again showing up in style and definitely bringing it home. 10 workers ahead right now. And making me eat my own words here about thinking Nice might be able to take this one 2-0.
Well, I mean, it's a long best of 3 here, Kozan. So I don't think that I don't think you're down and out on your prediction just yet. Nice has been working with a lot of information, though. I mean, he's been seeing these army compositions roll out of Massa's base one after the other. You would think that at some point he's going to start tapping into that knowledge in a big way, but seems as if he is going to continue playing his own style. These drops are going to start causing a lot of problems, though, and I think Nice is going to be in position to at least hold this down. But it's going to be the drop on the south side. The Stalkers are already set and ready to go in the main, so those will get deflected. This is going to be a moment where things go in Nice's favor, but he needs a lot more than just one good engagement here. He's down almost 40 supply at this point. Not even having really good AoE damage against his bio opponent is going to be enough. He's got to make this work in a better way. And he's getting pulled apart really well here. Moss is going to play very, very aggressively, try and get on top of the natural opening here. Does pick off one of the Colossi, but that's going to leave this drop here in the third completely untouched. He's going to have to get out with it, but 2 more workers go down, some more of those high-value targets getting taken out, and Nice is having a difficult time dealing with this.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Massa playing this very Marauder-heavy composition, and it's working out very nicely because, of course, well, we saw the Immortal being sniped earlier on. Now, just mainly having those Colossi out. Of course, the Marauders just do well against that. Oh my god, those Widowmine shots. Look at that targeting afterwards as well. Taking out as much as possible. That Massa is on fire at the moment, man. Holy moly. But yeah, interesting that to see here. Nice was actually replenishing his Immortal there as well for a while. Just trying to get to that, you know, regular sized Colossi count, and then try to mix in a couple of Immortals again as well to really force those Marauders backwards instead of just jumping straight on top of those Colossi, right?
Yeah, and just keeping that pressure on more than anything. He's doing a great job here of dividing up his armies here, and he's going to jump on forward once again. Big Stem's going to catch this army completely caught on the ramp. Some good force fields on the south side will push the army to the southeast a little bit off here. And this is a little bit better engagement here for Nice, but once again, he needs more than just singular good events here. He's holding on, but he's not getting the advantages that he needs. His fourth base hasn't come out just yet. He's still working on trying to get more of that AoE coverage for the bio. Only now getting Psystorm started. We should see some Archons getting added into the mix as well, which for this primarily bio-generated army should be a very, very good call. But now he's going to have to replace those shield batteries at the front of his third. Again, fourth base still completely delayed, and Masa knows it. He knows he can keep the pressure on because his opponent's starting to fall behind economically.
Yeah, this is very true. Oh, just a little bit of a mess up there with the Stalker splitting, but it's okay. Masa, you know what? He's still making this work a little bit. I'm getting a little bit worried as well, though. Oh my god, well, never mind. Getting that, oh dear lord. And some very valuable tech right there. Storm being cancelled, in fact, as well right now. And getting more probes. But yeah, I wanted to say I was getting a little bit worried after that previous fight, the one before this one, right? Seeing Masa kind of just headbutting into the Protoss army without the Vikings, without the Ghost really as a follow-up just quite yet. But he's mixing those in right now. He's realized after that fight, you know what? I can't just eke it out right now on the just pure Marauder Marine medevac. I need to divert my overall army composition, spread it out a little bit, and invest into multiple areas. And once again, a great cancel there, as you were mentioning, keeping Nice behind on the base counts.
I mean, yeah, Nice is just going to start running out of resources here. I mean, his main is going to be getting dangerously low here. Some good Warpins will be able to help deflect this drop in the main, but the Vikings are going to rain so much down on top of these Colossi. Finally, this will get all pushed off. A couple of those medevacs do get killed off, but Nice has got to get this fourth base down, and Masa is just putting his foot on the pedal and continuing to make this more and more difficult. A couple of mines going to sneak in here on the third base to get a little bit more damage done, and I think it's going to attack the gas, and it's yet another cancel, Kozan. Nice is just continuing to fall behind in the economic lead, and Masa will not let him get it back in it.
Yeah, definitely true. I'm just still, I mean, we're seeing Masa sometimes, you know, making a little bit of a greedy maneuver, thinking he may be able to end it with one clean sweep, but then just kind of getting pushed backwards. And this is one of the ways that he can, of course, still throw this game, but just overextending, doing a big drop into the main base, losing everything. Because looking at this army from Nice, it is still absolutely terrifying, right? He has Storm, he has those 3 Colossi. Like over here, Masa losing all of those Vikings. He can afford to trade inefficiently. That's definitely true, but that, I mean, it's not endless the amount of inefficient trading you can do ultimately.
So the one upside here for Nice is that he started collecting all of his Templar before the Templar Archives was picked. So he's got lots of energy for Storms, and great feedbacks are going to be here as well. He's going to coat just about every piece of the army here. This is the engagement that Nice was looking for. He's keeping that delicate underbelly very, very alive and powerful right now. But as more and more of those Vikings fall, Masa is starting to lose a little bit of his footing in this game, and Nice is now taking this opportunity. He feels like he has to push. He has got to get Masa off of his fourth base, which is now 2/3 of the way completed. If Nice can get that set up, he will be in a much better spot. And as he's adding more and more Archons onto this mix-up, Masa's going to have to find a different way out of this. But right now, he's just continuing to double down. More Marines, more Marauders, more Medevacs in the production, and +3 also on the way.
Yeah, he's taking that 5th base, so maintaining that base lead. But as we saw over there, definitely a little bit behind here in the unit lost count. High Templars in the War Prism, so EMP is going to have a little bit of difficulty here getting it done. A preemptive EMP on it, trying to catch those High Templars. They are trying to get dropped, but not quite being able to work out. That drop across the field, I think it may be able to get a couple of probes, but ultimately, it's not as dangerous, right? It doesn't have as much firepower as the Protoss forces on the opposite side of the field. The Zealots almost, okay, walking through the minefield to get a little bit cleaned up, but ultimately, Masa, I think Massa just kind of overstepped a couple of times too many, you know?
No, it's unfortunate because Massa was doing a great job, but now he's got nothing to deal with this back at home. Good Warpins is going to slow this down at his third base, but 21 SCVs is not something that Massa can afford at this point. He's done such a great job of keeping everything moving, but now he's just kind of thrown it away a little bit. He's unable to stop this big Bioforce here. These storms are just so good, Kozan. He's unable to get on top of all of this. More Archons being brought into the mix, and those Stalkers doing as much as they can to zone everything out. And one base down, another orbital on the way, and I think Nice has done what he needs to. He's hung on here, and you're going to be made the crown achievement of the guests here, Kozan. GG is called. Nice takes it game number 1. Very well played by our Protoss player.
Yeah. I think that is just purely like a clear example of just somebody that has been very consistent with practice and somebody that is clearly very talented, but a little bit less just overall, well, less time invested. So it was harder for him to read exactly how that match was going to go, and which next steps he needed to make to ensure that he doesn't just lose it to Nice, right? And a couple of times overextending, taking bad fights, trying to do a doom drop into the main base that wasn't completely necessary, and ultimately losing too much of his army supply for no exact real reason, and yeah, getting taken down ultimately. But yeah, I mean, it looked manageable, right? It definitely looked manageable for Massa there. Just a couple of things doing different there, just taking different fights, ensuring that he is not across the field when he mainly just has those medevacs, not allowing those Vikings to stay a bit too long, and yeah, he would have been able to take it. He would have been like pretty darn certain he would have taken that one, you know?
I think, I mean, Massa did everything that he needed to there. He was doing a really good job. He was controlling tempo. He knew where he needed it to be on that fourth base location. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't able to hold this down and keep that flow going, because that was the key to success. And making sure that fourth base never got put into place was what Massa needed. And he just wasn't able to keep it going there. Nice was able to connect on a couple of different ways, get a few of those really good engagements, and was able to push that back. And once he was able to get across the map, Massa just didn't have what he needed. His army, while really good across the map in large numbers, was not as effective across the map in maybe like 2/3 of the numbers. So he's going to have to adjust himself a little bit here if he wants to continue moving forward in this game number 2. And it looks like we're going to be jumping into a map at some point. I think Massa might have actually gotten a map bug. So we're actually going to take a moment here and plug our awesome sponsor in Strive. Strive, of course, teaming up with Matcherino to create a special opportunity for fans of this tournament, offering 20% off all products on Strive's website using the code ALPHAX20. For every 5 purchases with the code, Matcherino will donate $25 directly to the prize pool and $100 for every 30 orders completed. You must use that code at the checkout. 2 lucky buyers will also stand a chance to win an Alpha X jersey, hoodie, or jacket. So thanks so much to Strive and Matcherino for sponsoring us, and check out some delicious and healthy biltong meat snacks brought to you by Strive. And of course, Strive, again, one of our wonderful sponsors for this King of Battles event. We're so grateful for them. In fact, I actually have my Strive biltong right here. Now, it is backwards.
Ooh.
It shows that Rushy has flipped his camera. But look at these pretty colors. Just look at them. They're just beautiful. You can see that beautiful biltong right in the back. I think, what was it? One of our, I think, was it Passer that made the commercial for this, where he said it's beef jerky without the junk. And I absolutely love that. So Sushi, dropping that code and information in the Twitch chat. So please do check that out. But we are jumping into Pillars of Gold here for game number 2. Spawning in the top left. It's our blue Protoss player. Needs to claw back into this if he wants to stay on the top side. Or no, it's nice. He's already up 1-0. I lied.
Yes. Yeah, it did feel like this yellow Terran was taking it for a long part of the match, but he didn't quite manage to do it. It's Masa, the Alpha X Canadian-Korean player right here. And yeah, I mean, honestly, Masa, you know, he's one of those players when he feels like he is a little bit outclassed, he's a little bit outmatched. It's not uncommon for him to suddenly start doing some very aggressive stuff. And, you know, he also does it, I suppose, when he feels like he's a little bit a margin above the other one. But, like, just overall in comparison, right? It's so interesting. StarCraft 2, the game. We just saw Masa taking on another Protoss opponent, making it look like just a nice day in the park, you know, nothing to worry about. Easy peasy. It was like he could juggle with two mice at the same time, you know. And he would have been fine. He would have been fine. That's how good this player is. And then suddenly, you know what, there's somebody that's just potentially a little bit better, making it look like, you know what, the opposite, quite the opposite, right? Incredibly hard-fought battle, and ultimately still coming up a little bit short because of a couple of tiny mistakes that are incredibly easy to make.
Yeah, and I think in a series like this, those mistakes really add up over time. And if you're not careful, especially in Masa's case in game number 1, just a couple of mistakes gets you that footing lost. Now all of a sudden, oh shoot, now I'm falling backwards and I'm down 40 supply? How did that happen? So Masa's going to have to be very deliberate here in game number 2. And this is one of those situations here where all of a sudden Nice wants to get a little cheeky here. I think this is going to be a proxy Void Ray setup here. Oh my gosh. This is karma, Kozan. Masa flexing on his opponent game number 2 in the previous series. Maybe Nice is like, you know what? 2 can play at that game, and it looks like it's going to be a proxy Void Ray shield battery assault here. And This is perfect on Pillars of Gold, Kozan. I love this play.
I mean, I would imagine right now if Masa sees this and he sends an SCV back across the field being like, you know what, I could use this engineering bay right now. I need this to be finished.
I was going to say, he saw the probe. He saw the probe leaving that area. He had to check.
I mean, the engineering bay is still standing there, right? There's nothing attacking it. And that on its own already should implicate that something sneaky is coming his way. Okay, gets a bit lucky there with the placement of that shield battery. Already manages to get one forcibly cancelled. But the Void Rays, they're coming, man. They are coming, and he's gonna need to start defending this rather miraculously because, you know, I've seen Void Ray rushes that got scouted a bit earlier and still managed to do quite a bit here. But we'll have to wait and see how Masa is going to be able to respond to this. Using a Marine there, unfortunately, but.
Now the bunker is going to be very helpful in this. It's going to provide a little bit of sturdiness to the defense of Masa, but right now Nice is just going to rotate over. Taking out that supply depot would be a very, very big play here. It does put Masa on the back foot. He's going to have to start dedicating resources here, and Nice is just going to get on top of it. 2 Adepts and these Void Rays are going to start whittling away. If he takes out one more supply depot, that's actually going to shut down Masa completely. It's going to supply block him, and he needs as many of these Marines as he possibly can get. One missile turret here will help control the airspace. It'll prevent Nice from gesturing forward, but now that supply block is very real, and Masa doesn't have a good response to this. Every Marine now is terrible damage lost. One Cyclone, I don't know, is going to be enough.
Oh, looking onto the full HP Void Ray as well. A bit unfortunate there, but gets a bit of damage. Of course, immediately healed up by those shield batteries. Second command center. I mean, that is just another one of those things, right? If that also goes down, that's more supply that will not be available to be for Masa anymore. Man, Masa is in so much trouble right now.
Oh, I mean, this is full NA. This Void Ray rush brought to you by the North American server, and Nice is feeling it right now. The shield battery wall moving over to the left-hand side. That's going to be a ton of protection here for Nice, and Masa is going to be zoned out of his natural. Kozan, does Masa have key to the kingdom here? Is there a way out for him?
No, unfortunately there really isn't, especially if that Tech Lab gets killed off. That is just going to be absolutely it. So like, he snowballed too hard. You're not allowed to lose that first Cyclone. You're not really allowed to lose the first Marines either, right? That on its own. Losing the second, yeah, it's it. It's done. It's done, unfortunately, here for Massa. He's going to go into the loser bracket, though, so may still be able to get some work done, but very well played here from Nice. You know what? Getting his Nexus block, and he's like, you know what? I still have this probe across the map. Let me just do this instead. And, wow. Hats off to him. Well played.
If you don't believe in karma after that series, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what more needs to be shared with you to convince you of that, because that was karma in true form. And you called it. You said it yourself. Nice 2-0 over his opponent in Amasa. And that is going to advance him further down the bracket board here. As we jump over and we take a look at everything, exclamation point B or exclamation point bracket in the chat, folks, so you can see how everything is unfolding yourself. Of course, we just saw Nice 2-0 over his opponent in Massa. So he's going to be moving on and facing the winner of a Laser versus Patty Mac, which I think is could be a really interesting situation here. But before we talk more about that, I do want to make sure to do a quick shout out to another one of our amazing sponsors in Matcherino. Now, folks, I don't think I have to tell you how great Matcherino is as an organization, because if you watch any StarCraft at all, Matcherino is the backbone of fundraising for all of these various events. We know that Matcherino is one of the reasons why StarCraft 2 community events have thrived so much, and that is so true here for us at Alpha X, providing coupon codes and additional funding for all of our different events and giving our players amazing prizes to play for. And we're so grateful for their support. Of course, they're tag teaming with Strive during this event to help add more money to the prize pool. This is a $30,000 event, and Matcherino's like, but it could be $31,000. It could be $32,000. And they just keep tossing on the pile. So thank you, Matcherino, for making this an amazing event for us. Thank you for supporting Alpha X in general. We could not do this without you. And folks in the chat, please, anytime, it doesn't matter what channel you're on, doesn't matter where you are. If you see a Matcherino link, click it. Type in that code. Let's show Matcherino how much they mean to us just by supporting what they do. So thank you so much to Matcherino. We really do appreciate that a lot. Kozan, what do we have coming up here? Do we have any matchups that you're really getting excited for before we go to our next break?
I'm not quite sure if there's any matchups that what we are going to get. There's a couple of interesting events, though, that did occur on the bracket. We're seeing Vanya here, 2-0ing Nina. That's one thing. And then Gerald being taken out by Hellraiser as well. 2-0 on that moment there as well. And then another little one that was a little bit surprising for me. Skillers versus Future. Future taking it 2-0 as well.
Hey.
So quite a lot of 2-0s here today so far. And you know what? Not all the ones that I was expecting to move forwards here. So, you know what? Congrats to Hellraiser, of course. Gerald, we all know that he had one hell of a run in DreamHack recently. So same kind of goes for Nina there. Vanya, though, still proving to be a bit stronger, apparently, today. But yeah, we're gonna have to keep our eye out open as well for the loser bracket, of course. Are there already people out of this tournament? It looks like Skillers actually did forfeit after losing in the winners bracket, so he is out right now. Ashbringer, we saw him opening up the series there, going down against Nina as well. He is also out of the tournament.
Wowza. I mean, that's crazy to see that already starting to unfold. It does look like Nina is going to be moving forward as well over Ashbringer. So some of our favorite names are still going to be alive, and we are going to learn more about them after we come back from our break. It does look like it could be a fun little matchup here. I'm seeing some names populate into our lobby. I don't want to give it away too quickly, but I think it's going to be Need versus Vanya in our next matchup here, Kozan. So we're going to get the North American Phenom Protoss duking it out against one of the greats from Europe. You guys are watching the North American qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, more StarCraft 2 right for your face, your heart, and your brain, and everything in between. Don't go away. We'll be right back right after this.
We have a new sponsor we'd like to take a moment to thank. Strive Beef Biltong. Strive Beef Biltong contains no added sugars, nitrates, or artificial preservatives. It's like jerky without the junk. Their beef snacks are all natural, high protein, and keto friendly. They offer unique flavors like spicy peri-peri, zesty garlic, and hatch green chili to satisfy your taste buds. Not only are they sponsoring this tournament with quests, but they are offering a limited discount code for a short period of time. Use the code GAMER15 at the checkout for 15% off your order. Also, check out our Matcherino event page for more information or go to strive.com to learn more about their products. Offered in slabs, slices, and sticks for all your snacking needs. Thank you, Strive, for supporting our esports tournament and for your award-winning biltong recipes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the King of Battles International Championship NA Qualifier, right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. Kozan, we've kind of been off to a really sort of aggressive start here to our qualifier so far. Lots of games to go, but I mean, I can feel the NA pulsing through my body right now.
Yeah, some weird stuff definitely being delivered right there, even by somebody that is probably quite far removed from NA. I wonder if that is as far as can be. I'm not quite certain. It's pretty close anyway. But yeah, some pretty good stuff so far. It looks like we're going to be having some more pretty great StarCraft 2 overall, some ZVP. We're dealing with Vanya versus Neep this time around, and I don't think we're going to get too much overall NA stuff shenanigans this time around, I believe. Don't hold me to it if I get it wrong, but ultimately both Neeb and Vanya, they do seem to me like two players that are very much willing to go for a macro game here. What do you think?
You know, Neeb really doesn't embody the NA tradition, of being really aggressive, really cheeky in his play. He can. So don't like when you come up, Rashi, you said Neeb doesn't do those. He can. I mean, he's always capable, but we usually see lots of good long form, drawn out games. You can tell that Neeb spent a lot of time in Korea, and a lot of his play style is very, very balanced around that. So we're gonna have to see how he does here on Nightshade. But spawning in the bottom right hand corner, it's our blue Zerg player. Make some noise for Vanya, playing for B100.
And the US Protoss in the top left side, there is that red Protoss powerhouse. He is playing for Ting. He is Neeb.
USA, USA, USA. Come on, chat. USA.
Russia.
Oh, shoot. Wait. Russia. Okay, no. It just doesn't feel right. I can't, like, stand with my bald eagle on my shoulder, waving that American flag and just chant Russia. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. However, you know...
They should have a chant themselves as well.
They probably do. I just don't know it. But Neeb's already going to put Vanya on the back foot here. Does get over with the probe. Lightshade's one of our new maps here. Of course, if you're not familiar yet, folks watching the first time, all of the new map pool is going to be in play for this tournament. So we are seeing Lightshade here, and Lightshade's a rather small map here, Kozan.
Yeah, let's take a look. There's 7 bases for each of these players, right? If we split it up through the middle, would anticipate a more so a vertical split, right? If we ever get into one of those situations rather than a horizontal split. Could occur though, of course. Doesn't seem as likely, but yeah, it's an interesting one. A lot of tight squeezes with those rocks in the middle. Neeb already kind of helping out with his overall income here, being a bit of a pesky little probe. But yeah, I mean, there's a very tiny choke point again here in the middle, and it does definitely seem to be one of the new things map makers just kind of love, isn't it? Just like having a bit of shrubbery in the middle, then 2 rocks on either side. So you know what, you don't really want to push through it, but you can if you want to. So you have a quicker access, but if you get caught out of position there, you can be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and getting caught out of position on this map especially could be extra bad, just because you're going to find the pressure coming across the map at you very, very quickly. So you don't want to be out of position for too long, otherwise you're just going to eat a whole lot of your opponent's army in your face. And Neeb's going to try and go into a little bit of Stargate play here. That was probably the big thing that was going to pique my interest, especially in the ZVP, is what he wanted to go for. Because right now, I mean, we have 2 very distinct pathways for Protoss. You're either going to go Twilight Council and get yourself into pretty quick Adept pressure, or you're going to do what a lot of North Americans and Europeans like to do at this point, and you're just still going to stick with that Stargate play. You might get a couple Oracles out, maybe go into Phoenix, gives you a little bit of options here. And especially on a map this small, it's really easy to play around with those choices. But Neeb's already going to make it interesting here. He's going Void Ray first. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, the Overlord is coming into the base here, so I think he may be just looking to get a kill on that Overlord as quickly as possible. And then, you know, the Void Ray maybe a bit more overall useful in other situations rather than an Oracle, right? Or, I mean, the Phoenix, if you are going to kill that Overlord.
Well, I just think it's interesting that he's choosing to do this. We don't really see a lot of that. And what we have seen of early Void Ray play usually doesn't end very well for the Protoss player. But I like this more. Neeb's coming out with his Oracle, but he's going to leave the door wide open. There's going to be 6 Zerglings that he has to deal with, and this is going to cause a lot of problems. Now the Oracle is going to have to burn its energy here at home, Kozan. It's not going to be able to get across and deal damage to drones.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting moment there. I'm not quite sure if he wanted to switch the guard there, right? Put a probe in the door instead of the adept, and very quickly kind of regretting that that moment right there. But well, maybe a bit of a miss micro in a sense, right? Gets another full scout off, does Vanya though, so he's happy with it. He's happy with that with that little mess up.
Yeah, a very uncharacteristic moment there for Neeb, because yeah, now Neeb's going to show up with his Oracle. Look at that, 20 energy. He's not going to be able to get anything accomplished, but he does scout the lair timing. So it's going to be a Roach Warren coming down for Vanya. Couple more Stargates going down. I mean, this is either going to move us into lots of Phoenix play, or are we going to try and get up into Carriers and Tempest early, Kozan?
I think we are going to see a lot of Phoenixes here. I mean, at +1 air weapons, right? Attack, that on its own, most beneficial to the Phoenix. But we're seeing another Void Ray here coming up as well.
No way.
Is he going to go Void Ray? I mean, we have seen Zest kind of experimenting more so with Void Rays, right? Versus Zerg, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, versus Roaches, Void Rays are going to do extremely well. So ultimately, let's keep our eye out for Vanya here. He is building an evolution gem, so I don't think he's planning to go all out with those roaches at any moment in time. But okay, well, he's making 15 though, so who knows? Who knows what he's planning?
Well, I think the interesting thing to note is that Vanya doesn't have a whole lot of scouting information. Neeb's got pretty good reads on what's happening in Vanya's base. But outside of the Oracle and the first Void Ray, I don't think Vanya's really seen much of this. So now we're going to have Void Rays coming across the map. That +1 is about halfway done. Now a couple are going to show their faces. And this is where Vanya's going to have to start reacting. These queens are going to be so crucial, and he's already going to be playing down 1. And now more and more Void Rays are going to start showing up. This is going to start getting dicey here for Vanya.
This is so cool to see, man. Just some new stuff showing up suddenly, you know what? Making full use of those Void Rays. Here we go, 6 of them. Ready to mix and mingle with those Zerg units. Vanya trying to get some use out of those Roaches at this moment in time. Maybe able to force those Void Rays backwards, right? By going across the field here. But that, of course, also means that these Void Rays from now have open playing fields, open season. That lay attack, oh, that would be so painful if that goes down. Okay, he does get pushed backwards by those 4 queens, but he has more than enough to kill those queens as well, right? Even could take out that Spore Crawler. The main base of Neeb still under a little bit of pressure here, of course. That's the recall. Yeah, those Void Rays do have to come home here, unfortunately. So great move here by Vanya, buying himself a lot of time to open up that Hydra attack, which should facilitate a proper defense against this.
I mean, this is really bad play by Neeb as it sits right now, because this is now the second time he's allowed all of these units to come crashing into his natural, and now he has to try and find a way to mitigate this damage, but it's going to cost him 20 plus probes here. Yes, eventually this is going to get all cleaned up and that'll be fine, but Vanya is very securely taken a worker advantage. He's got his 4th base on the way in the top right corner. I think about the only thing that Vanya wasn't able to get accomplished was actually killing off any production. So 23 probes is good, but I think Neeb's going to be able to reproduce that really quickly. He's going to be able to come back across the map with those Void Rays, and if Vanya doesn't have enough Hydras, that could be an interesting problem for him to deal with, but it does look like he's got 12 on the way. Grooved Spines in production as well, and that +1 ranged attack, missile attack, excuse me, should give him enough of a position here, and Vanya's going to actually scout this with his Creep Tumor. Oh, Vanya playing some good StarCraft right now.
Very true, very true. Yeah, I believe the last time we saw this from Zest as well in the GSL today, he also added in Storm, which is the next step we're seeing here from Neeb. I didn't pay full attention to that game. I just kind of started to pay attention when I saw, wait a moment, those are Void Rays and Storms. But yeah, it is looking extremely similar here. I mean, the Void Race, they cast the Zerg player to make Hydralisk, right? And what's strong against Hydralisk? It's definitely Storm. And together with the Storm and the Void Race, you're still going to be able to deal very, very well with most of the Zerg army in that mid game before they manage to get into the Lurkers, into the Vipers, and all that stuff, right? So I'm not quite sure how far Neeb wants to take this. We're not seeing more Void Rays being produced. We're not seeing a fleet beacon being constructed either. He is making another base, so bit of mixed messaging here.
Well, the problem for Neeb is that he's not going to have enough to deal with this push that's coming across the map. I mean, remember what Todd says. Look at the supply. 190 to 138. He's got double the army size of Neeb, and he's going to flex that here in just a moment. Storm not quite finished up, 5 seconds away, but he's going to get on top of this entire army here, trying to buy as much time. Storm finally going to coat a majority of this army, and with a good battery overcharge will help protect this corner, but he's got to be very careful he doesn't overextend here. Those Hydras are very, very strong, and running low on energy on those High Templar is going to be a problem for Neeb now. Neeb is going to be able to get a nice little counterattack here on the top right-hand corner of the map. Some Zerglings should be able to clean that up in the long term. But fortunately for Neeb, he is able to hold that down and get that fourth base secured. He just needs to continue holding on. I don't know if he's got the ground army to do that.
I think he may, honestly, Rushy. I mean, those Storms, they are no laughing matter against those Hydras, right? If you stay in there, you're going to get down to 1 HP, and he has a lot of Storms to force these Hydras backwards continuously, time and time again. I think he might be okay. Here.
Well, I'm just surprised at how much Vanya is eating these Storms here. He's just blindly walking into those. This is a great little run by here by Neeb. Going to get Zealots up into the natural base expansion. All the drones are going to have to get pulled off of the line. Those Zerglings will be able to clean that up, but Neeb now going to be able to push out to the center of the map, and dividing the army forces of Vanya is exactly what Neeb needs right now. He's causing a lot of chaos and making this more difficult for Vanya to deal with. A fleet beacon on the way behind this. I think we're going to see carriers at some point.
Yeah, finally a little bit of a transition here. Just wondering where this could go. Maybe, you know, it seems okay as a force as well to try and lean up your opponent before he really gets into the late game composition. But yeah, it does still transition towards, as you said, that fleet beacon right now. I'm loving how, by the way, Neeb is making use of this map already, right? It's a new map, not a lot of experience here, but already abusing all those little pathways on the top, ensuring that he has Zealots running every way that he possibly can. So hats off to Neeb there for the constant aggression being applied right now.
I was actually really surprised that those Zerglings did not kill off more than they did. A great stasis trap is going to actually block the door for Neeb. Neeb will have an opportunity to deal with that. More of that Zealot harassment will be crucial here as he does pull more workers off the line. 5 drones going down. The worker kills are starting to add up here for Neeb. He's taking an advantage, 77 to 65, but a nice little wraparound on this Hydra army. Some great Storms gonna go all over, and it's going to just weaken all of this up. Vanya has nowhere to go. He's going to lose that entire army. He still has not dealt any damage there. Muta's not going to be enough here. GG is called, and Neeb pulling out some interesting plays here, Kozan, in game number 1. Making this a fun series for us to cast. Holy cow, good game.
For sure. Yeah, Neeb seems like a quick learner, honestly. Like, that's some great overall, you know what, use of that unit composition, and we haven't seen that much of yet, and he made it look like he's been playing it for quite a while already, you know.
Well, and that's one of the things with Neeb. I feel like Neeb just does not put himself out there to be observed or watched. So sure, he plays in DreamHacks, he plays in the big events, but he doesn't stream. He doesn't really go for the small events to get his playstyle out there. So it doesn't surprise me that Neeb is coming out with something very unique, very innovative to keep himself aggressive, especially amongst these opponents like Vanya. Like, Vanya's no pushover. Like, we need to be very clear about this, Kozan. Vanya is no pushover player, and Neeb just kind of tossed him around a little bit. So it's going to be Death Aura on game number 2. I think Vanya's going to have to be a little more aggressive and get out in front of his opponent if he doesn't want to see the same fate here and move to the bottom side of the bracket.
Really? I almost think that he shouldn't have been less aggressive there, if that makes sense. You know, with those Hydras in particular, it just... Well, we'll have to wait to see. We'll have to wait to see. In the bottom right side, a Blue Zerg fighting for B100 Esports. The Russian, he is... Anya! There we go.
I love it. And spawning in the top left of Death Aura, our red Protoss playing for Ting. Give it up for Neeb.
Nice. But yeah, it's interesting. So you think you should just try to get ahead of it just before the storm gets in or something? Like hit a timing then, or?
Okay, so I'm going to preface all of this by saying that I am just a master threeser. Like I'm not the end-all be-all on ZVP. Mostly since I do a really terrible cheese where I kill my Protoss opponent by the 4-minute and 30-second mark, and any game that goes longer, it's like, no, that was a bad game. But I think there is a really strong timing window for Zerg players in the 7 to 8 minute mark, especially when they have that good roach production. They've got 3 bases secured, and the Protoss player will have some stalkers, will have those sentries, will have a couple of immortals. But I think it's really possible to pull your opponent apart, and I think we've seen that in Neeb in the past, where he gets set up for these really cool interchanges, and it kind of goes back to his standard play, where he doesn't have a build like he did in game number 1, where all of a sudden he's got Void Rays, and well, I can just rain down on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. But if he has that normal army composition, I think Vanya has that opportunity that he can jump and strike. And I'll be curious to see if on this map where the players are a little more comfortable, they can play their own play style. Maybe Vanya can pull a quick one on Neeb, because I would say for sure, I don't think Vanya's favored in the late game. Neeb is such a storied 20-25 minute player where he can drag these games out, get that Skytoss army, the Golden Armada, and then you just can't beat him because Neeb is just comfortable in that scenario. But I've been wrong before, Koze.
Yeah, no, I think you're on the money there, honestly. It is interesting because we do have this new kind of build, so I'm wondering, you know, if you do get yourself that Void Ray and then an Oracle opening, it just, to me, it seems like you're pretty well secure against a lot of stuff as well in those moments in time, right? But it would be really cool to see like some stuff happening there from Vanya. I mean, if you do bring a lot of queens across the map as well, that just changes the entire equation, and you may just be able to gun down the Void Ray and the Oracle very quickly, and make enough room then for the Roaches and the Zerglings to just wipe the floor with your opponent, because there's not that much ground force. Especially if you're making 2 extra Stargates behind this, right? So yeah, it's interesting. Definitely something that we're going to have to check out a little bit. And I'm very pleased to say that we're having another Stargate opening here with another Void Ray. So maybe we're going to get to learn a little bit more about this stuff, you know?
Yeah, I think if you are a Zerg or a Protoss player, hopefully you've pulled your pen and paper out right now and you're taking a look at how this unfolds, because I mean, I think we've seen a little bit of this play, especially in the past couple of months, but it's been relatively unsuccessful. But it looks like Neeb has dialed up a build order that he feels really confidently with. So, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think we're going to learn more about this. It is an Oracle follow-up as well. I think the Oracle is going to be more effective this time around, provided Neeb doesn't leave the front door open once again, because here comes Vanya with 6 more Zerglings. And this time he's in a better position. So now the Oracle, even though it's spotted, he will be able to get that across the map and actually deal drone damage rather than lane damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing. It seemed like it got there a little bit later. Maybe Vanya going a bit more heavy on the drones early on. There's that lay attack as well now on the way. I'm very used to seeing these Russian Zergs continuously getting themselves Overlord speed as well. That is like a staple thing from the Russian Zergs that we're not really seeing right now from Vanya. So I'm wondering when that exactly changed as well. And if it's just a thing that Vanya is doing differently right now, or that is in fact something that the Russian Zergs are doing differently. Oh, but there's that double Stargate once again in production. Oh, Rushy, all my dreams are coming true right now. We're going to see another iteration of this and see how it works out now that Vanya has had a little bit of more experience against this. And I'm very curious how he's going to adjust, how he's going to make things different. There's a slight problem here, though. He just lost 10 workers. Because of, was that really just 2 adepts? Was that really just 2 adepts killing 10 workers? Are you... Sometimes it's just... Oh, it's rough.
I mean, I was just sitting there counting that number up, and I was like, yeah, Kozan, this is a great... I love this story. I don't want to cut you off, but it's like 10 workers. That's a huge amount to lose here. But you're absolutely right. Neeb is going to find himself into the same build order, but here's Vanya switching it up here. He's going to grab that Spire. And I think I like this play a lot. I think mutas are rather underrated against your opponent. But of course, Corruptors are also a really strong play as well. They're going to deal really good damage against those Oracles. They're going to trade out okay against the Void Rays. More than anything, Void Rays are going to try and cast that Prismatic Alignment. And the Corruptors will be like, fine, I'll just go fly elsewhere and wait for you to be done. Have fun trying to chase me. But Neeb is more than likely prepared for this, because I feel like I'm looking at the production tab here. He's going to grab that 4th base. It's a nice cancel. He's got a Twilight Council on the way. He's going to throw down some more gateways. I don't think this is going to be the same kind of commitment into Stargate play as it was in game number 1. And there goes Charge as well. So this now becomes a bit of an interesting predicament here. I think Vanya could still spoil Neeb's day if he wanted to come out with a lot of mutas. And he actually just goes for Corruptors. 9 of them on the way. I still like that call. Vanya's going to do everything he possibly can to protect this main base, but his Spire's already mega damaged here, Kozan.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the Void Rays, of course, do well against the Corruptors, but ultimately, I mean, if you do go into Mutalisk here, it's just a short click away from having multiple Phoenixes enter the field very quickly here. Neeb overstaying is welcome, I would say. Those Void Rays getting quite pummeled there for no real reason to be here there, right? Now fighting against those Corruptors. Yeah, they are going to have to be recalled. A lot of them will go down. I think at least one more. Oh, barely escapes.
Yeah, I mean, as he was being teleported back to Ire, back to this map, he felt that last blob just like zip by the right wing. And it's like, ooh, I got a little close. So... I like this transition here, though, for Vanya. Vanya is going to be the one that gets back into the ground attack here, getting those roaches out. He's going to throw down that infestation pit as well. Using the Corruptor Spit to cancel that 4th base, though, that's really helpful.
Very nice indeed, yeah. You already have those Corruptors, right? So might as well just poke around with them as you're tacking up behind this. You're going to be able to keep tabs on your opponents, not only getting that cancel, of course, but also kind of seeing where Neeb is at, right? Is he still making air units? Is he transitioning here? And he is, in fact, transitioning, of course, as we're seeing, back into those High Templar, getting a couple of Archons as well. Oracle coming in here. Something scary, by the way, about this, Rushy, that to note as well, right? I mean, for a moment there, when we saw those 2 adepts kill 10 workers, honestly, I was thinking to myself, well, this is gonna be a bump, isn't it? I mean, we saw how well that build worked previous time. And now, no matter what Vanya really does, it's gonna be foiled, or, you know, a little bit overall corrupted, no pun intended, because he lost so many workers early on.
Is he gonna pull that? Is he gonna pull that?
Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh, he manages to get that, but he tosses away a lot of Corruptors for it. But I don't hate that choice.
Yes,
The 4th base is already under fire as well. Lings are going to try and get on top of this, and actually Ravagers are going to come and support this as well. It's going to take a big warp in to try and push this all the way back. Some good force fields, though, will zone out some chunks of the army. And now we're going to get more and more pieces of this falling together. Some good Psy Storms getting down on top of this army. Vanya is playing so bold here, though. He's really engaging in on top of this. He thinks he can deal with it, so he's just going to take those the Psy Storms to the face, which I think is incredibly risky play here. But this is kind of what I was talking about. Vanya trying to stay aggressive, and he's really kind of making it work, at least right now. But he does not want to lose all of this, and right now he's being very careless with this army. A lot of Psy Storms whittling away HP.
Yeah, but to be fair, I'm loving the aggression for Vanya here. He is still, I mean, he's near max supply. He's gonna be max supply pretty darn soon, I'd say. And he knows that as long as he keeps Neebs a little bit on his toes, right, he has to replenish those forces. Vanya is ahead economically, so if he keeps the fights on the other side and he still trades somewhat okay, right? He still takes out units. I think that's just all good. Right here, I mean, he's putting Neeb apart in a way. He's pulling backwards continuously and stringing along all those Protoss forces just completely in a conga line right there. And Vanya slowly picking away at the front units continuously. Some great stuff here from Vanya, I have to say. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. And I wouldn't be surprised that if Vanya ultimately is going to take this if he just keeps playing like this. Oh my god, those High Templar.
Yeah, he's just picking off High Templar left and right. I absolutely think this is the right play for Vanya. He's just continuing to shove on forward here. Biles are going to continue raining down, and Neeb is going to have to pivot out. He's not going to be able to just continue dumping damage onto Vanya, and Vanya is going to continue flooding forward here. He's starting to set up more and more attack paths across this map. He's cleared out both of the destructible rocks on the left-hand side. And now the Corruptors are going to swing on in to try and deal more damage as well. He's going to get the Fleet Beacon. That's going to slow down any late-game transition here to air for Neeb, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Vanya strikes again with those Corruptors at the same time, coming in with those Ravagers, knowing that the Void Rays will be elsewhere. Oh, Zerglings everywhere as well. Vanya is doing a magnificent job, but Neeb not letting go just quite yet. He's still breathing. Still has a healthy probe count, right? It's just the bases that he's kind of struggling with. Still getting this aggression across the field as well. A couple of those Zealots pushing Vanya backwards.
Vanya has got to do a better job back at home of static defense if he wants to stay in this. This is where Neeb pulled apart in game number 1. Vanya was just unable to stop all of the counter aggression with the Zealots. So a little bit of static D back at home, a couple of spine crawlers would make the world of difference here. But Vanya still has to put the pedal to the metal here. He can't slow down. He's got 11 mutas on the way. I love this change. I think if anything right now, you talked about how Phoenix could be a really big issue for Neeb, but right now there's just no room in his arsenal for the Phoenix count that he needs to deal with mutas. So more roaches are going to force more ground army out of Neeb. Vanya is going to try and wrestle back that economic control once again, but I think he's going to surprise his opponent here. Some big storm's going to go down on top of all of these roaches, and the roaches are going to get choked up on the ramp. There's tons of cannons up at the top. Some shield batteries will be difficult to engage into that location. And now Vanya is going to have to back up, and this is where Vanya could slip and fall out of this game. But now the mutas are going to keep the tempo going here, and this has got to be annoying for Neeb to deal with.
Very annoying indeed. I mean, Neeb does have the Storm, he does have some Archons, but they're not very mobile, not quick, nimble units here. There's no War Prism either to ferry them anywhere, so it's going to have to get everything together. Again, losing the Fleet Beacon here. Oh dear, losing the Void Race as well. Mate, okay, no. Okay, it's moving backwards with those mutalisks. For a moment I thought he was just going to jump right on top of those High Templar. But instead is coming in here with a bunch of roaches. There's Immortals there. Shield battery overcharge. Get the heck out of there, Vanya. You don't have anything you can get done there, unfortunately. Oh, now he's getting on top of the High Templar. Oh my dear lord, that is so brutal. No Stalkers here whatsoever.
This is what I was talking about with those mutas there, Kozan. Those mutas are so quick and agile. They just have to be careful not to eat too much here of those Archons and the High Templar. But they are able to pick off so many of those valuable energy units. And now carriers are out onto the map. There are just 2. And the Fleet Beacon was picked off once again. I don't know if that has been rebuilt just yet. It doesn't look like any carriers are in the production tab as it sits right now. So once again, that is going to slow things down. But it is going to force Phoenix production out of Neeb, and Phoenix are going to be hitting the map here. Now, I think Vanya's got to be careful. He's got to be prepared and ready to switch out of these mutas, but he's just going to jump right on top of these carriers, and he's going to just try and gun them down. One is going to fall, and immediately he's going to have to pull out of there. I don't hate that transition. I think it is just going to provoke Neeb into more Phoenix play.
Once again here across the field with those Zealots though, and yeah, as you mentioned, those Phoenixes still being produced. I mean, He's even getting both the armor and the weapons upgrade for the flying units here. So, I mean, Neeb, it looked like he was in a very, very dangerous position, but he's bringing himself into this again, right? He's still on those 4 bases. They are relatively easy to defend on Death Aura, to be fair. It's going to be more difficult to get a new base, a 5th base. That's where the real struggle will be. But overall, you know what? Not hating Neeb's position right now.
No, Neeb is in a wonderful spot. 22 drones have gone down, 43 total in the game, and now you've got DT run-bys headed into all of these different bases. Vanya is going to be in a position where he is going to have to deal some crucial damage with those mutas, and I worry for him because of that Phoenix count, and it is growing, and with a whole bunch of shield batteries in the main, it's going to be difficult for those mutas to engage, but they are just going to leap on forward. Neeb has to pay attention to those. He cannot leave those Phoenix alone, otherwise those mutas will get on top of everything. But 36 drones have gone down on the opposite side of the map. Vanya is slipping away in this game, and he needs to find a way to cancel this out, but he's not going to be able to do it here with just mutas alone. He's got to find a way to get that ground army involved, and Neeb is slowly but surely standing tall in this game number 2. I mean, what a game, though. 16 minutes in, this is where Neeb starts to shine.
Yeah, Vanya kind of neglected the recreation of those drones again. Now he's on 65 only. That still seems like quite a bit, right? Making 4 more. That's going to put him up to 69. But anyway, overall, that's not a lot. He loses his army once. He doesn't have a bank to fall back onto. He's going to get crushed by the army of Neeb that will just move across the field and kill him.
And right now, Vanya's production tab is absolutely nothing. He is going to secure that income advantage, but he's going back into more Roaches and more Ravagers. I don't necessarily hate this call because he's got that expansion on the left-hand side that's got a double Rich Vespine Geyser, but he's got to find a way to kill these carriers, and some really good bios will weaken them down, but so many storms get on top of all of these Ravagers, and that is not going to fly. GG is called, and Neeb, with the fun tactical plays, makes it out of this series 2-0. GG.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a weird one there from Vanya, I will say. Maybe getting a little bit desperate in the end after all the continuous harassment that somehow managed to get across the fields. I mean, those DTs, they were all at some base at this exact same time, right? As Vanya was busy microing those Mutalisks versus the Phoenix. That is just a incredibly difficult place to be at, and well, you're just gonna kind of be stuck there between a rock and a hard place because well, what do you do? You got to micro at all of your bases. You got to pull all your drones. You got to send units over there. You gotta make sure you have stealth detection, and you're gonna have to make sure that your Mutalisk aren't just continuously moving in one direction, because that's allowing those Phoenixes to just wail at them continuously. So you know what? Overall, Neeb, very well done, forcing his opponent to make those mistakes, and yeah, solid, disciplined, slow, patient play, being able to carry himself to victory there. Well done.
Very, very well played by both opponents. Vanya's going to bump down to the bottom side of the bracket where he'll continue to fight for freedom and everything great in Russia. But Neeb's going to be advancing forward here into our next match. It's going to be Neeb versus Euthermal. We're going to get a couple of stars to show up in this game, but of course, we're going to take a quick break before we get to that point. Folks, make sure to check out some of our awesome sponsors, ! Matcherino in the chat to learn more about Matcherino. Of course, Strive doing an outstanding job helping supporting this event as well. And we're just glad to have you here. So ! Bracket in the chat as well if you want to see how things are shaking out. We have some great community casts going on as well as language casts. We're so glad that all of you are here. Be sure to support every facet of this event right now. If you check that Liquipedia link in the ! Bracket, you can see all of the great people that are helping make today's production possible. But we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be Euthermal versus Neeb, a TVP. You guys are watching the North American Qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship. My name is Rushy. This is Kozan. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the King of Battles International Championship North American Qualifier right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We have some more outstanding StarCraft 2 coming your way in just a few minutes. I mean, we're going to be jumping into a TVP between two players that, honestly, you know, are kind of unique stars in their own account. You have the North American phenom himself in Neeb going up against a Dutchman, Kozan, in Euthermal, who has always been known for some really solid Terran play.
Oh yeah, man. A true Dutch pride right here. That will be occurring in a couple of seconds. I'm going to try my best not to be partial. But then, to be fair, you are, you know, an American yourself, so...
Oh yeah.
We'll be okay. I think we'll mix it out, right?
I think it'll be an okay thing. I think we'll balance it out pretty well. I mean, we are finding ourselves with a lot of really cool EU versus NA matchups here, and I think we're probably going to continue to see that as we advance through our bracket. Of course, folks, !B or !bracket in the chat if you want to learn more about how everything is shaping out. We are getting closer to our winners bracket semifinals, where we will have people start qualifying for our main event that starts next weekend. Now, I did some homework here, Kozan. Only 3 are going to advance out of today's North American bracket. So we have 12 players that advance out of qualifiers. We have 4 that are already invited. Of course, we have TY and Rogue being invited from Korea, and then Cyril and Raynor being invited as members of the circuit standings. So
seems fair. Seems fair.
yeah. I don't think anyone's going to complain with that, but we need to find out how these 2 players are going to advance forward here. So let's go ahead and hop on in to our next series, jumping into Lightshade, our top left-hand corner player. It's our blue Terran. Make some noise for Euthermal. Playing for Team Liquid.
Ooh, Thermal. His opponent, yeah, the red Protoss, the American, fighting for Ting. He is Neeb.
See, I knew this was going to happen, Kozan. I said the magic words. So you know how, like, in some movies, like, if you say something in a series of times, things will happen. Like, if you say Beetlejuice 3 times, Beetlejuice will appreciate it. If you say red rum in a mirror, like Bloody Mary will come and will stab you. If you say the words Cyril and Raynor, slowly falling wherever she's at in the world, flies to her computer, right to her keyboard, because she knows it's like, wait, Cyril and Raynor? I love those guys. They're my favorite. and she's got to type it. So I know that I said Cyril and Raynor, and all of a sudden, like, here she is. I mean, of course.
I think you're overloading right now as well. I mean, this has gotta, you know, cause some faulty mechanisms. Ultimately, if you keep repeating this, you can't, you know, jump to a BC continuously.
Well, I mean, it's fortunate today that she's already at her computer being an awesome mod for this event. We're so lucky to have her. But I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't say occasionally I just toss those 2 names out just to see what happens. And I know she's probably been, like, frustrated. She's like, I was walking the dog and now I got to type. Oh, I love those guys. God, it's just the worst. So don't tell her it was me. All of you. Like, it's just a secret.
By the way, what do you think is sorry to interrupt you, but what, before everything gets crazy, what's your prediction here for this score?
Ooh, okay. So we do have a couple of proxy blocks here for both players, just being silly. I don't know. I mean, Euthermal kind of likes to play really strange styles, and again, I still will stress that Neeb is such a good, solid, all-around player, and I think that could throw Neeb off. So I would say Euthermal's going to take this 2-1.
Yeah. All right. And you know what? I think you know, I'm gonna agree with that. You know, I think Euthermal's definitely gonna have some trouble, but I don't want to go betting against my fellow Dutchie. You know, that's not the way we roll. I won't let a lion stand there in his shirt. What's it called?
Hey, so
The
so
understood.
I know, of course, we have to do like blue and red because of the tournament, and that makes total sense. But do you think like Uthermal would ever play with like orange, just because like supporting the Dutch Kingdom, right?
I know Rotterdam does it a lot. I don't think Uthermal likes the color orange that much.
Okay, that's fair.
But then, like, whenever you sub to him on Twitch, he will have like this little Dutch hum going on.
Okay.
It's not really the national anthem, but it's close to it. It's close to it.
Well, I suppose we need to talk about this aggression that's coming out by Neeb. Of course, I spend a whole bunch of time talking about how Neeb likes to play real standard, and right now he is getting very, very aggressive with these Adepts and the Zealot here, putting a lot of pressure, canceling off at least one bunker already and putting some damage down onto the natural. These Marines are getting dangerously low, though. I think if he loses those 2 Marines in the center, this becomes a very difficult engagement for Uthermal to try and deal with. But more than anything, I think the Adepts are just going to be scouting and pressure. We're not going to see Neeb really overcommit at this point. But look at that gas bank.
Yeah. Bit of a miss micro there from Neeb as well, right? He could have picked off, I think, two Marines there, but kind of moving backwards before the Adepts actually were shooting. We are on the NA server, so it's not due to latency or anything like that. But regardless of all of that, I mean, Neeb, it wasn't too aggressive, right? 2 Adepts and a Zealot, sure, but he already made the Zealot to try and get rid of the engineering base, so he already had it on the board. I think it's just a smart way for Neeb to try and make the best out of the situation that really isn't all too great, you know. Overall, he's a little bit flustered. Overall, he had to make that Zealot, trying to get something out of it, you know, which shows that he is one of these really good, creative, solid players overall that knows how to kind of handle any weird situation he finds himself in.
Now, this is the kind of progression that I was expecting to see in our TVPs today. We're getting Neeb going out to that 3rd Nexus really, really quick. Really good pick off on that Observer. That's going to deny a little bit of information, but it's now the Terran player that's going to spend a little bit of time building themselves up onto base. And I've seen the Terran player be a lot more successful when they aren't trying to overextend themselves. I think today, Masa was maybe the exception to that at the beginning of our cast. I mean, him against Ashbringer is a little bit of a mismatch. Not terribly, but I think you can feel comfortable taking that quick advantage. But I think Uthermal's going to take this a little bit slower. He's going to be a little more methodical. Maybe drop in some drop play with these medevacs. But here he comes marching across the map, and this is the kind of play that I like to see. We are going to get some good coverage here, but Neeb's going to have a lot to try and defend here at this ramp.
Yeah, he has the force field energy, and honestly, I mean, this map, it looks pretty doable for the defensive side of things, right? You have those ramp areas, very force fieldable. Seeing these 2 medevacs coming in, though, that could be a sign for him to try and get those units away from the 3rd base, allowing Uthermal to push in there. Oh, that Colossi coming out at the wrong time. Shield battery overcharge, though, coming to the rescue. Also means that's not going to be available, of course, at that 3rd base, where there is still a Terran force waiting. Okay, he's pushing back.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's enough ground army there that I don't think he's going to have anything to worry about. And there's already set aside shield batteries there that are full and ready to work. So I think that's an okay scout for Neeb. It's a clutch observer location. But Uthermal's just going to load up once again and drop on in, and it's an extra medevac at this point as well. This is going to be way more exposed. Neeb is going to have to be a little more methodical about defending this, and it's going to come at the cost of a lot of canceled buildings. And for the most part, Uthermal is going to be able to pick up every single unit and get out. So it's a lot of cancels, a lot of kills on buildings. And that is the kind of playstyle that I think is going to throw Neeb off just a little bit. But look at that economic advantage that Neeb has secured himself right now. That is exactly what Neeb needs so far.
Yeah, looking rather nice. 20 workers ahead, actually. Even in a TVP, that is quite extreme. Mules won't just make up for that. Uthermal definitely trying to still get some damage done. He's actually finding himself on top of that ramp, but yeah, he's going to move backwards again here. Right. Very cautious play here. Uthermal still preserving most of his stuff though as well, right? So he's not throwing anything away here, which is something else that we the main reason why Massa fell so far behind suddenly after getting into a really good spot. Thermal, somebody that is in particular very good at just preserving most of his stuff.
I think it'd be really cool to get a stat of, like, you know how you can click on a unit and it'll tell you how many kills that unit has. I think it'd be really cool on like observers and overseers, like how many units I spotted, because that observer that Euthermal just killed off helped Neeb defend like 3 or 4 different drops and deflected at least one. I think it will count the one that it ended up getting killed on. I think that'd be a neat little statistic just to know, but Neeb is going to continue getting some good scouting down. It does look like he's replaced that observer at that 4th base location once again. But now Euthermal is going to start doing some scouting with those scans to see where things are at. Another observer does finally go down. And we're starting to get to a point where I think Euthermal needs to try and make something happen army-wise. His economic advantage is still pretty far behind, 67 to 53 workers. Even with mules, that's a really large gap to try and recover over the span of time that he needs to do it in. And it's going to be even more difficult with these zealots that are just slowly sauntering their way in. Although Charge is going to finish up here in just a second.
That's so funny, man. Oh, he's pulling the SCVs right now. Oh, that's so... Man, okay, he's going for it. He's really going for it. With that 3rd base being arrested like that, making everything look normal, and then suddenly, wait a moment, what are all these SCVs doing here? Euthermal really trying to just bust open that front door here. Wants to end the game right now. Let's see if he manages to get himself in a good position. Already fighting for a lot of real estate here. Gets himself up onto the high ground. Not too many force fields just quite yet. A bit desync there. Disruptor shot at the top. I'm not quite sure if that did manage to get a good amount of hits, but looks like it did, seeing that big splatter of red. Euthermal, a lot of his army there busy fighting probes and the Nexus. So yeah, not the greatest fight there overall he could have taken, but Neeb, well played there. Keeps everything alive. Stays in.
Goes in. There was nothing about that engagement that I liked for Euthermal. I mean, he was caught in a pinch, and I think he felt overcommitted to making that play happen because he pulled all of the workers from the 3rd base. And yeah, that wasn't my favorite engagement of his. I think he is a lot more creative than that. But props to Neeb for getting Euthermal to that point where he felt like he had to push forward, that he had fallen behind so far economically that he had to get some damage done. So good props to him. As we are getting into game number 2, we're going to Jagannatha, which is proving to be a bit of an interesting map so far, not only in the size, but just in what type of games we have seen. Because already we've seen Jagannatha a couple of times that had some pretty lengthy battle times to them. And we are going to jump right on in to game number 2 here, spawning in the bottom left. Playing for Team Liquid, our blue Terran. Make some noise for Euthermal.
And his American opponents here in the red, the Protoss, fighting for Ting. He is Neeb. Big breath. Big breath right before his name.
I think you could have just like done the whole soccer thing and Neeb and see how many E's you can get people to type in chat. I think it'd be great.
He's such a great player, man. Honestly, he's really good. Yeah, I guess Euthermal, like we already saw it, right? That 20 worker deficit, very difficult to do. Maybe it was because he realized he preserved his units fairly well, you know, trying to just make use of a moment in time where the armies are still a little bit similar before that 3rd and 4th base economy really starts to kick in for Neeb. Euthermal just trying to make something happen, but yeah. Oh well, that engagement overall, I mean, there was some stuff. He was trying to come up from 2 angles. He was getting up on both of the ramps as the sentries weren't looking. Nice dodging overall a little bit there, with, you know, getting force fielded, right? Didn't quite get force fielded, but ultimately, just a lot of stuff shooting those buildings, I would say that. Eesh. Maybe even then, if that wasn't the case, he still could have lost there, but hey. Well, we're in game number 2 now. We're in game number 2. You Thermal needs to win 2 games in a row versus Neeb. That's a tough thing to do. That is an incredibly tough thing to do.
I think if anybody could do it though, it would be Thermal. I mean, he's a pretty ice cold player, I think. I mean, if you go to his Twitter, I think he would give you a different impression, but I think we've seen so many games from Thermal where he is crafty, he is a comeback kid, and I think he thrives in that environment, even though he doesn't like it necessarily. I don't think there's many people that do, but like we're already seeing a little bit of crafty play right here, getting that bunker down into play. That will be a bit annoying to deal with, especially since it's continued to go unscouted here, and now probes are going to have to be pulled off to deal with this initial aggression by the Reaper because of the shield battery being just a tiny bit late. But now things are going to start progressing forward here. Neeb's going to have to find a way to deal with this Reaper up front. The Adept's going to be nice, but it's not going to be enough with this bunker.
You know what? Does get a little bit of stoppage at the other side of the map as well. So overall, kind of equalizing this. You know, nice play there from Neeb. Not much here for Thermal, of course, to really deal with that Adept at the moment. And then again, maybe this Reaper approach is going to last a little bit longer now as well because of this. Getting a bit of a scout of sees the robotics facility, that's a big deal, right? We'll be able to start prepping for what he thinks is going to be coming out of that robo. Could just still be some quick Colossi, right? That could be the case. And Thermal goes for a quick... No, never mind. That is still the natural.
Yeah, I was going to say, Neeb does get a really, really good drop onto the SCV and the natural, and that SCV got delayed for so very long because the Adept was still trying to harass. And I apologize if I'm a little fragmented. I have like a fly that is like dive bombing me at my house. So not only am I trying to give like thoughtful analysis to what's happening in the game, but I'm also like swatting at a fly. But nobody else cares about that but me. I just wanted to let you all know.
Quick tiny overlord.
Yeah, I'm just having a lot of fun right now. But so what we are trying to get into is a nice little scout here by Neeb. That income advantage is kind of going back and forth here a little bit. You can see when those mules do hit the ground that Thermal is able to wrestle that back. But so far, really not a whole lot exchanged between these two players. And again, kind of back to my original point about Jagannatha is that it's such a large map. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to be unusual for us to see larger, more drawn out games because there's so much of the map that you can take. I mean, even if you divide that map in half, look at how many bases there are to share. 7 between the two of them. That's insane. It's going to be a nice little medevac drop here of these Hellions, but great positioning by these Stalkers. We'll be able to mitigate this for the most part. That medevac, I think, is going to get picked off, but I think a little bit of damage is going to go down.
Nope. Nothing. Nada. Not a single probe goes down here, man. That's unfortunate. It's always the risk, right? Going in with 3 Hellions, one of them even getting a bit mismicro there, unfortunately, kind of going off on his own terms, being like, you know what, I always wanted to be a musician. I don't know why, but he's going off on his own accord. But yeah, ultimately, like, personally, I'm not the biggest of fans of the 3 Hellion aggression. I always think like just invest into that 4th. Just get another one, and then, you know, it just opens up an enormous amount of potential there. If you lose 1 extra, it's not too bad. You know, you're still one-shotting. That shield battery, though, as soon as you lose 1, your other 2 Hellions not going to get anything done anymore. So, yeah. Anyway, that's just me. That's just me personally kind of being like, only 3 Hellions. Why does anybody do this? But then, you know what, people get 20 kills with them, and I'm like, all right, well, I guess it worked out this time.
It's one of those min-max moments, right, where it's a minimal risk, but you could get a maximum reward on it because maybe your opponent's not paying attention, or you're dealing a little bit of damage elsewhere and they're paying attention elsewhere. So it's just one of those, it's kind of it's a skill check, right, where, okay, I know my opponent will probably have Stalkers, but what if they don't? What if they don't? Then I just win the game. So Neeb's going to get a little aggressive here. 5 gateways in production right now. I think he's going to start gearing up for a bit of a timing push. Thermal kind of still in that same position. as he was in game number 1. Grabbing that third base here, he is going to have a pretty sizable foot army, and it is going to start rolling out. I don't know if that Phoenix was close enough to spot that, but he is going to see a pretty empty main and natural, so that should prompt him. Okay, so he's going to catch this on the return path. He'll see enough of this army to know that something's coming, but what does he have back at home to defend this? Extended Thermal Lance isn't quite done. He actually doesn't even have... Okay, there he finally has one Colossi out on the field. And a lot of positioning here for Thermal. As he does fire up, he is going to push on forward here. The Colossi's actually been shut down here. Interference Matrix will take it out of the engagement here for a brief amount of time. That's going to allow all this bio to get on top of these Immortals. The Immortals immediately going to go down, and the Colossi Interference Matrix seized one again. This tank is going to get so much damage done, and the bio is going to reign so much supreme. A lot of these valuable units do get picked off, but Thermal will get shoved back.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. I think he wanted to do a little bit more, but you know what? That Raven on the top side, man, that was so smart. Just preemptively already putting it down there. Not using any auto turrets though, kind of giving away in a sense that he had some other plans with it, right? But ultimately still working out rather nicely, being able to interference matrix that Colossi twice, taking it down as well after Neve just a slight bit of miss micro as well, thinking he would already be clean from that interference. Suddenly it is still there, and yeah. Then, of course, the Colossus will just march right into the Marauder Fire. And it's not a nice thing to see as a Protoss, of course.
Well, yeah, it was an unfortunate misclick. I mean, if he hangs on to that for just another 4 seconds, he would be able to anchor that down and lose just a little bit less. But, I mean, we're all humans here. These players do make mistakes. I know. Surprise. They are, in fact, human beings. But Euthermal's going to capitalize on that. He does, again, need to try and wrestle back a little bit of superior positioning here. And I think he's going to try and make that happen. This army's actually going to be caught a little bit out of position, but good warp in and a couple of units already stationed in the main will deflect the drop, at least for now. And this is where Neeb shined in game number 1, just not allowing Euthermal to get any damage done across the map. And right now he's doing a nice job of keeping everything at home, just keeping it nice, easy breezy. The 4th base going up. Kozan, I think Neeb is settling in for a long game, and that's, again, right where he thrives.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, honestly. I mean, we have the Shield of Ire in Korea. We have the Wall of Germany in, of course, Europe. And I think we may have to call Neeb like something like the Moat or something, something other defensive for Ire as well. But because, you know, he seems so solid. Anyway, Euthermal here, that is a lot of SCVs now being pulled across the map. It's doable, right? It's definitely doable with those Vikings there as well. The previous Colossus that he already picked off, another one bites the dust very quickly here. That one Disruptor, though. Oh my god, that is disgusting.
Oh, I mean, he's not only pulled the boys, he has pulled the boys, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren. He has pulled every single unit here. That is going to be a big pick, though. The Forge goes down right before +1 gets finished up here. So all of these ground units will not have as much attack as normal, but it's going to be so many dead SCVs. 32 getting picked off here. This bio is going to get picked off. No, in the last second, that Disruptor does get shut down, but it does not matter. Euthermal does not have enough, and Neeb able to advance forward here to our first qualifying match. GG. Wow, that got spicy even for Euthermal there at the end. Whew.
Yeah. Yeah, Euthermal, I mean, once again, trying to go for the victory there with the SCV push. It works a bit better than the previous time. Again, he had a couple of units trying to attack the stuff in the natural base. To be fair, most of it this time around was SCVs, but yeah, Neeb, great control there. That one Disruptor shot, man, that did quite a bit, didn't it? I'm not quite sure how much of that was SCVs. Of course, if most of it was SCVs, it becomes a bit less painful, but it looked like there were quite a few Marauders, maybe a Ghost and some Marines in there as well. But yeah, great control there from Neeb. not all that often you see those Disruptor Novas being controlled all too much, but Neeb really doing it to a T and being able to bring it to a victory right there. GG, 2-0ing U Thermal.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, again, we talk about Neeb being a very solid, very consistent player, and just continuing to showcase that in various matchups, being a very reliable, just a reliable Protoss player from North America. There's a reason that he has done so well in DreamHack events. There's a reason he's made it as far as he has in the GSL. So hats off to him. He's going to advance forward into our winners bracket semifinals. He's going to be one of our first players set and ready to go to play for qualification for our main event that starts next weekend. Of course, all of those games are going to be played right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. At least the English games will be. We have a whole host of language streams that are going to be joining us as well, and they're already joining us. If you are not a preferred English language speaker, !B or !bracket in the chat. We'll give you a Wikipedia link where you can see all of the fine men and women helping us out with not only our community cast, but all of our language broadcasts today as well for the King of Battles. And it's good stuff. I mean, we've got great people here at Alpha X. We've got a lot of great supporters. Oh my gosh, that fly is just dive bombing my face. Making it real hard to talk and say coherent sentences, and that's already a challenge for me. But taking a look at the bracket here, Kozan, we've got some names that have started to advance forward in this lower side bracket. Of course, this is a double elimination tournament. We're watching names like Kelliger and Masa. Let's see who else. We've got Nina and Denver that's going to be coming up here soon. Future crawling his way through the bottom of the bracket as well. Any that jump out at you as either surprising or really happy?
Well, so let's see the front runners right now. Showtime, nice. In fact, nice taking out a laser as well. Very well done there. And it's going to go up against Clem. I hope we're going to be able to get to see that one. But I think that may already be happening right now. Blind Mana on the top right there. One of those will have to go up against Neeb. Of course, in that match, the person that will be able to take that best of 3 will qualify themselves in the bottom side. Showtime will have to go up against Petit Drogo or Lembo. Should be a cool one as well. And then they will have to go up against either Clem or Nice in the next up match. And in the bottom bracket, right, the loser bracket, we have Masa still running along, still staying alive for now. He's going to have to go up against B, though. That is going to be a difficult one. Another person right there in Gerald. Gerald also kind of looking like he's still hanging on by a thread. So is Nina. Nina now playing against Denver. That could be a tricky one indeed as well. And yeah, as you said, Future now in that loser bracket. What happened to Future? Who did he lose to? It's Clem. All right, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, speaking of Clem's going to be one of our next competitors here. It's going to be Clem versus Nice.
So happy.
We are going to take a really short break here, and when we return, it's going to be more StarCraft 2. You guys are watching the NA qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rushy. This is Kozan. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the King of Battles International Championship North American Qualifier right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I am here with Kozan. We have some great StarCraft 2 that we've already conquered here. 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of amazing matches, and it's really only about halfway there. We're getting to the point where we're going to start seeing some of our qualifying matches coming up, and you're going to be able to catch all of those right here on the main stream. Of course, I'd be remiss not to tell you about all of the awesome community casters and language casters that are helping cover not only this game, but other events as well. So !B or !bracket in the chat will give you that full rundown. I know that we've got Creighton Olsen, we've got Beowulf, helping us out with some English casts as well. I know that they're doing a fantastic job. Feel free to pull them up in a side window and give them a little bit of love because they're working their tails off to help provide great covers of the other matches. And I apologize that I keep putting my cursor over top of Kozan's face. I'm sure I'm gonna have a message here in Discord from like 14 different admins like, Rushy, what are you doing? But Kozan, I'm just trying to give you a little bit of exercise, man. I mean, you're getting the arms flapping, keeping you awake, right?
Keeping me company with a little cursor. You know, you have a fly, I have a little cursor helping me out here.
Yeah. No, please continue. It's a great mini game. Well, you might say that, but I think I'm going to get told otherwise by some people that are really important to me because they let me do this job.
You have this thing as well, where if you see like a streamer or something have his mouse on the screen, I always want to put my mouse exactly above their mouse, and then I feel less bad about it for some reason. Or I'm just like,
is that like the equivalent of like holding hands or something? Like, oh,
I don't know. It's close. It's close to it, but no, it's just like it to obscure the fact that there is a mouse there, and I'm like, all right, well, that is my mouse, in fact. So.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, it's shifting blame.
It makes me feel like I'm in control. Yeah, exactly.
I like that. It's not their fault. It's clearly my fault. But here's something that's nobody's fault. We're jumping into our next series. It's going to be Clem versus Nice. We haven't seen Clem yet today. Clem's been playing some pretty good StarCraft. We're going to have to see if he can continue that trend going into this series. But we're going to go ahead and jump right on into Death Aura. His opponent spawning in the top left, our blue Protoss player. He's back. He's good. Mostly. He's nice.
And his opponent, the Red Terran, he is fighting for Team Liquid. He's young, he's French, he is Clem.
Ooh, I like that. A little bit of mirroring. Kozan, do you think by the end of our time together here for the King of Battles, do you think we'll have a good sense?
No.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I mean, I could sit here and quote Frozen to you all evening long, but we would be missing out on all of this awesome stuff that we could talk about with the game. Like, he's building a barracks? Kozan, I mean, what do you think he's going to build out of that?
It might be a factory or something.
He's going to build the factory out of the barracks?
That's how it works, right? This is how I've looked it up on the website of Blizzard. It says barracks builds a factory.
Hey, what website is that? Can you share it with us?
No. You know, I don't want to make this game too easy for you now. Don't want to.
Oh, man, I mean, I was trying to play Terran a little bit earlier today, and Terran's just such a hard unit to play. I mean, so many buttons to press. I don't know, but take a look at this beautiful, like, wow, that was like picturesque view of Death Aura. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's nice. I love the mammoth skull as well. That's just sitting there. But we could talk about like the people they've already faced, right, in the bracket. So Clem, he went up against Veritas, a Alpha X player as well. No, wait, actually, that is his opponent that went up against that. And then afterwards, he went up against B. After not going up against Veritas. That is what he did. So yeah, he went 2-0 versus B, and then afterwards a TVT, which is still considered to be his worst matchup, against Future, 2-0 there as well. Now, you know what? That's already one Alpha X player that he did manage to put into the loser bracket. Is he going to be able to get another one of those Alpha X's in the loser bracket right now? Could happen. Could very well happen. It's a likely scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if
I hate
anybody's
to.
if anybody's gonna do it, it would be Clem. Clem's just playing such good StarCraft right now. I mean, I would go so far. I'm gonna make a big bold statement here, because we didn't really talk about how we think this is gonna shape up as a prediction. But I would go so far as to say that Clem is currently in the top 4 circuit players in the scene right now. I don't think it's a hot take.
That's conservative. I think that's conservative even.
Like,
honestly, I would maybe even put him on the best spots right now.
Really?
Honestly, like he's playing so incredibly well. Overall, like it is a bit matchup dependent. To be fair, I'll give you that one, right? Because you Thermal and Hero Marine continuously still manage to take series off of him in TVT, but in particular his TVP. Oh my dear God, is this kid good?
All right.
He has the macro of innovation, and it feels like he has the micro of Maru at the same time.
That's fair. I was just going to ask you, I know his TVT's really good, but how good is he at spotting dark shrines? And there you go. We got our answer for us here. And not only getting a good scout off, but getting in with these Hellions is going to roast off a few of these pylons, these probes. 5 probes going to go down as a result. 6 probes. That's a great set of kills here. I mean, Clem is making the most out of a really slow start here for both players, but Nice is going to be scouted for his Dark Shrine. He's already got that Warp Prism moving across the map. And,
no.
You're kidding me. No.
Okay, so.
Oh.
That would have been so bad. Oh my God, putting a Marine on top of it as well. It's like, all right, no, it's safe here, man. Just trust me.
Yeah, just go for it.
Trust me.
Have a great time. Okay.
He's leaning it up right there. He's like, I'm not falling with that one. Could have scanned it, perhaps, and then it wouldn't mind taking out the Dark Templar, but how many stealth detecting stuff do we have over here? Oh, there's one scan. We have a Viking already on that Warp Prism as well. That's so good, man.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the telling tale here. If you can't get a Raven to stop the DTs, you might as well just get something to push the Warp Prism away, because without that Warp Prism, there's no continued aggression. And Clem's going to be able to get that Warp Prism killed off. Nice is not going to have a nice time over on Clem's side of the map, and he's going to have to try and pivot here. But how do you pivot when you have gone so hard into a DT opener here that leaves you really, really exposed? He's just going to toss down more gateways. He's going to get charge started, and I think this is still going to remain an aggressive start. But look, we might see a third Nexus.
Honestly, I think this is, overall a abysmal start pretty much for Nice here, right? Going for DTs is a very big investment overall, and they're not getting anything done while you've taken 6 probe losses as well due to, a scouting force, as it basically is. I mean, yeah, it's just not looking good so far here for Nice. Being behind on workers overall versus a Terran, that's a bad case scenario. That's we'll have to wait and see though. Archons may still be able to make some magic happen, right? It's not all Bladeful just quite yet, but I mean, when you're playing against Clem and you're behind, oh my dear lord, it is a terrifying thing.
Well, and it's definitely a good position for Clem to try and play from, because he's just gonna take it. I mean, I think we're just gonna. Like, can we just have a moment of silence for those 2 Archons? I was just gonna say that Clem is gonna play a really, really good game, but I mean, he's played a great game. He's jumping all over his opponent. I mean, I want to hype up Nice here. I really do. He's an Alpha X boy. I want to do my part here, but Clem is just all over him right now. A really nice stutter step backwards. More great mind shots, and Nice gonna have to tap out. Clem. Holy cow. Okay, I'll bump him up. I'll bump him up above top 4. I'll do it. I'll do it for you, Kozan. I'll do it for you.
Nice. Honestly, like, if you were to compare it, honestly, like, who would you say the best Terran right now is in Korea?
In Korea? Well, I mean, TY kind of sits atop the perch right now, and I think he's probably consistently the best Terran right now. Of course, I'd be remiss not to talk about like Innovation and Maru, but you just don't really see them show up right now in the big ways. I guess Legulex got Maru and Innovation up top. TY is not even in the top 10, but I think it's interesting. What would you say?
It is rough because, you know, just of how StarCraft 2 works. You can definitely make a case for TY, but I think TY, you need to make the point that it's going to be in a situation where he's able to prepare for his opponents, right? Where he's going to be able to kind of research his opponent and prepare something in particular for that individual. And then, you know what, I see TY, you know, really sitting on the top dog spot, but ultimately, right now, I don't know if I would give any Korean Terran an edge above Clem. I'm having a hard time thinking of anyone that just amazes me more than Clem at the moment.
Okay. So chat's
Bjorn is a wild card.
See, I was gonna say chat's getting spun up about Bjorn, but here's the thing with Bjorn. Bjorn needs to show consistent results here. Now, he's playing very well. He's advancing pretty far into the GSL as it sits right now, and he is going to probably, more than likely, be in our Korean qualifier tomorrow. Now, that being said, I want to see him perform. He's playing well, but can he clutch out games? Speaking of clutching out, let's go into our second game. Spawning in the top left of Light Shade, our blue Protoss playing for Alpha X. Needs some energy. Give it up for Nice.
His opponent, the red Terran player in the bottom right side, looking to score for Team Liquid, is Clem.
Now that would be a cool story. So let's get past the pandemic. Let's get past 2020, and we're allowed to have the Korean house open up again in South Korea. We can get more of those foreigners over to participate in GSL. How cool would it be to get some of those young uprising players in like Raynor, Clem, to go over and compete in GSL, right? Everybody said that about Cyril, like, oh, well, Cyril's he's the bonjour of our time, but he won't play in GSL. Well, what if we got a couple of those other dark horses in Raynor and Clem to go over? Do you think that they would be able to perform consistently at that GSL quality level?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I struggle to see why they wouldn't, you know. They've proven they can take on these big boys on stages already in offline events. Not so much in Korea or GSL. GSL still very difficult, of course, but yeah, I think they would do incredibly well.
I think GSL it offers more than just money. Somebody in the chat asked why GSL. It doesn't pay as much to go over and live in Korea for months. Well, I think it offers you so much more than just money. It's the prestige, right? GSL is the tournament. It's the ultimate pinnacle of StarCraft 2, and I think it would be interesting.
I don't know. King of Battles is making a run for its money. It's good.
You know, I'll yield. I will give you that.
Yeah.
But I think GSL brings forward such a unique style of preparation, having those prepared matches come up weeks in advance. It's just very interesting to see how those players can
We saw the map bug. Did you see it?
I did. We did see that.
Crazy. Okay, continue. Sorry, I got hyped for a moment.
No, that's okay. It's okay. and I think it would be interesting to see how some of those players would play. I know, like Raynor specifically has shown a lot of prowess in being able to adapt in a tournament setting. But would he do well in the prepared match setup? Clem kind of in the same boat. I think he's showing a lot of very good tournament prowess. But would he do well in the GSL format? I think there's a lot of speculation that they would both do very well. But it would be, I think it'd be cool. I think that'd be cool to see.
It'd be interesting. Yeah,
I know definitely where a lot of us are interested in seeing a lot more offline tournaments, hopefully getting past 2020, for sure.
Honestly, though, I'm hoping more so for the Koreans to come over to Europe and such, and then, you know, make it a bit easier for me to go to these events as well in an offline setting. You know, that would be my real dream.
Well, Anyways, great speculative talk here. I always love talking to you, Kozan. I hope you know that.
Yeah. Of course.
Reaper's getting a lot of scouting done here in this game at number 2. It does finally get shut down, but is going to see the Stargate on the backside. Another Hellion's going to be able to run on in here. Now, it doesn't have a buddy, so it's not going to be as effective. Only 4 probes going to go down. Sorry, I guessed early. But now Nice is just going to have to play from a back foot once again. He's losing 6 probes by the 4-minute mark. Kozan, that's not how you win the game.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, man. Clem, again, with these small amounts of units, just being able to, make some magic happen. We can blame a little bit off of this map being a bit new, right? So Nice having that sentry there, not quite being able to block that Reaper, right? It's probably not a mistake he's going to be making continuously. Now he kind of knows about it. So in a sense, Clem kind of having a leg up because of this. But ultimately still, I mean, what was it? 6 works in total again here that did get killed.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. Nice this time around, going for the Phoenixes, by the way. Also an interesting play. Clem, did he already scout this? Did you see whether or not he saw the Stargate and such?
Yeah, I think he saw the Stargate with the Reaper. I don't know that we've had visual confirmation of that from Mapu, but it was back there. My guess is that it is. But here's what's coming across the map. I mean, he is pulling across with those Marines. There are robotics bay on the way for Nice, but he's got to find a way to deal with this aggression right now. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry, that is not going to be enough. Not even 4 Phoenix are going to be added to this that are going to be very helpful.
Yeah, because it really feels like Clem is just fully aware of what Nice was doing and is just going in here with the idea of, you know what, I can punish this. I already have Vikings. I'm going to make him actually 2 Vikings here to force back those Phoenixes. He's got Cyclones as well. And he's making some lovely engagements here. He's putting down some bunkers overall. Can slowly push that siege tank a bit further forward. But you know what? Nice's forces are growing here with that shield battery overcharge. Still being able to participate in this fight. I think things are looking okay for Nice, ultimately.
Yeah, those Phoenix were actually getting picked off a little bit one by one. They're not able to hold those tanks up in the air for very long. And actually, that Immortal going down is crucial. The shield batteries will be able to top off those Stalkers, but now we have 1 bunker on the ground, that 1 tank that's still alive, and it's actually going to reposition itself. That's not going to be able to live for very long, though. That will get picked off. The bunker will just make things complicated. It's not going to extend this engagement too terribly far into the future, but Clem is going to rotate down and find that 3rd Nexus on the way. This should get a cancel. He's just going to try and defend it here. Marine's going to get pulled right out of the bunker, but right back in. They're like, nope, I don't want to deal with that much. Clem's not going to be able to shut that down. He's going to have to find a way to pivot here, and he is going to get stim. That +1 on the way, as well as just transitioning a little bit. But this is a better hold for Nice. Nice has got to feel good about this one. He hasn't lost a whole lot to it, and he was able to keep his 3rd base.
Yeah, somebody in chat saying as well, this type of stuff you don't see all that often anymore because of the shield battery overcharge. I think it was still an okay choice for Clem to do this because he was up against Phoenixes, so you're not supposed to do that much dropping play and stuff like this, right? Harassment style, it's not going to work that much. You just want to go straight across the fields and try to make some work happen that way. But ultimately, Clem coming up a little bit short. It was just a little bit short as well, though, so that is a scary thing for the Protoss. But you know what? He's now across the fields here. He's making some work happen, right? He's taking some shots. I'm not quite sure if I like this, going for the engagement, but will it work out?
It's kind of an awkward engagement here for Clem. I mean, he's lost so much hit point on those buildings. That orbital command is kind of burning down right now. 1-1 still on the way. It's not quite done. I guess there are 3 different engineering bays right now. He could be dropping down that building upgrade, but no such luck at this point. And yeah, it was kind of an awkward engagement there for Clem, but he's going to be able to come out of it okay. He's going to repair up that orbital command. Not a big deal. And Nice kind of tosses away a bit of the lead that he'd secured himself with a good hold over on his side of the map. Ultimately for Clem, though, it is a nice little transition. He will continue to move that forward, and armor is going to go down. Concussive shells will get added into the mix as well, and I think this Bioforce is going to move out across the map once again. 1-1 combat shield and concussive shells is going to make this a very scary armor to deal with.
Yeah, to be fair for Nice, though, I mean, he did preserve those Immortals, right? The more important units here. It's allowing him to make those Colossi at the moment. We've already seen Terran struggling with this ramp area over here, and to be in an okay position for a Protoss to hold in these choke points right now when on the 3 base. But, you know what, Clam a little bit further ahead in the overall army supply right now than we saw Thermal being versus Neeb. Let's see if this works out. Staying ahead with those Marauders. Nice that for tanking for those Colossi.
Cousin, I think that we need to mention here, Clem sitting on 1-1 upgrades. Nice, no upgrades at all. Nothing even in production. So Nice is just fundamentally playing behind right now, and this bio is going to stem forward here. It needs to try and protect these tanks. The tanks are absolutely important part of this engagement, and the tanks are not going to get cleared off just yet. Nice is going to have to pivot back and forth, but he has not killed enough, and Clem, with that significant lead in bullying throughout both of those games, walks forward into our qualifying match. Well played. GG. Yeah, not unsurprising, right? Or not really too surprising, I should say. Clem just doing the stuff that Clem does these days. Yeah, taking out Nice in a clean fashion, 2-0. Nothing too spectacular there from Clem. Just overall solid decision making, great macro behind it, and yeah, clean to a T. Very, very clean games so far, and that is going to move us to the qualifying matches here of our winner's side bracket. We're going to be queuing up Mana versus Neeb, and we're going to be waiting for the winner of Showtime Petite Drogo to figure out who is going to be facing off against Clem. It will be another TVP on that top side. In fact, it'll be a TVP and a PVP. But first, before we take our break here, we are going to talk about one of our outstanding sponsors in Strive. Now, Strive is a big supporter of Alpha X here in September and October, and Strive, Biltong, and Matcherino are partnering to create a special opportunity for fans of this tournament. They're offering 20% off all products on Strive's website using the code ALPHAX20. For every 5 purchases with this code, Matcherino will donate $25 directly to the prize pool and $100 for every 30 orders completed. You must use that code ALPHAX20 at checkout. 2 lucky buyers as well will also stand a chance to win an Alpha X jersey, hoodie, or jacket, which you can see on screen right now. So please do consider checking that out. Alpha X, Strive, and Matcherino partnering together, sponsoring this event. Check out some delicious and healthy biltong meat snacks brought to you by our friends over at Strive. And I want to show you, I've got one of my own packages here. Again, I just love this packaging. I think it's so cool. Very, very grateful for all the support that Strive has given to us. So please do consider checking that out. I know Sushi is just activated Nightbot in the chat. You can click that link. Of course, Matcherino is always a great partner here at Alpha X, and we're so grateful for everyone that helps financially support our organization. And thanks to all of you for coming in and checking out our qualifier today. And we are going to take a short break here. I'm going to grab a quick drink, use the restroom, encourage you to also do the same. Grab some water, stand up, move around. We've got some qualifying matches coming your way very, very soon. You guys are watching the North American qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, welcome back. Sorry, that was kind of a jumble and all sorts of stuff that we had to get going, and we're just going to come back right away because our first qualifying match is here, Kozan. We are set and ready to go for a PvP. It's going to get funky. I can already feel it. And spawning in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player playing for Team Liquid. Make some noise for Mana.
His opponent in the red, the United States Brothers. He is, of course, Ting's Neeb. Is that how you say it? Ting's Neeb? You don't really hear Ting all that often being introduced, do you? Team Ting. Is that what they say? Ting Esports.
I think it's just Ting Esports, but Ting only supports Neeb as far as I know.
Yeah, at least in the StarCraft 2 universe. I'm pretty sure they have some other stuff going on in some other esports, but
oh yeah, I believe that.
They got Neeb going for them, right? Might as well be one of the best and well, North American scene players overall.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. I know Ting has supported some of the community events as well. Like I know for a time, Base Trade was a primary recipient of Ting's love and affection in North America. But of course, we have our amazing sponsors as well. If you check the lower right-hand corner, you'll see all sorts of great people that help make Alpha X tick. Of course, you can see G Fuel on the screen right now. And they're awesome people. I mean, we've got a lot of great organizations supporting StarCraft 2 right now across the board, not only in North America but in Europe, Korea, and beyond. So it's a good time to be a StarCraft 2 fan, Kozan.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And you know what? It's fun to see Mana versus Neeb. I don't think we see these two all that often clash against one another, you know. And then for a qualifying match here as well. I don't think a lot of people are surprised too much to see Neeb here in a qualifying position, but Mana is a bit one of these players that can show up and just take games off of anyone at any time, but a bit less consistent, let's say, rather than Neeb in tournament winnings, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll talk to that point because I think Mana has always been in a very difficult position because he's placed up against so many strong players in Europe. Neeb's actually going to get the scout on this proxy pylon just for the heads up on what's happening here. But Mana's always had a really good presence. I think especially like in 2018. When he came back and started his climb, I always go back to his finals performance against Cyril at Austin. Mana shows that he can and he will do the work to show up at events and do a really good job. And even taking 2 games off of a Cyril who was just warming up his undefeated streak. I mean, it was some good games, and I think Mana is a player that if too many people sleep on him, I think they're going to regret it.
Right, so let's see who Mana already managed to take out here, right? He managed to notably take out Max Specs. That's a pretty big PvP, 2-1 in his favor. He managed to take out Marine Lord as well, 0-2. And he's went up against Bly also, a 2-0 score. So, you know, he's only lost a single game so far, it would appear, and... well, he's gonna try his best here with a couple of adepts to keep that momentum going. Also, both of these players going for the Twilight Council here. Neither of them investing into the Stargate just quite yet. I do feel like the Stargate, the Void Race, just a primary source of trouble right now in the PvP matchup. But yeah, fun to see both these players actually going for something else. And we're seeing Adept Glaives on the way for Mana here. Ooh.
Now, once again, I have to stress that I'm always disappointed in PvP when we get to the 4-minute mark and I keep looking at the minimap like, oh, where are the proxy robos? Where are they? Where have they been put? And it's like, they didn't build them. But instead, Mana's going to have his own little trick up his sleeve. And Neeb got caught on a move command here. He is going to lose one of those stalkers for almost free. And now Mana's going to feel really empowered here to shade on forward. Going to try and get up onto the ramp to see if he can spot any weakness. But not going to happen at this point. A couple of those adepts actually do finish their shades. And getting themselves unfortunately murdered as a result of it.
I think he just kind of wanted to get the 2 sentries there in a way, right? Maybe, but didn't just see the shield battery, perhaps. Those shades don't have a lot of vision, so that could be the case. That could be the case. Anyway, pylon there for Neeb, rather suspicious. Could be there for the Dark Shriner. It's about to finish up, of course. Is he gonna have time to really get those DTs in there, of course? Because, you know what, Mana, he is looking to kill here. And this time it's not going to be silent. He is just zooming on through the front door right here now. Man, that is looking dangerous. Okay, well, Mana right on top of the probes. That's already 5 probes gone just like that. The Stark is not in a great position to help this out so far. More probes here under a lot of pressure. That is 12 probes so far. Putting himself in a good spot. Of course, the Dark Templar can just absolutely still ruin his day, though.
Kozan, are we watching a ZVP or a PvP? I can't tell. It's the adepts
isn't it?
going back and forth between mineral lines. What is this? Mana trying to play like 3D chess here while Neeb is trying to find all the checkers out of the box. And I think the Dark Shrine is going to be good, but it's been scouted at this point. There are observers already out. And Mana's in a really good position, picking off 15, 16 probes. I didn't get a final count on that. And already has a response for Neeb's playstyle here. I told ya, if you sleep on Mana, you're gonna regret it.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing as well here. We saw recently in the Pylon show, I don't know if you saw the one with Estrella in there recently. They were talking about the DreamHack as well, and of course Estrella went up against Neeb in a PvP as well, and he mentions about Neeb more so practicing and preparing for the late game in PvP, when Estrella was more so preparing and trying to get better at the early game in order to get himself to the late game. Now, Neeb, he is a master in that late game. If he gets there, you know, with an equal amount of workers and an equal amount of stuff, overall, he is going to do absolutely amazing because he has that well flushed out. He knows what he's going to do. And, you know what, it's just an interesting difference overall to think about and to consider, seeing Neeb here kind of struggle in this early part of the game again.
Well, Neeb's going to have to figure out a way to make this comeback happen for him, because right now he is back 20 supply. He's kind of struggling a little bit on the economic front as well, although he has just recently evened himself out. Going to throw down that robotics facility to give himself a little bit more tech advantage here. But Mana's going to be coming across the map here and getting into a position where he's just going to try and strike once again. I don't think, I mean, this amount of Stalkers is good, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The shield batteries are going up rather late here, Kozan. I don't know if Neeb's going to have enough to deal with this. Mana's going to be knocking on the door any second now.
Yeah, 2 Immortals here, definitely going to pack one hell of a punch. That Robotics Bay is on the way, but I mean, it's still a bit off, right? And any Disruptor play is going to take a while to arrive. Nice force fields there for Mana as well, protecting that War Prism. Was a bit of an emergency force fields, right? Didn't quite want to probably have to enforce them there, but still great response right now. War Prism is here to facilitate Micro as well. The shield batteries are putting in a lot of work though.
Yeah, the shield batteries are the real heroes right now, but 2 of them are kind of on the wrong side of the engagement right now, so they are going to be exposed and unable to actually use their energy efficiently. Some very good force field energy, though, is pushing most of this back, but now Disruptors show up here for Neeb. This is always the pickup point, and a great response here by Mana, picking those Immortals up. Only 1 Disruptor now, a second one. That's a huge blink forward, but he's going to get on top of both of those Disruptors. The Disruptors are just going to fall at this point, and Mana, with continuous warp-ins here, should be able to stay on top of this, and Neeb's going to have to tap out. Mana, mark my words, chat. Mark my words. You sleep on Mana, you regret it. GG.
GG, well played. Mana suddenly bringing his A game here. Of course, getting some great damage early on as well with those Adepts, and now just with a wonderful follow-up attack, those Immortals putting in the work, not getting hit by those Disruptor shots. It was just a single Disruptor shot as well, right? And then just blinking right on top of the Disruptor straight afterwards. 2 Disruptors, not getting anything done. What a show. What a great bit of Micro there from Mana. Lovely stuff. We're going to have to do next map here for Neeb, where he's gonna, have to make a victory happen, or else he's gonna be thrown into the loser bracket, which would be a bit disappointing, of course. Do we have any idea, actually, how many games does he still have to win in case he does get put in the loser bracket here?
So he's on match 91 right now. The loser of match 91 goes all the way.
So he needs to win, 2 more best of 3s. You need to win 2 more best of 3s, Rushy.
That's quite a bit. He would have a bit of a break, though, because the loser's bracket is still quite a few games away from that point. But even still, yeah, I mean, the opponents aren't going to get any easier as you advance forward, and that chance of bumping into people that you've already knocked to the lower bracket gets to be a real concern, because now all of a sudden, if you've pulled out specific style of play, or if you bump into someone like, oh gosh, I'm just not that good against this style of play, it's really easy to just take a couple of games right off the top, and suddenly, oops, you're out of the tournament 0-2, and you're going to be forced to try and reposition again tomorrow. So I think Neeb's best, safest bet right now is to figure out a way to topple Mana here. But Mana is showing some prowess here, and he is 1 win away from advancing onto our main event. He can smell that money, Kozan. He can smell that $30,000 prize pool, and he's like, yeah, I want a piece of that.
Yeah, he's making it work, man. I'm kind of impressed. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't get to see the rest of the run of Mana, in a sense, right? I'm always like, all right, well, suddenly we're in the qualifying match. Suddenly it's the first time we're seeing Mana in this tournament, at least on the mainstream. And you know what? The first game we're seeing off of him, and he is really bringing it. He's playing some fantastic games. Makes you wonder how those other games looked. Were they looking as clean as cool overall as that previous game as we saw just now? Because you don't see adept glaive attacks like that although too often in the PvP matchup. And you know what? Mana making it look like it should have been there straight off the bat. As soon as people started using that against Zergs. Hey guys, we should have been using this against each other as well. So interesting stuff. He's 1 game away from advancing here. As the next game is loading up. Jagannatha. It's a weird one. Actually, hold up. Huh, that's funny. In the lobby, actually, the mini-map thing it's rotated. It's rotated 90 degrees, so it looks like it is a flat map, when in reality it's an elongated map. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah, I get what you're saying here. Let's go ahead and introduce our players while we talk about that some more. Spawning in the top right, 1 win away from moving on to our main event next week, playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Mana.
Can you hear me, Rushy?
I can.
Neeb. I'm not quite sure, guys. I'm not hearing Rushy all too well.
Oh, can you not hear me? Can you not hear me? Uh-oh. Well, I mean, this is a wonderful issue. So, very interesting. Okay, so as we get that sorted out, we will, of course, just continue forging forward. Kozan will be back in just a brief amount of time, but, of course, it's getting extra spicy right now as Neeb is gone full NA and is throwing down this cannon rush here. Now, Mana is getting on top of it with the probes. He does have 1 probe of his own over on the opposite side of the map, but the coverage right here at the top of the ramp for Jagannatha is going to be pretty decent. But has he done enough is the question. More cannons, more pylons down onto the bottom side here, and Neeb's going to slowly start bringing this forward. Now the Forge of Mana is now complete. His own cannons should be able to start coming here. This is going to be kind of an interesting position. I mean, the damage has kind of been done here for Neeb, though. 1 pylon up on the high ground. Now now Mana's going to be forced into trying to zone this out, and this is such a bad position for him to try and play from.
Wow. Gets the Zealot with the probe. How about that? How about calling that a bit of micro right there? Mana does have that defensive cannon, of course. Neeb still trying to make something happen here on the top side. Trying to get his way into the mineral line right here. May still work out. I mean, the cannon, one of them is done right now. It's looking rather dicey right at this moment.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be clearly taking us to a game number 3. Mana hasn't done what he needs to get this stopped, and the one cannon up on the top hasn't even taken any damage yet, Kozan. I mean, I think Neeb is done it at this point. This is a tough spot for Mana to try and play from, but at least he's got another game. GG is called. We're going to our first game number 3 of the whole day.
That's gotta be rough. That's gotta be rough, right? Oh, taking such a nice game in game number 1, having probably a nice set out plan, thinking about what he's gonna do. He's thinking like, right, this time I'm gonna go Phoenix and I'm gonna guard myself some disruptors. I'm gonna do this in the late game. I'm gonna get my upgrade, and then suddenly it's just cannons in your face. You know, that's oof. That is a rough one. I hope he's gonna be okay on game number 3. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll get some more cheese overall, but hey, Mana.
I think one of these days, Kozan, which by the way, welcome back. I'm glad to have you on the talking side of Discord again.
Yes.
I think one of these
days. Could you
hear
me? Or?
I could. I think I was always able to hear you. It just was weird that it wasn't vice versa. But anyways, as we get ready for game number 3 here on Death Aura, I keep getting the comment that I sound a lot like Nathanius. So Nathanius, if you're watching, I would love to co-cast an event with you, and we'll call it the Who's Who event, where we turn our cams off and we'll let people figure out who's the real Nathanius and who's the real Rushy. But
nice.
You're going to be hard pressed to replace a guy like Kozan, because he's my favorite. But spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, he's not going to let his opponent rush him again. Play for Team Liquid. Make some noise for Mana.
Sending that probe out on the map, this Red Protoss does not know when to quit. He is the one and only American Wonderhouse Neeb, fighting for Ting. Somebody actually thought you were Nathanius. Even with the webcam on, it's like, yeah, it's Nathanius, right? Are you wearing a tank top? Is this what's happening right now?
Oh my gosh. If I had the pythons to fill out a tank top, I would. But unfortunately, I am a nerd through and through, and these pasty white straw, as I call arms, would just be horribly disappointing for everyone involved. So, but Neeb is going to mix this up here. He's going to throw down not only 2 gateways, but a forge? Are you kidding me right now?
Oh, where have I seen this before? I've heard about this. This is a new way to do these type of cannon rushes. Just add those 2 gateways in as well. Apparently it's very, 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 very strong. But well, we're gonna see it in action right now.
Oh,
he's got a pylon on the high ground already, right? Walling this off. It's gonna actually, I'm not quite sure if that is a full wall off. I believe it is.
Yeah, I think that is Kozan, and that's going to get really weird here, because not only is the cannon rush going to be super effective against Mana, but it's going to be followed up behind with Zealot production, so he's going to have units alongside cannons. Oh, you know, I feel bad. I talked up Mana really hard and said, if you fall asleep on Mana, you're going to regret it, but right now, Mana's the one who looks like he's asleep at the wheel.
You know what? It wouldn't be the NA qualifiers without some NA good old strategies right here. Here we go. There's the first Zealots arriving right now. Mana realizing how much more of a commitment this is already, without it really, you know, already being quite a commitment actually. But there goes down the first gateway. That is rather stressful here for Mana. Of course, he still manages to get one of those Stalkers out, but ultimately these Zealots are just going to be able to push away the gateway forces continuously. Mana, I mean, there's no way he wins this anymore. He's making a Void Ray across the map. Well, he's going to try to.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about the proxy Stargate for mana across the map. So theoretically, this is not over, but Kozan, it's over.
Well,
I think this is in a really tough spot. I mean, this is going to be difficult for mana to try and come back from. The proxy Stargate will get completed. It is going to be a proxy Void Ray. That shield battery is going to do as much as it possibly can. We'll probably see the battery overcharge as well, just for fun. Before cannons, 2 zealots in your face, that is going to be real difficult to try and come back from.
Yep.
I mean, what could mana do here if he loses?
I feel like
this
he
next
just needs to mine 400 minerals right now. He needs to stop mining gas. He needs to have 400 minerals if he still wants to win this. Or maybe, I don't know. Okay, yes, 400s. I mean, just think about this, right? If he has that Void Ray,
He's got it.
he should be able to pick up the
Nexus.
pylons. Yeah, there we go.
Hey,
Now
remember?
he may be able to get the recall. I mean, the Void Ray is going to do a lot of damage overall, and he should be able to deal with the Zealots as well with the Void Ray, right? So his base is going to be okay. He's killing up these probes right now. He can get a recall going as soon as that other Nexus is finished up. I'm a bit surprised Neeb is taking his time attacking the Cybercore. Also, this is interesting, right? Just
All right, say it with me,
everything
chat.
on the gas.
Say it with me, chat. N-A, 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 N-A. I mean, is Neeb throwing right now? Look at the situation that we're in. I mean, Mana has full control of the natural or of the base across the map. I don't know what
Neeb's
to
out
make
of
of
money.
this.
Neeb's completely out of money. He has no idea where this other Nexus is. He's gonna have to try to find those bases. And he has 1 Stalker, right, to force this. So, I mean, he needs to kill off these probes. He needs to find this Nexus, and he needs to stop Mana from mining from this place.
He's gonna get the recall. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Mana now has a base to mine from. He has an economy. Neeb has nothing. And as long as that Void Ray sits over top of Neeb's Nexus, he doesn't have anything. He has no way to deal with this. I think Mana wins. I think Mana has a real chance to win this out because that Void Ray is going to kill off that Nexus. The only thing that Mana has to worry about right now is protecting his probes.
Recalling his stuff right now. He still has some probes left over here, but I mean, starting to mine now would be a bit of a weird one, of course. He knows he needs to make it happen right now. He knows he needs to stop Mana from mining, basically, and try to force out some sort of a tight situation with his cannons, perhaps. Well, he still has probes, so maybe able to still
I mean, that's the
mine
last
something
Stalker.
there, but,
That's the last thing that can hit
Yeah.
Void Rays. Oh my gosh, Mana did it. GG
Wow.
is called. And Mana
Wow.
with the 200 IQ plays. I don't know what to say. I just other than N-A, N-A.
Mana, yeah.
You
I
can't
think
spell Mana
Mana
without
can
N-A,
change
man.
it. Yeah, he needs to change his name to N-A-N-A, right? Instead of Mana. It just, this is, man, what a play. What a play. Mana qualifying right there. Still being able to beat back the upper dog right there. Neeb, of course. And you know what? Securing that first spot. Securing that first spot. Where, man, what a game. What a game overall. I'm quite surprised how that turned out. I thought he was dead. He kept his head cool though. He managed to mine those 400 minerals, and he done and did it. What a game!
All I did was I just reached out on Discord. I messaged Mana. I was just like, "You God," and he just sends me like, "Ha ha 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 ha." So Mana with the clutch decision making, getting that Stargate out across the map, secures himself a place in the main event starting next week. So our first qualifier through here is Mana. Neeb's gonna have to go down to the bottom side of the bracket and wrap his head around what just happened. And he'll have a little bit of time to think about it too. So things should be good to go for both players, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see Neeb continue to advance forward here. But we are going to get ourselves set and ready to go for our second qualifying match. It's going to be Clem versus Showtime. We are going to find ourselves watching yet another qualified Protoss player here. Going up against the Terran, who I'm not sure if he's got someone that can beat him right now. But Kozan, we're going to have to learn more about that after we return. Let's go ahead and take a short break. When we return, it's going to be Showtime versus Clem. You won't want to miss this outstanding game taking place here on the NA qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship. My name is Rushy. This is Kozan. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, everyone, to the North American qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We have got more great games here for you, and we're going to be playing them all over on your neck of the woods here, Kozan, over on the EU side of things. But let's jump right on in and introduce our players spawning in the top right of Jagannatha, our blue Protoss. Playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Showtime. Not Team Liquid. give it up for Showtime anyways. He's
And his
brilliant for
opponent,
PG.
Team Liquid's Red Terran player, he is the Frenchman Clem.
Not Team Liquid. Get out of here.
To get out of
Get out of here. He plays for BIG. Team Big. He's the big man. He's the big
It's
wall.
from the Pence, right?
Say that again?
It's from the Pence. The Pence, the big Pence.
Sure, I think.
Yeah, of course. No.
Berlin International Gaming. BIG.
Yeah.
That's cool.
They make the Pence.
NA qualifier without an NA player qualified. Well, I mean, they've got all sorts of opportunities here to do so. But remember, folks, even though this is an NA qualifier, this is still a circuit event. So all of our NA and EU friends are allowed to participate in this event. So we are still looking for that North American to be able to advance forward. And we do have a few. Of course, there are a few in the lower bracket as well. Exclamation point B can give you more of that information. Neeb is still on the hook here to represent North America.
Wouldn't it be funny if we have tomorrow EU's qualifier and only NA people advance in that one? Wouldn't that be something?
Okay, yeah, that would actually be funny.
That would be funny, right? Yeah.
Oh, holy cow. Okay, lots that we didn't get to talk about just because we were transitioning so quickly. One thing that I gotta say, our admin team is like we are just clicking through these games. Mapu. I don't know if Mapu is like had a chance to sleep, eat, like move. It is just all StarCraft, baby. And
Yeah, we got some great overall people behind us indeed, yeah.
oh yeah, and I love it. It keeps the momentum going. We lose out on the lulls in the play, so hopefully you guys are enjoying this as well. So many people have been hitting that follow button. Absolutely grateful for you to do so. Please do consider hitting it if you haven't already, because you are going to want to be at the pulse of our tournament here, because all of our main event stuff's going to be taken right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. So you would not want to be the person. Wait, that was today? Oh, I didn't get a notification about it. Don't want to be that guy.
Indeed. Yeah. And that is truly a lot of stuff yet to come. I mean, after this one, we still have tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow will be the EU qualifiers and the second Korean qualifier. We still have the group stages as well. And afterwards, we have the grandiose, the playoffs. I will also be taking part. So, a lot of StarCraft to come for this premier tournament, the first one for Alpha X. So we're all very proud. And Showtime, he's throwing in some cheese again here. You know what? Keeping NA. Making the Dark Shrine right now.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we're just embracing the fact that this is an NA qualifier, and I can respect that. I mean, Showtime is going to get into that Dark Shrine, does want to make sure he protects against this incoming aggression from Clem. But Clem has been such a solid player in this tournament and has just been playing very, very well in all sorts of events. So he is going to make the most of this. Does actually get that Adept picked off. It does cost him what? It cost him the Reaper, but the Hellions are still available.
Yeah, he was trying to get in there with that Reaper nade, but great micro there from Showtime. Actually moving forwards that and denying that Reaper nade in a sense. So great micro overall there, keeping Clem away from the information. Now Clem doesn't know about the Dark Templars, of course. He's still playing it safe though. He's getting a missile turret right now. I believe that's in the main base. Yeah, in the we just saw it in that mineral line right there. So I believe he should be okay against this, especially because, again, we see that Viking right here. We saw that work out absolutely lovely against Nice the previous time we saw Clem in the TVP. There's the second missile turret. I mean, what else do you need? This is this should be a clean hold right here.
Well, he is still going to have to make the most of this here. Stimpack is actually under attack here. Good scan will be able to push those DTs back, so Stim should be allowed to finish. That should not be an issue, but now it's going to be a little bit of a dance here for Clem as he tries to corner these two DTs. A cute little play trying to make him into an Archon, but not going to be effective here. And Clem does manage to come out the top side of this better. He does lose 4 workers, but 4 workers for a handful of DTs, that's a pretty fair trade.
Yeah, it could be worse, right? You could have gotten out of there with 0. Single SCV there. Always wanted to be the Marine, the boy that could. 1 Dark Templar here, wailing away at whatever comes across the map. So Showtime does know that this is coming in. What's his response going to be? He's got 2 more gateways on the way. Shield batteries quickly gonna be put down immediately. He's still making another Dark Templar, interestingly enough. Wasn't quite expecting that. I guess there's no Raven, right? So if you have like 1 extra DT, that's secretly just kind of wailing away, forcing a scan. Overall, yeah, look at this. This is fantastic. He's buying so much time with a single Dark Templar.
Well, the nice thing is that he's made Clem spend so many scans.
Oh my God.
Oh, but this is not what he was looking for here. 8 workers gonna go down. Okay. I was just gonna say how great of a job Showtime was doing pulling Clem apart and keeping him distracted, but unfortunately for Showtime, Clem sneaks 1 by him. He's gonna lose more than a handful of workers, but still, to my point, I mean, Showtime was doing a great job keeping Clem occupied. All those scans are coming down. That's less mules. That's less economy. But it doesn't matter when Clem's able to get in and pick off workers and bring that worker count close again. So now only 52 to 46.
Yeah, the wall definitely showing some cracks right now. Suddenly, those 2 Hellions, I mean, it was just 2 Hellions, but still, it was like being back in 1989, where the wall actually was falling, and, well, that's a rough one. Honestly, Showtime was in such a good position. Still 10 workers ahead right now after losing those 12. It did take Clem a while to get that economic damage, so maybe that's a silver lining here, which kind of took comfort for Showtime, but oh my God, Clem, he just perfectly knows. Every single time I see Clem versus those, okay, well, he did just shoot his own command center, but I mean, every time I see him play against those disruptors, I'm always impressed with how he knows exactly, I can kill this disruptor, I need to split here, and it's so decisive, man. It is so impressive.
Well, this is actually Showtime at his finest right now, because he is continuing to play with these DTs, but notice how his DTs never clump up. He is always maneuvering them in slightly different positions, and even all the way across the map, he's making the most out of those units, and you can see in that units lost tab how things have evened up pretty well, and Showtime has been able to hang on to that economic advantage. Clem only now getting out to his 3rd base. In fact, it's not even completed. It's still 2/3 of the way done. And once again, it's gonna force Clem into another situation where, okay, there's another scan. How many mules has Showtime denied Clem this game? Sure, he's losing probes, but I think over time, Showtime's doing more damage by preventing Clem from being able to have access to those mules and forcing out a ton of scans. I think it's great play.
Yeah, I guess, you know, minerals are the more important resource for Terrans, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially in this bioforce that Clem is moving across the map with now. So while this is still a scary force, I don't think it's as scary as it could be. We're going to have 1 warp gate that is under fire here. That mine finally going to shoot, but only going to get 1 probe. And this is going to be a big doom drop into the main. Right now, Showtime is a bit out of position, but here come the DTs. Once again, it's going to have to be more scans forced out, and that's just going to mean there's more DTs attacking in other positions. And all things considered, Showtime doing a pretty good job of holding Clem back right now.
Yeah, considering the damage that he took, Showtime doing a marvelous job at kind of recuperating his losses. He's on 3 bases, looking to get his 4th base rather soon. It seems like actually overall this map, right, I haven't quite seen this just yet, but this 4th base and this 3rd base, they seem rather nicely, nicely positioned to defend with a Protoss Death Ball in a way, right? You can just stand here a little bit on the top, and then you have those, 4 choke points that you basically need to take care of. So having a couple of zealots, maybe observers standing in the neighborhood, and you should be able to defend these bases continuously. But Showtime not quite being on time there with the rotation. Well, only loses a pylon though, so still okay.
Okay, so I tried to say this yesterday about Jagannatha, and we never got a chance to, and now I have a moment here. I love the acceleration zones in this map, and here's why. On Death Aura, it feels like those acceleration zones are... everybody benefits from them because they're in a tight choke. and there's no way to avoid it. If you're going to go through it, you're going to go through it. But on this map where they're wide and spread out and they have space on all 4 sides, there's really cool and interesting ways that you can engage armies, either by taking the short route and going around those acceleration zones, or by going straight down the center, being a little more exposed, but getting that speed boost. And I cannot wait to see that interaction between these 2 armies. I think we're going to get a little bit of that as we get in here, especially with Clem's air versus ground forces here. And here's where we're going to get this interaction here. Showtime doing a nice job of splitting his army out, but Clem's going to try and pivot back here, get himself a better position, a little bit more of a choke. Showtime is going to push on forward here. Those Vikings are going to get on top of all of those Colossi, and every single one of them is going to come under fire. Now, one Colossi will stay alive, but now all the medevacs are getting picked off, and here's exactly what I was expecting. Showtime going to swing around to the top side, get a little bit of a speed boost here, and suddenly those Stalkers are able to be a part of this fight once again. Workers might have to be pulled off of this line, and they absolutely will, but those Archons are going to get so much work done, so much splash damage, and 10 workers going to go down. Big warp in behind it, as well as those Zealots will be able to add into the fight. That Colossus is still under fire here and still allowed it to add to the push, and Showtime just pushing it forward. GG is called, and game number 1 goes to our Protoss player. Very well played.
Yeah, Clem falling apart there a little bit in the end. Being across the map didn't mind it, honestly. It didn't seem like such a bad moment, but then suddenly he found himself completely engaged with the army of Showtime. And as you mentioned, yeah, the speed zones, right? Initially in that engagement, Showtime making use of that speed zone to get a little bit closer to Clem and perhaps get a bit more favorable trades, making it more difficult for Clem's to retreat. Then another one of those speed zones shows up, and yeah, Showtime just immediately in front of your base, right? Ready to pummel your SCV line.
Well, we talk about how Showtime is the wall. I mean, he is the defensive player. But how scary is it when you put that wall on wheels and you just drive it forward at 55 miles an hour, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, hold, stop, and he just barrels you down. So don't worry, tomorrow during the EU qualifier, I'm going to calculate that measurement out into kilometers for you. Or do you say kilometers?
Kilometers.
Kilometers, perfect. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I'll make sure to get that adjustment here, but it's going to be light shade for map number 2. People were commenting on the new maps, and our entire tournament is being played on the new map pool, which is incredibly cool. We love that. We think that is a really neat place. Someone's already done the math for me, 90 kilometers per hour, and that man cruising on forward at the speed of the wall. Our blue Protoss player playing for BIG. Give it up for Showtime. 1 win away from advancing.
His opponent right here, somebody that's absolutely magnificent in the TVP. The Red Terran from Team Liquid. He is Clem, the Frenchman. Viva la France.
You gotta hand it to Showtime. Clem has been playing very, very good StarCraft, and if you go back over the course of the like 2-3 months, Clem is like single-handedly up there. I mean, he's number 6 on Aligulac for a reason.
Yep.
But Showtime, showing that he had some tactics, showing that he had some abilities to be able to pull his opponent apart, and just stretch Clem a little bit thinner than he probably wanted to. But now it's going to be light shade here that he has to find a way to hold. It's going to be a shorter map. I think Clem is going to be able to strike in a lot more variety of ways here on this short map. The main base itself is gigantic, is drop city potential. And we're going to have to see if the blue Protoss player can actually stand the test here and hold and be Demauer like everyone knows it.
That's a good point, actually, yeah. And I'm wondering as well, like, whenever you do see these new maps, like, which areas are abusable, perhaps for Liberators and such. There's quite a bit of dead space behind some of these bases, right? The second and that third base that is kind of vertically above the natural base or below the natural base, depending on where you look. But yeah, definitely some abusable space there for a Liberator to bounce back and forth. So yeah, I'm hoping we're gonna get to see Clem get a bit more aggressive with that type of stuff over here. But you know what? Showtime already putting another pylon there across the map. I mean, it could just... No, it's probably not just a pylon there to just hide a pylon. He is going to put down a Stargate, I suspect.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be another proxy Stargate. I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. I mean, we saw that go really well in previous TVPs, and I think this is great for Showtime because, once again, like, you're going to always hear this with me. Like, every caster has their thing, right? And I know Kozan's sitting here like, yeah, Russian, you know. But there's so many people that...
Here comes the game.
Yeah, here he goes with the music talk. But we talk about controlling tempo and controlling the pulse of the game. And right now, game number 1, Showtime shows that he is able to slow Clem down. Hey, I don't want you to get your army all amassed up. You're going to burn scan after scan and hit me with lots less than you want. Now, game number 2, Showtime's going to say, okay, I'm just going to hit you early, and I'm going to hit you with something funky because we got an Oracle coming out of that proxy as well. So now we're going to see how Showtime can control the fast portion of this game, and if he can hold back Clem and those Hellions, you know, that could make that a little bit more difficult.
Clem has been very consistent, though, with this Viking play. Oh my god, he's just getting in here as well. Okay, now he doesn't see the Stargate, of course. He doesn't know about this, but he will be able to pick off a couple of those probes here. And you know what? 3 could become 5 here. There we go. That very much worth it. He has a Viking on the way. Has been very persistent about continuously building up that Viking count. So probably won't take too much. 3 SCVs. You know what? Overall, victory for Clem there, I would say. Doesn't get the Oracle though, so it's the one bummer. But oh my god, the big brains on this kid right here. Oh, Viking moving to intercept.
Yeah, that Viking is a good play here because that is going to push Showtime back. I don't think he can afford to throw away that Oracle. I don't even think he can afford to risk it at this point. So Oracle's going to go back home, try and provide a little bit of defense. Showtime's just going to go right into his macro, right into his bread and butter. He's getting that Blink Stalker on the way as well, but there goes the 3rd Nexus, and we're going to see Showtime move into a strategy he feels really comfortable doing, just building up back at home.
Mapu showing indeed something interesting here, that these 2 siege tanks, they are just hiding in the back, right? Clem, is he prepping up for some sort of an attack that he doesn't want Showtime to know about, right? He is sending those 2 tanks out right now. He's not bringing too many SCVs, right? I think I saw a couple. Maybe just for a couple of bunkers as well, like we saw against Nice.
I think it could be bunkers. It could also even just be something to repair those tanks and give the tanks a little extra tankiness, if you will, against potential Blink Stalkers. But yeah, Showtime is completely unaware of this. He's got Stalkers out onto the map, but now they're going to be completely out of position here. These tanks will have an opportunity to siege up, and they will be able to do that. Blink Stalkers are not quite done just yet. Now both tanks are going to be able to siege up. This is getting really dicey here, Kozan.
Yeah, those Vikings on the ground as well, actually helping out a little bit here. Actually, make 3 Vikings. He's still making Vikings. Not quite sure. The Stocks on the top side kind of just cut away from the place where they want to be right now. Together with the rest of his units defending those probes. The probes, a lot of them already going down. The siege tank still standing strong. Blink is ready, so he can try to jump on top of that, on top of the siege tanks right now, but it seems too little, too late. GG is called, and Clem takes the game there with a very, very nice timing. That just went unscouted by Showtime, right? Had no idea that was coming. Getting blindsided, and probably if he knew this was coming, he would have been able to set up with those Stalkers, be across the map, force those siege tanks to siege up a couple of times, get himself some extra shield batteries, and be absolutely fine. But Clem keeping it hidden, making sure Showtime had no idea that was coming in, and that being the exact reason why Clem made that work out so well for himself.
Oh, I love this. I love this more than anything because that means we get a game number 3 between these 2 players, and Clem showing that, okay, I can play your game. If you wanna be cheeky and you wanna force me into these types of plays, I will absolutely do that because I know I want to advance forward. So we are going to get a game number 3 here on our qualifying match. So the winner of this next game will be moving on to our main event next week. And we're going to be going to Romanticide. Kozan. I love this name. I love it so much. Such a cool map.
Romanticide.
Yeah.
For a moment, I thought you were talking about my name. I was like, oh my.
Well, I mean, we can talk more
Always
about how much...
self-absorbed.
Not everything's about you, Kozan. What the heck? But we can talk more about my love of Kozan a little bit later on. Maybe not when I have a 1,100 of our best friends, which, by the way, thank you, everyone, for hanging out here with us today. What a powerful community for StarCraft love. And we are jumping in to Romanticide here. Map number 3. All the marbles on the table for this man spawning in the top left for BIG. Make some love for showtime.
And his opponent, the Red Frenchman, he's little, but don't overlook him. He is Liquid's Clem. Is he still little, actually? He must be growing quite a bit now, right?
I feel like when I saw a video of him from DreamHack Fall, like he looked very string beanie. So he's doing that thing that you do in your teenage years where all of a sudden you're just like short. And then in 2 weeks, oh, I grew 7 inches. What happened?
I'm a beanstalk now.
Yeah, I weigh exactly the same amount as I did 2 months ago, but I am much taller.
Yeah, it happens that way, doesn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
well. Oh, well. Good for him. We don't have to put extra pillows on his chest once he comes over for the tournaments to wreck everybody, you know?
When we go out to dinner after events, we don't have to ask for the booster seat at the restaurant. Although, here you go. You want to talk about somebody who's had a glow up over the last couple of years? Go out and find a picture of Raynor from like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, yes.
And then look at a picture of him from DreamHack Masters Fall. My dude's grown up a lot in the last couple of years. So very, very fun.
Italians already not the tallest people in Europe, right?
Italians? Oh, no, that's definitely the Dutch. That's definitely the Netherlands. The Netherlands, probably Sweden, some of that upper Nordic.
Yeah.
That's where you grow them tall.
True. Anyway, this game, it's opening up regular right now. Nothing being proxied. That second pylon in front of Showtime space. Clem is getting a quick factory here, but it's nothing too off the regular beating path, right? So, have to wait and see. Clem, I suspect that once again we're going to be seeing that double Hellion play here into something else. We'll have to keep our eye open. And Showtime going for the Stargate. King of Battles, that probe checking it out. He's like, where can I see this? Where can I follow this? I forgot to put a Twitch link there, Mr. Probe. You're gonna have to check the internet.
What? Wait, did the internet? What? What's
internet?
that? What's it for, Kozan? That's the real question.
You know what? These questions of yours. Sometimes
I just like asking questions. I just like knowing things. And here's something that Showtime knows. He knows that Clem was trying to do a cheeky little starport proxy, and that was not going to fly. Adept's going to be able to shut that down.
Yeah, would have been nice. But, you know, it's kind of good that it gets scouted at that moment in time, right? Not when the Stargate or the starport is about to be finished, and then suddenly you're just sitting there with a starport that's at like 90%. That on its own could already be a GG against somebody as strong as Showtime.
Well, I don't think that Clem's going to sweat that one too much. While it does probably upset his plans, he did immediately get that starport down back at home, so he's not going to lose a whole lot of time on it. He's just going to lose a lot of the surprise factor. So Clem's going to be able to come with these Hellions and try and, again, do the thing. Is that a full wall? I think so. Oh, not anymore. But 3 Adepts is rather scary for Hellions, so he doesn't want to risk it. Just going to drive those off, at least for now. But here comes the Oracle here, and the Oracle should be able to get a little bit of damage done before those Marines show up, and he might actually just even engage the Marines.
Yeah, and that slow down on that starport now really showing, of course, doesn't have a Viking here. Getting a bit of damage, 5 workers. Let's see how well these Hellions can still do. I don't think they're going to get anywhere near the amount, but you know what? 4, 5. Okay. 5 versus 7. Ugh. Still favored for Showtime there, but
I mean, that's a perfect engagement. 5 out of 7, right? It's perfect.
5 out of 7.
5 out of 7. Perfect score. Love it.
It's, you know,
I think, though,
it's a B.
in all honesty, is he going to get that Oracle? I think he gave up on it last second. Clem, you got to be aggressive, my dude. But Showtime, 42 to 29 workers. I think Clem losing out on that worker count, that is a huge damage here because you can even see the units lost. I mean, it's almost 1,000 minerals to 350 of Showtime. And Clem's going to have a difficult time pulling that back. Again, I will always stress mules are good, but they're not 15 to 20 workers down good.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know what? But if anyone can make it work, you know, it should be Clem. You would expect Clem to still be able to make something out of this. It's a rough one, though, right? Just straight off the bat to have something like that happen. It's a rough one. But to be fair, like, Clem, he doesn't see the work account overall, right? So, I guess he knows that he's lower than he is supposed to be, but the difference right now is not visible for him. So, perhaps that will relax him a little bit. Not quite knowing the exact difference right now being quite substantial.
All right, so Stalker's going to come on in here to the natural and immediately are just going to nope right back out of there. Tank on the high ground, tank on the low ground should be able to secure this position. But more than anything, Showtime just needs information. He needs to know that his opponent's not on third base, which he's just scouted now. He also needed to know how many workers he had on the natural. He's actually just going to blink on in. This is a wonderful engagement here. Showtime's going to continue to cause chaos, and that could potentially make issues for Clem down at the front side of his base. Great revelation onto all of these Marines, so we'll be able to see those move forward. So now these Stalkers will be able to just blink out one at a time and then finally all at once. And he actually gets out right before Stim Pack is allowed to be completed. So Showtime continuing to advance forward here. He's going to grab charge. He's grabbing that +1 armor. He's putting himself in a great spot, and he's making Clem work for it. Holy cow, he's baiting it right into that stasis trap. And that, I think he could be even braver there, but 3 tanks would deal pretty well against those Stalkers. Kozan, are we watching Clem slip and fall here?
I mean, this is I think Showtime just marvelously doing things differently, adjusting from the previous match, right? We saw Clem the previous time getting across the fields with the Stalkers, being very defensive. This time around, he's being offensive with those Stalkers. He's ready. He's forcing those siege tanks to continuously siege up. He's already picked off a Cyclone as well. He's picked off a Viking, negating a lot of the punch overall, picking off Marines here and there. Just buying a load of time, right? Continuously just forcing Clem in a weird situation where he's like, all right, well, do I siege up? Do I not siege up? Do I stim? Don't I stim? You know, every forced stim right here. He only has 3 medevacs. That is not a lot. And that energy, that will run dry eventually if this fight... Oh my god, that's a lot of zealots. Oh my dear lord.
Oh, here they come. Dun, 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 dun. And that is just going to be so many force fields on the backside here. All of those zealots just going to chew through the army of Clem, and Clem is going to be forced back to his base with his tail between his legs, and unfortunately there's not going to be much base to return to. GG is called. The wall stands. Showtime advances forward into our main event. Well played by our Protoss player.
Yeah, very well played indeed. All these games between these two ending rather early on. Not quite what I was expecting from these two. I thought that, you know, 2 very solid players, but then again, I suppose once you have 2 very solid players trying to be a bit more aggressive, you know what, eventually one of them is going to bleed, and the other one is going to find a way to just kind of ferry that game into a safe haven where they can take the victory rather nicely. And that's exactly what Showtime managed to do a couple of times there. Very well done, and wow, he's another qualified player right now.
Yeah, and I think we have to note it's 2 EU players qualifying on the NA qualifier, but you know, it's all good. It's all good in the hood here for the King of Battles International Championship. There's a reason it's international, because we want all sorts of good stuff here. We have some good updates. If you check !B or !bracket in the chat, you can see how that bracket is shaping up, because our winner's side of the bracket is now officially complete, but we aren't done with games just yet. Of course, Liquid Mana and BIG Showtime advancing forward, but we still have one more player that we need to add to our qualified list. And there's actually a lot of StarCraft left to play. So if you look on the bottom side of the bracket, or I'm looking, chat, at losers round 5 and 6 is where we're spending most of our time. So we are going to be taking a short break here. I don't know who we're going to jump into just yet. Maybe I will wait so that way I can make our beautiful graphic happen here. Let's see.
I would like
Cozy,
to talk about the bracket as well, honestly. Like, there's
I was
some,
gonna
there's
say,
some
go for
interesting stuff here.
yeah, go for it, Cozy.
All right. So right now, there's still quite a lot of them. We see Massa actually having quite a good run on the loser bracket as well. He's managed to take out B 2-1 and fighting off Petit Drogo as well. Two pretty darn strong players from the European scene. This Canadian Terran is just strafing on through. We might see a Nice versus Massa rematch, actually, if Nice manages to go up against Namshar or Kellezer and take the victory there. Some other players that are worth noting here, Bly and Gerald's also going face-to-face here in the loser bracket. That is probably one that Bly will win. I've seen the overall win-loss rate there for Gerald versus Bly. It's not fantastic. I know Gerald. I think Gerald just kind of mentally blocks himself from winning against Bly. Definitely something he has to overcome. And then Thermal versus Future as well. A TVT happening.
Well,
we're hoping in though in the next one.
Just gonna say, I hate to interrupt you because you got lots of good stuff to share, but we are gonna be joining a game already, or a series already in process. It is a TVZ. It's going to be Namshar versus Kellezer. So no break for us, Kozan. We're working for our pennies and our dollars today, and our euros and our euro cents, because
that's right.
That's what I get paid, right? Spawning in the bottom right of Death
Euros.
Aura, 1-1 for all the marbles. Playing for Psystorm Gaming. Give it up for Namshar.
And his opponent right here, it is the blue Terran player from Brazil. He is, of course, Kellezer, fighting for... What was his team again?
Archangel Gaming.
Wasn't it? That's right. Archangel Gaming.
So we're already on a game number 3. Both of these players have had a chance to take a game off of each other, but already Kellezer getting a little antsy out on the map there, Kozan. That's not normally where you send an SEV.
Well, unless if you want to, be a sneaky little man, you unlock your inner Maru. That's what we're seeing here from Kellezer. Kellezer is really good with this micro as well of the 2 Rex. Namshar, though, Namshar has been on absolute fire recently. He is, honestly, his DreamHack run wasn't all too impressive overall, but after that, I have been seeing some results from this man that are ready to kick you in the groin, perhaps. It is quite stellar. Great performance overall. Let's see how he holds on to the marbles, though, when he's up against this double Rex that is going unscouted. It is only a double Rex, though, so it's not completely all in. Namshar can pull drones against this as soon as he does notice that this is coming in. He still has that Overlord, of course, in front of the natural base. It's going to see eventually here. No hidden bunker should be coming up. There we go. Let's see. Does he pull drones? He pulls one of them so far. Sees that there is, in fact, the bunkers.
Oh, this is actually a problem for Namshar, though, because he didn't see that first bunker go down. So now he's going to have to pull all of these drones to try and deal with this. It's a good drone count number to go out against the Marines, because drones are faster than Marines in any capacity, and they should be able to out DPS in small numbers. But great surround here. He's going to get on top of all of those Marines, and those Marines will go down. He has lost 3 so far. That's not an insignificant number, but it's great micro that should be able to surround this. I don't know if Kellezer can afford to lose this last Marine. He needs everyone he can get.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's like 3 great surrounds there in a row. Namshar, he holds this very, very comfortably. And immediately, you know what, goes back to mining. I know that Kalizer is ahead still in 4 workers. Like, he's mining pretty comfortably, right? It's not completely all in the double barracks, but it's going to be a while until he has more stuff coming up here. Trying to be a little bit sneaky here. I have seen this work as well, actually. This is incredibly funny. If it does, just move your barracks slightly further backwards and just start up making a lot of Reapers. And then just kill a ton of drones that way. And still win the game. Yeah. But, yeah, it gets spotted immediately here by Namshar as well. The speed isn't quite ready yet, but I think he should be able to hold that off with his queens alone.
I mean, this is a rough position for Kalizer to try and play from. I mean, anytime... I know 2 barracks isn't a huge sacrifice, but when you delay the factory as long as Kalizer did, you delay that second base as long as Kalizer did, it's certainly not a place that you want to play from. Now, Kalizer's going to try and double down behind it. He's got a 3rd command center on the way. So he's gonna see if he can catch Namshar sleeping a little bit. It's like, oh, I'm gonna back off. I'm not gonna push really hard. I'm just gonna get those drones out. And so far right now, that's exactly what Namshar is doing. He's trying to get that worker lead back into place. And Kalizer's able to scout this with the Reapers as well. So I don't know. I think Kalizer's doing the right thing. It's just a really risky play.
Yeah, overall, I'm liking it. You know, he's making use of those Reapers. He's keeping tabs on Namshar. Are you making more army units? Do you have a Roach Warren? Like, he sees absolutely everything, right? So, in a sense, if he does see Namshar pulling the trigger of, all right, let me get super aggressive here, Kalizer will have time to start preparing for it, in a sense, right? He will be able to get a lot of bunkers down, maybe just turtle up in his main base, and just try to get some more defenses out here. But what he sees is pretty much Namshar droning away happily, realizing, you know what, I'm pretty sure he saw the 3 command center as well, right?
I don't know that he's seen it just yet, unless the Overlord got him.
I think, yeah, maybe, but you know what, seeing how many drones he's making right now, it makes me feel like he did see it. You know, because of just the sheer amount of free droning he's doing, which is what you can do once you're going up against that triple command center. If he didn't see it before, he's definitely going to see it now.
I think this actually might be the first time that he's seeing that 3rd base come down onto the map. Because honestly, if you're Namshar, I think you'd be less empowered to drone up. If you see that your Terran opponent, okay, just failed a proxy and now he's going to go for that quick 3rd base, I would say, no, let's make a bunch of lings. Let's flood on over. Let's really disrupt that process and force him to build more army units. But instead, Namshar is just spreading out, trying to get himself an upgrade or an upgrade advantage, trying to get himself an economic advantage. He does get a chance to see the Banshee cloak that's being researched right now, and that I think should give him some signals to start getting ready for a positioning, because it's actually going to be a battle cruiser.
It was a fake
the whole time.
Yeah, a nice play there, a little bit from Kalizer. You know what? Trying to make the best out of that situation. Oh dear.
Game paused.
Pause. But yeah, it's interesting, right? So the benches, they have a little bit of a response that isn't as enormous as when going up against the battle cruisers. So making it look like it is going to be Banshee here, a smart play, right? Trying to make the best out of that situation. If you see that starport making something without something also on the tech lab, very quickly you will just assume that it is going to be the battle cruisers. Namshar probably not putting it out of his mind just yet that it could still be battle cruisers as well.
Well, and I think it'll be interesting to see if he can go back in with the scout or not, but it looks like the Overlord was actually cleared out of the main base. Right now, we are just waiting for a brief second. It looks like Kalizer actually had somebody at his door show up, so it's probably like a DoorDash or something like that. And he's like, yo, I'm trying to play a game here. Thank you for my Chinese food. And just like shuffling him out the door, but kind of a funny turn of events in regards to like playing from home, right? This would never happen.
Yeah.
at a main event, your DoorDash person's gonna get bounced by like 20 other hungry StarCraft nerds.
Hold up! Somebody set the booth of my the door of my booth. I need to.
All right, we're gonna jump back in. Thanks so much for the patience, folks. But yeah, I kind of agree with your point here. I know Kelliger is gonna try and pull a fast one on Namshar once again. And I wonder if Namshar is going to sense it coming here. But these Hellions are going to get a lot of harassment done on these queens. Picking off a queen with Hellions and Reapers, that's pretty good for Kelliger. He'll take that.
Yeah, getting some creep as well, right? Always important to force that creep backwards. And we have more factories on the way, just fully going for the mech right now. I'm not quite sure if we already have an armory on the map as well, but that would kind of signify whether... Okay, no, there's the 2 armories. So most likely the BC will be just teleporting straight into the main base, most likely with these Hellions pulling the queens so far away from this location. And there we go, immediately getting some drone kills there. A quick way out of the Zerg Plaza as well, of course, through this area on the top right. Well done, 5 kills so far, make that 7, and a queen down. Not too bad for a first battle cruiser.
Well, Kelliger's trying to expand upon his sneakiness, and he's actually making that work here. Namshar's creep spread pretty good, though, forcing Kelliger to really focus on bringing that back, but his battle cruiser has yet to be dealt with, and Yamato Cannon is just now finishing up. So now the BC will be able to have more extenuating power, and we're already out to more production here. Ooh, this is actually a very good concave against those roaches. They should be able to get some good damage done, but there's enough roaches here. Kelliger might actually have to pull that battle cruiser back home to deal with this.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he tried to take that fight, actually. Yeah, moves backwards now. Now he has that siege tank there, right? That's definitely going to help out. The wall just barely gets blocked there. Nice positioning with those SCVs. We'll be able to keep the siege tank up. Well done indeed. Unsieging the siege tank. Okay.
I don't understand why he did, though. I mean, the siege tank's going to die anyways. Why not take 3 or 4 more shots? But Kelliger dialing up the plan there. He's going to lose 15 workers for his trouble. Second Banshee does actually, or Battlecruiser, excuse me, does pop out. The first one does warp back home, so now that's going to be less harassment happening across the map here for Kelliger. But it comes at the cost of 22 workers, and Namshar making the most of those roaches, and he's just got more roaches on the way, plus a Spire's just about done.
Yeah, for sure. That's a lot of worker kills, wasn't it? Like 22?
22 is a lot.
Yeah. No, a mech army, of course, still quite capable of dishing out a punch, but we're already seeing the response coming up here for Namshar. And roaches, ravagers, they do okay against the early parts of that mech army, especially if you're going straight into the Thors and such, right? You're kind of seeing a skip with the Cyclones here for Kelliger. He's not really committing to any type of Cyclone whatsoever, let alone the upgrade for the Cyclone. The heavy pew-pew cannons upgrade. But
I think that's the technical name for it, right? Pew-pew?
Yeah, it's the real... Okay. That's how people call it.
All right, these battle cruisers are going to try and get more work done. A couple of queens do get picked off. This one battle cruiser, I was going to say, is being very, very bold here, trying to wait as long as possible. But more than anything, Kelliger's just trying to buy himself time. He wants to get those Thors out onto the map. He wants to start getting more pieces of his puzzle to be able to storm across the map and get more work done. But it's a lot of Corruptors. It's a lot of Roach Ravager to deal with here. Kelliger is in a really rough spot. I mean, look at the supply, 182 to 121, 60 army supply down. Kozan, I don't do math on stream, but that one's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's not looking all too fantastic here for Kelliger, but his army composition is very strong, right? Most of the army supply of Namshar right now in those roaches. The Corruptors, though, I'm kind of interested as well. Like, these Thors immediately being created here. I wonder if that is in response to the Spire being a very likely situation. But anyway, coming up right now, a massive fight here. These battlecruisers, they are going down. The Thors doing okay. Then we need to see some repairs on those, but not quite happening right now. Okay, there it is, the mass repair. Man, that repair is good, isn't it? Jeez Louise. Okay, now it goes down. GG. Yeah, that's game. That is game.
Yeah, very well played by both players here. Unfortunately, Kal'Jir is going to be eliminated, and Namshar continues to move onward into the bracket. Now, that was not a qualifying match, so no panicking from anybody at this point, but unfortunately, Kal'Jir has been eliminated. If he wants to advance forward, he will have to try one more time tomorrow on the EU qualifier. So that now puts us into an interesting position here. So it's going to be Nice versus Namshar in that next match. Some of the other setups here, we got Bly versus Euthermal. That actually would be a pretty hype game to cover. Masa waiting for the winner of Nice Namshar. Then Clem is waiting for the winner of Bly Euthermal. So Kozan, I'm gonna hold control here because I know that we need to pay some bills here. Of course, we have wonderful people helping sponsor this event, and one of our primary sponsors is in fact Strive. Strive doing lots of great things here for us at Alpha X. Strive, Biltong, and Maturino are partnering to create a special opportunity for fans of this tournament. They're offering 20% off all products on Strive's website using the code AlphaX20. For every 5 purchases with the code, Maturino will donate $25 directly to the prize pool and $100 for every 30 orders completed. And you must use that code at checkout, AlphaX20. 2 lucky buyers will also stand a chance to win an Alpha X jersey, hoodie, or jacket. And I can tell you, those Sector 6 clothing items, they are comfy. They are awesome. You definitely want to be a winner of one of those different prizes. So thank you so much to Strive and Maturino for sponsoring us. And check out some delicious and healthy biltong meat snacks brought to you by Strive. And again, I got to show off the awesome packaging here. I actually had one of these. They sent me a couple of these. So thanks for Strive and Maturino for hooking me up. Have you had a chance to try some of the beef biltong from Strive yet, Kozan?
No.
Oh, it's actually really tasty. I like beef jerky.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm from the Midwest in the United States. Beef jerky is a very popular treat here, and I really enjoyed this. This is really good. It's really healthy for you. I think like this whole container has like 200 calories, which is pretty good. So I really encourage you to check that out. Thanks so much to them. We are going to take a short break here, and when we return, it is going to be more StarCraft coming your way. It does look like it's going to be Namshar versus Nice. You guys are watching the... I can't type and do this at the same time. You guys are watching the King of Battles International Championship North American Qualifier right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back right after this short break. Be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Qualifier, the King of Battles International Championship. My name is Rushy. I am here with Kozan. Kozan, it is legit getting late for you, my dude. I mean, did you ask your mom ahead of time before if you could stay up this late today?
Don't tell her, please.
But of course, you're not the only European that's staying up late tonight. We've got a lot of Europeans still competing in our bracket here. Of course, everyone can take a look at that exclamation point B in the chat if you want to see how everything is shaking out. But we're going to jump in to another ZVP. It's going to be Namshar versus Nice. We've seen Nice a couple of times today, but definitely a first time in the lower bracket. So is he going to be able to hang on and advance forward, or is Namshar going to come and kind of spoil his day?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I mentioned it in the stream chat before. Namshar, his CVP right now is pretty darn stellar. He's very good at it. And we're about to see exactly why in the top left side. Alpha X's Taiwanese Protoss. He is in the blue. He is particularly nice.
Oh, there it goes.
Had to put something in there.
Nah, you're good. And spawning in the bottom right of Death Aura, our red Zerg. Playing from North America, it's Namshar of Psystorm Gaming.
Actually, he's Swedish, but
Well, he's playing
No,
from.
wait, is he in? He's in Canada, right?
Yeah, I think he's living in Canada
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. We saw the Canadian qualifiers after all, so.
So, whew. No, this has been a really good day. Like, I mean, I just need to stress once again, because we mentioned this before, but we would be remiss not to bring up all of the amazing admin working behind the scenes right now. Like, I've got Vitamin and Sushi and Mapu that are just absolutely workhorses on the backside of this event, helping us out, making sure everything runs smoothly. And we've gotten a lot of comments in the chat about how they enjoy the lack of downtime, how we're not waiting for constant events. And honestly, all of that is because of these amazing people working behind the scenes. So if you get a chance to see Alpha X admin, whether you hit them up on Twitter or just even post something in the chat, tell them thank you, because they are working really, really hard. They make our job, Kozan, I think, insanely easy. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, it is so nice. Normally, you know what, both of us are probably used to just having cast be like us doing most of the stuff, right? We're trying to fork all the players together. We're trying to get the game lobbies that we're supposed to be in. We're communicating with the rule book, being like, wait, what is supposed to happen in these situations? And then, you know what, we're doing all the streaming stuff and all of that. This is just so relaxing overall. This is just a nice experience, you know, for I guess both of us in a sense, right? Yeah, I mean, it makes it so fun when a lot of the hard work is covered by some awesome people. So very grateful to them. I do also need to make sure to mention, because I got a note during our break that our partner from Strive and Matcherino wanted us to know that there are 10 orders for the Strive deal already done, which is super cool. Thanks so much, everyone, for taking advantage of that. Apparently, at 30 orders, it's an additional $100 into this prize pool. I mean, we've already got such a big prize pool, and Matcherino and Strive look at it and go, well, yeah, but it could be bigger. So we think it's super cool that they are a part of that initiative. Let's get that 20 orders taken care of. I mean, this is really tasty product here. I love the Strive that I have. I will definitely be getting more for myself, but if you're thinking about it, consider it, because you could potentially help add extra money to our prize pool, and that's just going straight to our players, baby.
Oh yeah, that's very much true. Looking at this game right now, I'm seeing something very similar as the games that we saw from Neeb earlier on, I believe it was, right? With the Void Ray, yeah, opening up.
Yeah, it's very true. We might be stumbling upon a new meta build, if you will, because it's once again it's going to be a Void Ray into Oracle play and immediately cleans up all of those pesky overlords.
Yeah. Now it did look like Vanya went up against it very quickly. Started to figure out what to do against it as well, ultimately, right? He lost, like, what was it, 10 workers due to 2 adepts, and he still just managed to beat this stuff. I mean, not quite sure if it is the exact same stuff. We will need to see 2 extra Stargates coming down pretty soon. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, an interesting composition, and one of those nice things that a Protoss can mix into a build, right? They don't have to do this every time. Protoss, Adept Glaives was that thing you were doing continuously every single game. It's not necessary anymore. There's other stuff to kind of, you know, mix in there and make the Zerg continuously guess what is happening.
Well, I think right now Nice is trying to get Namchar to blink a little bit here, getting these Adepts up and in. Is this going to be Glaive Adepts? Is this going to transition into Glaive Adepts? Well, not at this point. I mean, it's just now tossing down the Twilight Council, so there's a potential that this could be a follow-up here, but it's going to be a couple of Oracles alongside the Void Ray that is now currently harassing the main base of Namchar. But these Oracles are going to go completely unscouted. As long as Nice has something to defend back at home, okay, there are 2 of these Spore Crawlers, so I suppose this is going to be just fine. But still, we'll get a couple of kills on drones. But now Nice needs to have something to defend against these Zerglings, and it looks like absolutely he'll be just fine.
And I'm sure just like, I knew you were going to bring 2 Oracles. That's why I brought myself 2 Spore Crawlers here. All prepped and ready.
Dude, the buddy rule is strong. Don't underestimate it.
Very much, yeah. Stick together. Okay, now we do have ourselves a Robo on the way here together with the Templar Archives. So definitely not the same kind of Void Ray stuff, right, that we saw earlier today, but you know, it's kind of the power of the Protoss. You can kind of make something that looks like one thing, and then just kind of make it go into all sorts of other pathways, right? Whether it be the Void Rays with extra gateways, or Stargates, I mean, or extra gateways with the Charge and the Templar Archives. Nice here, off of 3 base, adding in 6 extra gateways and Charge. He didn't get... You think he may start getting aggressive with this?
I mean,
I guess what I want to know.
I don't see why Nice wouldn't get aggressive at this point. I mean, Namchar is trying to expand. He is taking that 4th base now, and wants to continue getting more and more kills with these Oracles. Not going to quite find the kills that he's looking for, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him try and clean this all off. I mean, he is killing all of the scouting units of Namchar. Namchar is going to have to continually run more and more units out. And he actually has an Overseer coming right now that's going to start scooping through. Now, Nice, on to his credit, is starting his 4th base. Lurker's going to be coming down for Namchar as well. I think for Nice's sake, Nice needs to get aggressive because Lurkers are going to start to ruin his day.
Yeah, we did see a massive wave of extra drones just now coming up, so maybe this is a good moment for him to get across the fields and start really hammering down with the Protoss hammer here. Still has those 2 Oracles in the backside as well, trying to divert attention away. Let's see, how much actual army supply do we have for Namchar? It's not that much, right? Couple of Zealots in the main base as well. This could start adding up a little bit here if he gets them out of there. Okay, yeah. And then he moves back with the rest of his forces. Yeah, maybe he was just trying to force out some more roaches and such out of Namchar. I guess that worked, right, overall. But I'm so incredibly worried right now for Nice. I've seen Namchar do this late game ZVP already for a while. He really is, he is a miraculous Lurker user. He doesn't mess around with them. He knows how to use them. He's been using them for a while before they even became the meta, and well, it shows. He is quite capable with those pesky spine boys.
Well, here's where Nice is going to start thriving. I mean, he's getting his Psystorm. Psystorm is just now completing up. His Fleet Beacon is just now finishing as well, and he's going to start bunkering up here. He's got those cannons starting to produce at that 4th base location. 4 base Protoss is super, super scary, especially when they can start making carriers. And I imagine Nice is going to start that carrier production here any second now. and is just continuing to harass. Now, to Namshar's credit, doing a very good job of controlling that harassment, not losing a whole lot. But look at all of those high temps, and they're just kind of all out by themselves. That Archon, though, is, I mean, that's like the bouncer at the club. Like, no, sorry, too many people in the club. You just got to stand there and, like, bounce them out. So.
Yeah. It's like playing a shooter game that's like a team shooter game, and then, like, one of your friends is just standing in a doorway, not allowing anybody else to leave the room. That's kind of what it felt like to me. Just laughing, giggling at himself. Anyway, he is moving across the field. A lot of cannons here ready with that Void Ray. You know, and the Void Ray is still coming in handy here. Needs to start overcharging perhaps as well. Spine Crawlers, both these players making good use of their static defenses.
Yeah, this is where Namshar is doing a lot better than his Zerg brethren behind him. He's got that static D back at home. This one carrier will do as much work as possible, but it's going to be more and more troubles here for Namshar. Not able to deal with that run by at that fourth base right now. He's going to have to bring a lot back home. These lurkers are kind of caught out of position as well. Namshar is kind of falling apart here all of a sudden.
Yeah, Namshar is losing a couple of workers here. I think he's still going to be okay, right? 87 workers. It's looking fine. Like, you don't need that many with this type of style anyway, right? The lurker style. You're going to be okay with kind of losing a couple of workers actually at this point. I think you may actually want to open up more supply for more lurkers. But yeah, it is just an extremely tough overall army composition here for the Protoss to deal with at the moment, right? And I've not really seen the perfect counter against this, as long as the Zerg plays this to a T, of course, right? It's very difficult to play this to a T. As we're seeing right now, already losing one of those lurkers. Trying to get into a good position. Not that many Hydralisks here, actually, either. It's a fine balance you need to walk. One good storm, and those carriers should be able to clean up the rest of the forces here.
But this is really good positioning, and with Vipers here, I think that's going to be really difficult to deal with, and the Vipers are immediately going to start pulling all of these juicy carriers. The Hydras will get to work, and that is going to be that for the carriers. But a really nice Zealot run by here is going to pick up a lot of these drones. 11 drones do go down. Now the storms are going to start coming out. This is a lot better engagement here for Nice. Namshar caught a little bit off guard with those Hydras at the back. They're not going to be able to support as well as they possibly can at the front, but it's another huge Zealot run by. I think that's just the one that came from the fourth base. 30 drones have gone down, and now Nice is pushing Namshar back across the map.
What is happening here? Namshar just getting called out a little bit with his army there. It felt like he was, cleaning up all the carriers, and then suddenly, I think he was just trying to pay a little bit too much attention at home. What a nice maneuver there from Nice, sending in those Zealots across the field. 38 workers. I said he can lose a couple, but that is too many. Has definitely some severe damage being taken, and this base is under a heavy pressure right now, actually. And I think it may go down. He's trying to keep it alive for as long as possible. Of course, that will reduce the overall arc available for these Hydras to take this fight. But man, what a show so far from Nice here. It gets one carrier abducted, the other two, I'm not even sure if they will go down here. There's no storm available, actually. That's a big deal, especially because we don't have any Colossi or Disruptors either to incorporate a bit of AoE damage. He needs to have those storms. There we go. As the one incredibly important part here against those Hydras. Where is the rest of the storms? We don't have them just yet. The carriers also died, so in a way, I think we're again in a little bit of a tied-up situation. Maybe Nice with a small lead. Yeah. A small lead. I'm cautiously saying.
As a Zerg player, anytime you let a Protoss get that fourth base secured, you are just in for the long haul. And Namshar doesn't have the bases that he needs to outproduce this this Protoss player, because it's going to take just about every single unit you have to try and get an army trade that you can actually push back across with. And by the time you trade out efficiently, your opponent's already warped in back at home. There's nothing for you to do. There's cannons everywhere, and it's just continually more and more difficult uphill battles. And Namshar's kind of stuck in that point right now, and he's down workers on top of it. Now, he has droned up almost to a point where he can match Nice again, but I feel like he's got to take one of these bases down. One of these outside bases could be open enough to get on top of, but right now Nice is just rotating really well, and some great revelations is just going to make this more difficult. But some huge storms are going to coat all of these lurkers. Lurkers are going to be really softened up. This is not what he needs. The Vipers are going to have to get some really clutch pulls, but once again, it's just more and more carrier production. As soon as he can kill them, two more replace themselves.
Man, okay, yeah. Nice is really staying on top of the micro here. The revelation on top of the Hydras and the Lurkers continuously just showing where the Vipers are as well. Very important. Okay, bless you, Mr. Rushy as well, of course.
My mic was muted. How did that happen? Oh, you
well,
can
maybe
hear me.
just put the stream icons to you, yeah. Oh, that's awkward. People just think I'm I'm just saying some weird stuff. I don't know exactly, but anyway, Nice here, sending in those zealots on the left side, doing a great job. Actually, the Lurkers entirely left on their lonesome. You managed to escape that just barely. The carriers can still cut them off though slightly. Hydras here fighting against the zealots. I suppose that is a nice little battle there for Namshar. Namshar, though, the one thing I'm really missing here from him is just a bunch of spore crawlers, right? Your max supply as a Zerg, you need to start making those spore crawlers. And then, you know what, just keep your army together with those spore crawlers. Slowly keep pushing further forwards and just play it super turtily, right? Because that is the way you beat these big, beefy, carrier, High Templar armies. You just stay super efficient for as long as possible. And you just take small, tiny encroaches upon the map.
Well, and
that's what I'm used to.
He's got to find a way to secure another base here, because he cannot get 5. Oh, is he going to get the recall out? No way. He's got a carrier out. That's impressive. That's way more than he should have, in my opinion. But as a Zerg player, I mean, Namshar has got to secure his 6th and 7th base. He cannot live on 5 bases alone. He is always going to trade inefficiently compared to the Protoss player, and starting to catch up here. I mean, 15,800 to 16,540. Every single base that gets killed, like this one right there, not a cancel, is just going to add to that list over time. And Namshar's not even able to get to a point where he can max out. He's got the resources to do it, but he's got to find a way to engage this army. And right now, it's just not happening for him. He is going to get over here with lurkers on this base, but all these cannons are going to be able to spot for the zealots. Nice could just push on in if he wanted to. Although Namshar's going to make the most of this right now. All of those cannons will get picked off. Some more zealots get warped in. And now I think this will eventually get cleaned up. The army's being brought back to deal with this. It does open up Namshar on the right-hand side of the map. He is going to try and take a base, but Nice is already there as well.
Yeah, some good ping-ponging here from Namshar, and Nice is kind of falling for it, right? The left side now once again open, and Nice push getting pushed over there. On the right side, great feedbacks again. Man, he's really been on top of his feedbacks. That is thoroughly impressive. I'm liking the army composition of Nice here overall, right? He has those Archons for a bit of a beefy undercarriage of those carriers. In case there are Corruptors or something coming in, and he has something to blow those up. He has a good amount of Immortals to do the damage against those the Lurkers, and of course the Storm. The Storm continuously being able to melt those Hydras away. And there we go, now cleaning up that area. Did lose that base though, and he's still losing stuff on the left side as well. Namshar, I thought he should play more defensively, but he's making the case that you can play this style quite offensively as well. Doing so rather nice as well. It's Nice and Time, isn't it? Those two names, continuously unintended puns happening.
Well, and it's It's interesting how Namshar is kind of displaying this desire to play offensively, but again, you're seeing how inefficiently he has to trade. I mean, he's always throwing away lurkers. He's always throwing away hydras. It's just a matter of how much he can kill on his way out. And at this point, he's got to find a way to trade efficiently, and this is the way you do it. Some very good Viper pulls, but huge storms getting on top of all of these vulnerable hydras, but a couple of carriers. I mean, that is good play. Nice is slowly starting to run out of a bank. I mean, he's got a 5th and 6th base that he's mining from right now, but he's starting to run low, and if he can't hold on to this base in the top right corner, it's going to be difficult for him to continue remaking those valuable units. He just doesn't have the production that he needs right now. And Namshar has secured that worker lead once again, and this is where the battle needs to continue to happen. Another cancel. That's another big win for Namshar.
Yeah. And to be fair, like, I mean, overall, the efficiency here for Namshar, I mean, it's less than 1,000 overall value in difference. I mean, he's a little bit behind, but it's like 900s overall. I'm not quite sure if that's gas or minerals in the losses, but it's really darn close.
Oh, yeah, it's like we're one engagement away where Nice accidentally walks all of his High Templar over top of a lurker pile, and he just loses this game because it's those storms that keep holding him in at this point. But where are we at on the base count? So it looks like Namshar sitting with the 6th base. Nice now finally taking the base over on the 9 o'clock position of the map, but Namshar has spotted it, so it's only going to be a matter of time before he starts to rotate out. And look at this, he kind of secures himself a little bit of a position here, trying to get on top of this army with his ground forces, but lurkers should be able to trade pretty efficiently. The hydras on the top side will have a position to pivot backwards from, so they aren't going to experience a lot of damage, but all of the lurkers save for 2 do get cleaned up, and Nice actually keeps the base and most of the probes, so that's a pretty good exchange for Nice.
Yeah, definitely some great control again from Nice there, right? Sending in the High Templar on the top, having Archons and Immortals take care of those lurkers as soon as they could, together with the carriers. Just really solid control here from Nice. Like that's some difficult stuff to do, right? Because you need to do the storms, you need to correctly target the lurkers, you want to use the revelation continuously. It's just a lot of moving pieces over here.
Oh, there's a big recall over to the right hand or the left hand base. So that's gonna say that should trigger Namshar to go up to the top right, because now we know that recall is not going to be available. So this base is going to be completely exposed, but at the same time, Namshar is going to have a lot of exposure on the bottom left corner of the map as well. So both players gonna throw haymakers at each other. They're gonna both lose a base, but it looks like Namshar is able to protect. So now, he's not gonna kill the Nexus. He gets the probes, but you gotta kill the Nexus at this point.
He may be actually afraid that Nice has enough here to push into his base. And he's moving back in order to defend against this.
Oh, I think it was just
the right call.
I think it was just an F2, unfortunately. He just pulled everything across. I think that's going to come back to haunt him, Kozan. I'm not sure here. Nice just needs to back off and get himself resecured. He can build those probes up if he wants to, but this is starting to look pretty bad for Nice. I mean, he's down 199 to 153. That worker count is so dangerously low at this point.
Ooh, good force fields once again. Yeah, 37 probes. That is nothing at all. Still some good abducts as well, even with the feedbacks that are happening kind of nicely, but yeah, I mean, I think Namshar's slowly running away with it, right? Just overall being able to mine more and whittling down the probe count quite a bit right now. Still not seeing any new probes on the production tab. I mean, there's still 50 supply left to fill up here for Nice. That's going to take a long time.
It's going to take a long time, especially since his mining is almost half of that of Namshar. And it's slowly but surely, I mean, he's going to run out of steam here. He needs to get more done with these Zealot run-bys, but Namshar is just going to throw down 10 spine crawlers like it's nothing. He's got the minerals. He doesn't need the gas anymore, provided he can hang on to these lurkers. And now, oh, well, I mean, that being said, we can just storm all of the lurkers as well. That's fine too, I guess. Now he's going to finally pick off this base in the top, and that is going to put Nice in a really bad position here. He needs that base to continue mining.
Yeah, I really would love to have that base. Instead, he just goes for the rich Vespian base on the bottom left side. That is where his army is as well, after all. So it's a smart maneuver overall to make use of the positioning of your army, right? To stay on one side of the map, it makes it a lot easier to defend. The feedback's not quite being able to protect all of the carriers, but doing a pretty good job so far. A couple of lurkers there, again, making life difficult for the mining of Nice. That is one of the few bases that he still has something going on. Anything going on, actually. This is an extreme... Look at that. He's below 100 mineral income right now, Rushy.
I was going to say,
dear.
And he needs that mineral income for all those interceptors. Without them, those carriers are worthless, and they are just going to get yanked out of the sky. Those probes are vulnerable as well, and they're just going to get on top of all of that. More of those probes do go down, and those Hydras are just going to continue pivoting here. I mean, this is a scrappy game. Their army supplies are almost identical, 102 to 94. This is still a close match here, Kozan. What a game!
Yeah, for sure. It is. It's getting rather ridiculous right now. Namshar going for the top right side. There we go. Also taking one of those reach Vespian bases. But yeah, Namshar's mining as well, right? As equally hurt right now. I guess he did manage to mine out one entire base more so than Nice managed to do. But yeah, the loss count overall with Namshar trying to get more aggressive here. It's showing, man. It is definitely showing now. 7k difference here. Now another fight may occur. We have a ton of Hydralisks here, and the storm is rather special. Taking out a lot of those Hydras.
Oh, Namshar getting caught completely out here. And now he's going to pull forward with all of these Zerglings getting on top of those Archons. And now the underbelly is going to be a vulnerable target. There aren't enough Hydras here to deal with these interceptors, but there really isn't a whole lot to deal with all of this. Nice! Pulling it out, jumping on top of Namshar's army. What a game one victory, Kozan. GG.
Man, every single time he was pulling off those feedbacks, I was thoroughly impressed. Nice, my dear lord, that man can play some StarCraft 2. taking out Namshar there in the first game. He still has another game to go. That wasn't an easy one, of course, but yeah, let's wait and see if he's going to be able to do it one more time here. At least he has one safety game, right? He can throw one of them. And then we'll have to wait and see.
Well, we're going to have to see. Namshar just all caps, ready. We're going to have to see. Because a lot of times after a long game like that, one of the players will pivot, right? And it's like, I don't want to play another 30-minute game against you. I'm going to go really fast. I'm going to go really cheeky. And we're going to have to see what happens here on Pillars of Gold. I don't know. I think this is Protoss favored on this map against Zerg.
I'm thinking about this. I'm trying to do some calculations, but I think it must be about... I think it may be about 7 or 8 a.m. right now for Nice. It's been going all night.
I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, we're going to have to remake a lobby. Namshar decided he wanted to try and play Terran, but immediately he was like, no, not going to do it. Folks.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, this isn't even a qualifying match, folks, and this one's getting exciting here. So the winner of this match is going to go on to face Masa. Masa, we just haven't heard from Masa in a while, but he's been just bopping people left and right on the bottom side of the bracket here. And then on top of that, we've got Blyu Thermal. That looks like that game's being held because, I mean, that one's been sitting here for a while. And then we still have 2 more games with Nemid Kleb, and then Kozan, we have our qualifying match. We've got a lot of StarCraft left to play.
Yep, we most certainly do. Yeah, I mean, at this moment in time, I think, you know what? I think we're just going to be here for you know what, the rest of the night. The rest of the night.
Oh, hold on.
We might just have to just squeeze on in straight with the second Korean qualifiers. Who knows? Just all nice, neatly in a row.
Oh, hold on. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Mrs. Kozan. Hi. This is Rushy. Can Kozan stay the night and play StarCraft with us because it's really good. You saw Namshar Nice too? Oh, yeah, it was a good game. Okay. He has to brush his teeth before bed. Okay, I can tell him. All right. Okay, I got to go. Okay, bye. Hey, your mom said it's okay.
She did? Okay.
Yeah.
It's all right then. It's all right. I didn't know you had her phone number. Interesting.
Well, I mean,
Suspicious.
we can talk more about that a little bit later, though. But let's hop into game number 2 here on Pillars of Gold, spawning in the bottom or top right. It's our blue Protoss eking it out from Alpha X. Give it up for Nice.
Bottom left side, a red Zerg player fighting for System Gaming, the Swedish, residing in Canada. He is, I'm sure.
Kozan, you know I love you, buddy, right?
Of course, of course. But apparently you love my mother more than you. I mean,
Well, I just wanted to bring your mom in this just to make it all kosher and whatnot. Like, I mean, you're gonna put me on the spot here. Holy cow.
all right.
That's a monk ass if I've ever heard one in my entire life. But I don't know. Nice went really early with that probe. I got like all sorts of suspicious, thinking we were going to see a cannon rush out of our blue Protoss player. But instead, he just wanted to block the base. And I really feel strongly that Pillars of Gold is going to be favored for our Protoss player because there's so many different ledges that you can abuse with air units. And how many times have we already seen today? Well, I guess it was once, right? We saw the proxy shield battery rush. I mean, it's scary business, Kozan.
Yeah.
Are we going to see that out of Nice? It doesn't look like it, at least.
I don't know. I mean, usually when I do see the hatchery block, I'm like, all right, it's about a 80% chance we're going to see the Twilight Council with the Adept Glaive attack. I mean, you mentioned it as well, right? It's unlikely that he wants to do another 30 to 40 minute game. Probably would like it if this could be a little bit shorter. So I'm expecting Nice to kind of be aggressive here. I wouldn't be too upset if he does go for the Twilight Council. Right, just go for those Adept Glaives. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and then you always have game number 3 to still fall back upon too.
I would have to agree with you, especially on this map where you've already forced your opponent into taking his third base, which in this map is so far away from your main. It's so far. I mean, it's really going to put him on the spot, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that Twilight Council go down. I would just love to see it go down sooner rather than later, but right now he's not choosing any tech path. He's just going to grab a stalker, wants to... Ooh, actually, that could be a telling tale because he wants to get rid of that Overlord. Maybe we will see that. Nope, it's going to be a Stargate.
Okay. You know what? It's okay, too. We saw him open up with the Stargate the previous game as well. It's interesting, you know, the overall... The pathways that lead from the Stargates, they are developing, they're growing, and you know what? Every time I do see the Stargate opening here, I always get a little bit giddy, right? Oh, there's a lot of possibilities here, you know? I mean, there's still a possibility for Twilight Council Adept Glaives after this.
Yeah.
It happened. And it works.
I gotta say that Protoss has had a lot of opportunity over the last few months to really kind of embellish their opening styles here, and we are going to see this a little bit more normal here. It's not going to be that Void Ray opening that we saw. Is going to be an Oracle, which could still potentially lead us into that Glaive Adept timing here, because we do see another Stargate, or not Stargate, excuse me, Gateway going down. Warp Gate's just about to finish up here. It'd be very easy after that first Oracle to just immediately toss down that Twilight Council and extra gateways, but instead it is going to be a second Oracle. Still a possibility. I'm still crossing my fingers, crossing my toes, but it seems like Nice feels okay. Maybe he's just going to play this one out and go for the long distance game.
And I'm sure it was just absolutely everywhere with those Zerglings here, just like a force field of Zerglings around that base. Did manage to see something. I'm not quite sure if he saw exactly what it is, but he knows it's flying, so he's already setting up. He's got Spore Crawlers, he's got the Queens. Looking mighty fine little Zerg here. Doing okay versus the Oracle opening. Now we're having Phoenixes, actually. Phoenix follow-up. Oh, and a second Stargate. All right. There we go. It's happening once again. You know what? Just just overall showing the different routes you can take as the Protoss with the Stargate opening. It's gonna show the first Phoenix here. It's not, you know, it's okay. It's okay. Gonna deny the further scouting.
This is kind of shaping up to be really interesting here. I mean, anytime you can kill off queens with oracles, that is a huge win for the Protoss player. He's going deep for it. He's gonna get that second queen. 2 queens for no oracles. Yikes! That is not what Namshar needs. But he's not. He's not gonna blink. I mean, he's still building drones. He had 14 in production. Looks like Nice is going to take a normal third base timing as well. He must feel really confident here, Kozan. I mean, he took one long form game against his opponent. Why couldn't he do it a second time?
Yeah, it's really smart as well. Just targeting down those queens, right? Not quite going for the drones, as he is going for the double Stargate follow up here. And well, that means that the overall potential for those Phoenixes is going up quite substantially, right? Because there is quite a few less queens right now available. Namshar can remake them, of course, still as well, but I don't think he's really going up to the exact same numbers right now. Base here under a little bit of pressure as well.
Oh, there's not enough energy to take that down. It's like not even close. I guess
he tried.
I guess more than anything, it does make it a target for the future. But I don't know. Personally, I just don't want to waste that kind of energy. But here comes the real portion of Nice's army. It's going to be all these Phoenix that are now going to be flooding across the map. Namshar should get a scout on this that Zergling should have seen at least enough. So yeah, the Queen's immediately getting pulled back here. Yeah, they got to back way off because he does not want to just lose Queens for free. This is getting to be a weird situation here for Namshar. Namshar's going to flood across the map here with some units because he knows he needs to get some damage done. A couple of those queens are going to immediately fall. And what does Namshar have waiting? He just sent Lings, but he's not doing anything with them yet.
Yeah, he's trying, just to kind of punish the mass amount of Phoenixes here. Phoenix is not that great against a lot of small units. But overall, it's just not enough here for Namshar. It's nice that he brought those Phoenixes back across, but ultimately, he's going to have to do a little bit more, He's going to be punished by those Phoenixes again as soon as they start arriving across the map here. The Overlords have to be very, very wary, as that is always a very dangerous thing when you're playing against a lot of the Phoenixes, just losing all of your Overlords all of a sudden. We're seeing Hydras coming out as a response, though, starting to make it happen here a little bit. The Phoenix is trying to combat the Queens as much as possible. Nice position on that Spore Crawler there as well, actually, by Namshar.
Oh, I mean, this is so many Queens lost, though. I mean, what? He lost maybe a Phoenix or 2. The Spore Crawler positioning is good, but now there's nothing to deal with these Phoenix, and now they're going to just start picking away at drones. This is where things start to fall apart here for Namshar. Nice is going to get away with so many of his Phoenix. He's going to start picking off Hydras as well. 10 drones going down, a handful of Queens. I mean, Nice is starting to run away with this. Look at that efficiency. Only 1,300 minerals lost? That's insane.
Yeah, 5 Phoenixes in total. Very, very nice. Very, very nice play from Nice. Getting +1 attack as well for the air weapons. Behind this, getting the Robo Bait in the production tab there as well. So he's transitioning out of this as well. So as soon as those Hydras really are capable of finally dealing out some real damage versus those Phoenix, suddenly there's going to be like Colossi or Disruptors, right? And they do rather well against Hydralisk.
I'm going to say, I think Disruptors are going to be the right call here just because of the nature of the army that could eventually be Namshar's choice going into Lurkers, sticking with that Hydraling Bane. But he is, in fact, going to pick Colossus to go out at least first here and doubling down on his Gateway tech. 4 more Gateway on the way.
I think it's absolutely fine, right? Those Colossi, they are very strong against the Zerglings and the Hydras as well. Nice status trap there, being able to avoid some crucial damage. The awkward thing about those status traps sometimes is like you're gonna be able to protect against this right now, but then sometimes when it happens to me, I like already forget about that there were banings there, and then I take the damage anyway because You know, I feel like, oh, I got hours to prepare for this, and then that kind of stuff happens. You know, I still lose. You still lose stuff because
still lost 8 probes. Holy
yeah, you get reluctant. Well, reluctant to do much because you're like, I got hours. It's never gonna do anything anymore. I caught it with my status trap, and then you forget about it, and then it still does a lot of damage.
I've already done this. My brain has put this in the done pile. I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Exactly.
All right, so lots of upgrades coming out here for Nice. We're getting Blink. We're getting Extended Thermal Lance. Going to make those Colossi shoot even further than they already do. But I think we're getting to a point here for Nice where he should be able to push across the map once again. He's getting a bit of a scary Baneling ball here coming on the top side. But once again, some very good stasis traps going to keep that going. And now Nice can take his giant ball of death and start moving it across the map as well. I think he needs to do a better job, though, of dealing with those Banelings. He can't afford to lose probes at this point. More Banelings on the production tab as well. Well, that was a bit unfortunate.
This is such a weird one.
Yeah, got you with the second one.
You thought you were done? No, sir.
I'm surprised.
That's gonna trigger as well.
Oh, Nice is. I don't know what Nice is up to with that. Like, that's just. You made Mapu sad, and you make Mapu sad, you make me mad. So that's not okay. But here's what I have in mind. He's still gonna lose probes. Go Zan. No.
Supposed to happen.
Oh, none of that was supposed to happen at this point. Now Nice has to focus. He can't be consumed with that. Some very good force fields, maybe a little overkill, but he does manage to pick off a few of those queens and Ravagers. But there are so many Banelings with that army. I can't believe it. It's still gonna get a kill. Unbelievable at this point. No base on the bottom right at this point.
Oh.
Look at all of these Banelings are going to be wrapping around the top side here, and there are Banelings on the bottom as well. Some great force fields on the bottom, but does he have enough to deal with it on the top?
What?
Only a couple make their way up at this
from
point.
The top side. All those Banelings coming in from the backside, suddenly, like, the pathing messed it up, and they came in from the top side as well, and now suddenly this is becoming a lot more dangerous. If all those Banelings came in from behind, that would have been quite dangerous. Now suddenly we're in a situation where it seems winnable for Nice here. Will he have enough? I think he may. Those Colossi still stand tall. Rashi is Nice doing it.
I think he is. I think he's holding on here. Now that he finally has those Zealots to help tank at the front here, he's got to try pushing forward. There are more Banelings on the back side of this. Those Hydras trying to get as much work done as possible. They've bought enough time here. Can he get on top of those Banelings? And right now, he should be able to stutter step backwards. He is able to hold on. A great stasis trap's going to trap a bunch of those Hydras. That is a huge play here. Namshar needs every piece of army here, and suddenly Nice is able to push on forward. Those Banelings are in low supply, and more Stalkers on the way.
Needs to remember that those Hydras are behind him, of course. You can't just ignore him. Okay, he's trying to rotate away. Warp Prism! No, he forgot about them again. It's like the status traps are working against him for some reason. Oh my god, that's going to put an end to this push. That's it. He's going to have to retreat right now with only killing 4 workers. That's so disappointing.
And what does Nice have back? He doesn't have any expansion back behind this. I mean, Namshar is already out to his 5th base. It is going to be another big warp in his Zealots here. He ran those from across the map. And I guess the staying power here is available. There's really nothing protecting that 5th base, and now Namshar has to protect at a bunch of different locations here. Now we're finally starting to see the drone kills that Nice came here for. 6 going down. Yeah. It would be really nice to kill that base off. A couple more Colossi getting added into the mix as well. Nice is hanging on.
May have been a bit too hasty. Nice is making it work still. The small amount of Stalkers that were available, I thought they were going to get killed off by the Hydras for sure, but manages to stay up there and takes it out. Almost throwing that game a little bit there due to forgetting about those Hydras behind him.
Holy
man,
cow! I mean, Nice was he was playing on the razor's edge, and I think at any given point he could have mismicroed and just tossed the whole game, but instead he hangs on, he pushes forward, and he knocks Namshar out of the bottom side of the bracket and will advance forward himself. to go play against Masa. I hope he's got some energy. I mean, drinking water, coffee, tea, G Fuel, whatever he needs, because his night/morning is not over just yet. He's got to work through Masa, and if he wins that one, he's got to face Neeb again. That's a brutal gauntlet.
It is, and then afterwards, of course, he's gonna have to go through either Clem or Thermal as well. Another very difficult match that will be occurring there. But yeah, let's see. It's a rematch, isn't it? Masa, he's been able to warm up a little bit here. Let's see. He took out Petit Drogo. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was a 2-1 win over Petit Drogo, so very, very close here. But folks, we do need to take a short break here, run a quick ad, and get things moving forward. One of our other great sponsors that you've seen scrolling down at the bottom here is G Fuel, and I'm going to take an opportunity to run that ad. It is going to be Nice versus Masa here. We're going to stay with Nice, and we're going to see if he can hang on and continue his run in the bottom side of the bracket here for the NA qualifier of the King of Battles International Championship. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We're hanging on. We hope you hang on with us, too. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, more StarCraft 2 coming at you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know G Fuel is the official drink of esports, and right now they're inviting you to take a trip down memory flavor lane with their new G Fuel bubblegum flavor. It's their newest mind-boggling concoction made with 0 sugars and packed with antioxidants and vitamins. Get transported back in time with this classic taste of childhood while getting the energy and focus you've come to expect from G Fuel products. Check out their sponsor quests on the event page for more information on how to get your hands on G Fuel's nostalgic take on a time-tested favorite. G Fuel. Now let's get back to some StarCraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Don't even get to see our faces, because in the bottom right-hand corner of Death Aura, our blue Protoss is ready to go, playing for Alpha X. Give it up for Nice.
And the top left side, his opponent, it is the Canadian-Korean, the Red Terran. He is Alpha X's Masa. Oh, this was like the second game, I want to say, that we saw today. Was it the second one? I believe it was, wasn't it? Was it the third one? Which one was it? I don't remember.
It's hard to keep track of all of the games that we've covered today.
It was the second one. We started with Masa versus Ashbringer, and then we went in versus Nice versus Masa. So yeah, it's kind of cool seeing these two once again meeting up here in the lower part of the bracket right now. We'll have to wait and see if things are going to be different.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I know there's got to be a bunch of things that are considered here in how this is all perceived, because endurance is definitely a factor right now. I mean, both of these players have been going for the last 5 hours. I mean, this is pretty grueling. Masa is in the North American time zone, so still a pretty reasonable time. But as you said earlier, Nice over in Taiwan is... I mean, this is early morning for him now. Has he had a chance to sleep? Is he drinking water? Nobody knows, but he is playing some good StarCraft. But I think another piece of that as well is how warm both of these players are, because Nice has been playing pretty consistently over the past hour, but I think Masa has been sitting still. So maybe he's playing some ladder games. Maybe he's keeping those fingers nimble, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, you had quite a bit of a break here, didn't he? That is true. But then again, yeah, it's gonna come down to endurance, I suppose, versus having a bit of a rest in a way. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, still It's not going to be completely bulletproof science right here, but we got to figure it out together.
We are. And you know what, Kozan? There's one more thing that I need to know. How are you doing? I mean, this has been a long day for us.
It is, yeah. It's slowly starting to get to the 2 a.m. mark here. I'm hoping the neighbors are, wearing their earplugs, and yeah, it's going okay. It's going okay.
Because
sticking in there.
Because I know I keep looking at the clock, going, man, in about 5-10 hours, we're gonna be booting this baby back up for that second Korean qualifier, and then immediately after jumping into the EU qualifier. So yep. I know that we have got a long day of StarCraft as well. So very, very important that all of us take care of ourselves, drink lots of water, stand up and stretch, do all those things that are good, because we take care of ourselves, Chad. That's what we do here at StarCraft 2. For
sure. Yeah, I hope I got a little bit of sleep at least between the NA and the Korean qualifier. But oh well. StarCraft 2, always the best type of coffee, isn't it? Just filling you up with all sorts of extraordinary hypeness. This he could be in a bit of trouble. Okay, now, never mind. Adepts don't go for it. Playing it safe. Nice and safe.
Take a quick opportunity here to say thanks to everybody in the Twitch chat for all of the support here. Lots of subscriptions coming in. We've had some bits donated as well, and I believe you have all just activated a hype train as well. So thanks so much for supporting everything that's happening here. We hope you guys are really enjoying the tournament. The biggest thing that you can do is keep coming back, because we got lots of great StarCraft action for you. So thanks so much, everyone. It's really nice to see all the great support.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, depth pressure here with that warp prism, trying to do the naughty business here in the main base of Massa. All right, there we go. Oh, getting himself a bit of value, right? Cleaning up some of those Marines. Messing up his own warp in there slightly to safeguard the other units, but it's okay.
Well, and we're noticing a Nice that's playing rather aggressive here at this point. And we kind of talked about this. I mean, it all sorts of factors being put in here. Maybe he doesn't want to try and play a couple more long, drawn-out games, especially when earlier on, I mean, he made very quick work of his Terran opponent, and trying to do the same thing here, abusing that high ground vision with that warp prism, trying to pick off as many of these units as possible, and getting some really good warp-in timings as well. And now one Immortal is going to waddle across the map, a second one working its way over as well. And Nice is in a position where he can continue to put this pressure on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, another thing to note is that, of course, Massa was trying to get himself that quick third command sentence. Nice is just trying to avoid this from happening here. Trying his best to micro. Ooh, just dropping that Stalker in time to grab that Immortal instead. He's doing a great job with this micro, though. I am thoroughly impressed with... Oh, dear Lord, don't lose the Immortal as I'm praising your micro skills, please. Yeah, well, trying to get that Cyclone. Nice pick up there from Massa as well. I mean, Massa also on the ball here with his with the clicking of the mouse. Definitely making some beautiful button presses, but I think, you know what, Nice may have just barely pushed his way through here. There is a siege check on that high ground, but ultimately those Immortals, they are doing one hell of a number right now to the economy of Massa.
It's going to be this reposition here that Nice needs to try and get on top of. 16 workers have gone down, though, for Massa. That is going to be a very difficult barrier for him to try and overcome. And I wouldn't be surprised to see those Immortals brought forward here. Those Marines are going to get completely cleaned off, and in fact, the Immortals are just going to stutter step forward. Nice! Getting on top of Massa. Going for that team kill, though. Game 1 down. GG is called.
GG indeed. Massa losing again here versus Nice. Nice just seems to have his number in a way, doesn't he?
Yeah, Nice is playing very well. Nice. I mean, he's doing a good job staying on top of Massa and keeping that aggression going. But once again, I mean, we're seeing an opponent that is wanting it to not drag these games out. And Massa, I think, definitely is kind of in the same boat, wants to keep the pressure on and the result is we're getting some really aggressive games, and we're going to have to see if Masa can adjust here for game number 2. It's going to be on Pillars of Gold. Do you think that Nice is going to keep that pressure on there, Kozan?
Yeah, I would assume so. I would assume so. Another interesting thought that I always have in these situations is that if Masa does manage to win now 2 games in a row, he's going to advance, and that is against an opponent which, in total, he went 2 versus 3 against. You know, that's always one of those weird moments where you're like, well, I mean, I've proven I'm better than this person with an entire game, but then he still manages to move forwards here. I don't know. It's always funny. It's always funny to me.
Alrighty. Well, we are going to jump in here on Pillars of Gold, spawning in the bottom left, looking for yet another win in a row, playing for Alpha X. Make some noise for Nice.
Alpha X Extraordinaire, sending 2 SCVs forwards. Wondering it is Masa, the Canadian, Korean, fighting also for Alpha X. Alpha X. We're full on Alpha X here, aren't we? 2 Alpha X casters, 2 Alpha X players on an Alpha X event hosted by Alpha X on the Alpha X channel. Yeah, life's looking good. If only Alpha X could sponsor as well, you know, that would be amazing.
This is a brilliant play by Masa, though. Masa dropping down the barracks at the last second. He's not actually proxying, though. He's just gonna come over here. Where did that second SCV go, Kozan? Did he send it back?
No, it's blocking the main base, or the natural with the engineering base.
Well, but there were 2. He must have only sent...
Oh, no, that was a supply depot.
Oh,
SCV.
okay. Oh, Vitamin, thank you so much for all the help. Thank you for also noticing the cursor every time it's on the screen. You guys are wonderful. I absolutely adore every single one of you. It's just been a good day. I can tell that the fatigue is setting in a little bit, though. The voice is getting a little tired, but the passion is still there, and I'm glad that you guys are hanging tough with us as well. Such good games. We're gonna get the proxy. Mayday. Kozan, are you hyped?
The proxy assimilator right there. There's a couple of things being proxied right now, right? We have the proxy assimilator, the engineering bay, and a Stargate coming up as well. So, it gets scouted immediately here by Masa. That is such a big deal. You should be able to help this situation out a lot better right now. Those Marines that he has in the main base, they need to skedaddle their asses over here. Need to start helping out, trying to gun down the pylon there. All right, well, no, he's just gonna stick to trying to kill off this assimilator. This is the same way he died in game number 2 the previous time, isn't it?
I was literally just gonna say those exact words. Like, this is exactly how this went down the first time they met in the bracket. So I'm surprised that Masa isn't catching this wise right now. Otherwise, he's choosing to respond to this really, really late. Now, all things considered, there is no unit here to help deal with this right now. So it is going to be 3 Marines getting on top of these shield batteries. Now, finally, 1 Adept is going to show up. But I don't know if that's going to be enough here. The shield battery is going to go down, and now all of a sudden everything's exposed.
Another shield battery on the way. He did grab that probe, though, so a new probe does need to go across the fields here. That bunker is about to finish up, and that's going to be a big deal as well. Will help out quite a bit here. There it is. Nicely tucked away, safe and sound. Those Marines now going to be able to start shooting away at the infrastructure. And without any shield batteries, those Void Rays, they are quite fragile. And here we are. This Cyclone not quite ready, though. Void Ray still, of course, a powerful unit right here, but ultimately, I think that may be the only one that is coming out to play for today. Great repair there by Masa as well, not faulting under the pressure. Is that 3 pylons? Is that really 3 pylons from Nice there? He is not accepting this, is he? It's like, no, this will work. I've seen this work. I know it should work. But, ooh, oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Cyclone goes down.
Nice might actually just squeeze this one out. Masa's so very close to holding this, but he just doesn't have anything to shut this down just yet. But a good supply block will prevent Nice from getting that 3rd Void Ray out just yet. 1 Viking will get chased away. Is that Viking going to get it out? No, it will not. And I think Nice has done it. I think he's done enough here to hang on, even though that Stargate is going to get shut down. The Cyclone, just is able to get that picked off. I don't know, Kozan. I think Nice has done it. I think he's going to get out of this 2-0 once again. And
Oof.
oh, there we go. I was like, talk to me, Kozan. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here with my hands on my face. I don't know, man. It's just that is so rough for Massa. I'm really feeling for him here. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Man, I mean, he's still holding on a little bit, right? But now there's 2 bases for Nice behind this. He's sitting nice and pretty. Well, all right.
I was gonna say,
So
Nice runs away with this, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got, like you said,
sure.
he's got that second base. Right now, Masa's playing down 11 workers. If you're Masa, I mean, you've just got to be screaming right now. You were so close to holding it on, and there's that income advantage graph, and we can see how that is already shaped into Nice's favor. And Masa is, again, he's just got to be exasperated. He's on the verge of elimination. He doesn't want to give up, but what do? I mean, you're down army supply, you're down workers, you're just now starting your second command center. How do you move forward from here, Kozan?
I think you need to invent a time machine, and then as you see your Cyclone or the Viking almost finish up with the Void Ray next to the production facility, you want to start moving some SCVs over to instantly start to repair. Oh, this is a nice catch, though. A couple of those probes do go down. Total 6 of them. Not too shabby. May need a couple more of those maneuvers, though. Banshee's on the way. I mean, you gotta give it to Masa. He's not giving up too easily, right? He is gonna try and stick this out. He's gonna try to make something work into his favor. Even though the overall situation is looking pretty dire.
Well, and I think that's just Masa being diligent, right? I mean, you're playing for a qualification in a $30,000 prize pool tournament, and you've played pretty well. I mean, you've beaten a lot of people on the bracket, and you don't just want to tap out too early, especially if there's an opportunity to possibly get on top of your opponent. But as Nice gets a scout in, he notices once again there's no second base on site just yet. That second command center is only now turning into an orbital, and he does get a pretty decent look at the upgrade coming in for Banshee Cloaks. So Nice should be able to be prepared and get stuff ready to go. He's throwing down more pylons. He's going to have those shield batteries ready to go. And I think he's just going to continue to hold on to his lead. Now finally going to lose this gateway. But again, look at that income advantage, holding on to it for nearly 5 minutes except for one mule round.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as massive as I would expect it to be, you know? It was just like around the 200, 300 mineral difference. So it's not as massive in a way, you know? But Masa's still definitely behind.
No, I entirely agree. This is kind of a tough one to call here because it does look like it's stabilizing out just a little bit, but Nice has held that 14 worker lead for almost the last 3-4 minutes. Masa is just trying to scrape something together. Now, army-wise, there isn't that much for Nice. I mean, he's got some high value, but not a lot of high quantity. And all of a sudden, Masa just showed up on Nice's side of the map with a whole bunch of Marines. I don't know that he would have anything to do with it, but instead, he's building some high-value units himself. He's getting a Raven. He's getting a tank. He's getting a third base, in fact. Masa wants to play this out.
Oh. Masa, yeah. I mean, he's getting some more worker damage here. He's only behind with 11 right now. These Banshees, they are getting some work done, honestly. They're not going to get a cancel in this base, though, that's for sure. But there's still a bit of damage, right? Maybe able to get in there later on with something like a drop or something. And some something, you know. Get some Terran magic done. He's not giving up at all, is he? He's still, once again, on that base. Trying to pick up whatever he can. Gets a sentry. I mean, slowly but surely, if you keep making these moves, you're going to be okay again, right?
I am going to
Okay,
put this on the
so-
record right now that if Masa brings this back and we go to a game number 3, that just needs to be the highlight in his profile of courage, because
so
it is an incredible gameplay, because he is doing everything he possibly can to stay in this, and he could have easily tapped out minutes ago. But instead, the Banshees get across to pick off a couple of those high-value targets. It is going to eventually get killed because Nice has just stayed on it. And once that Banshee cloak does run out, it will eventually get picked off. But but he's done a little bit of scouting. He sees that third base incoming. He's able to make some decisions here, and right now it's going to be more Marines, and he's going to throw down Stim.
Yeah. Yeah, there might be something that works out for him, right? There's not that much AoE damage just quite yet for Nice here. You know what? A good, clean bio push as well could still help out quite a bit. He has that Raven. He has 3 siege tanks here. 4th one almost ready as well. Still a potent force that can get some reasonable damage dealt. Not quite sure if he's going to go for it, right? Because of that third base that he has acquired. Yeah, he's just setting up shop. Okay.
This is going to be... I'm actually really surprised. I kind of thought that this was just going to filter its way out, and we were going to see Nice advance on forward. But again, big props to Masa for working this out. He's got his third base on location. He's got himself a pretty decent army supply as well. In fact, he's got an army value advantage over his opponent. He's still playing down workers, but 11 with 3 orbitals worth of mules, you know, that can probably even itself out over the course of the next 5, 6, 7 minutes. So Stim Pack's going to finish up. He's going to get that +1. This is starting to look like a sizable army here for Masa. Could he?
Yeah.
Could he do it? Still, Kozan? Are you a believer?
Man, I want to be really badly, but I just keep thinking back about that first time they met each other on Death Aura, and Masa got himself in an amazing position, right? Managed to get a lot of probe kills and put himself in a great spot overall, and then ultimately still kind of just lost touch of what he needed to do at which points, and Nice just figuring out a bit of a better way to navigate his way through that match. And I don't know, now with Masa not being in an advantageous position, I'm hoping, man, he's going to be a bit more careful, not take some trades that he shouldn't, and perhaps maybe that way he will be able to get this magical return to glory to happen. After taking so much damage from the Void Ray startup of this game.
Well, here it kind of goes. I mean, Masa's going to move out onto the center of the map right now. He's got a very sizable force here. He's got a lot of Marines, a lot of tanks. But I think Nice might actually just jump on top of him by accident. A bunch of the tanks have to siege up back behind on the ramp, and that's going to leave so much of this army exposed for Masa. Those tanks do need to start leapfrogging forward. Now Nice knows what's coming. And so many of those Marines have already been tapped off here. Big Stim is going to get caught. All of those tanks are stuck in the middle. This is not a great position for Masa to play from. And unfortunately, I think Nice has just managed to jump on top of this army. And those tanks are not going to get the work done that they need to. Masa's going to fall apart here, Kozan. I think that's going to be it for him. GG is called, and Nice continuing his win streak here as he advances, knocking more people out of the bottom bracket.
Yep. Continues his slaughtering of his teammates, unfortunately. But you know what? Does so with knowing that this is going to put himself up against Neeb and give him a chance to get to the match that might qualify him. So you know what? This is such a rough. Like, I mean, sure, we still have a loser bracket, but if you look at the names that are in the loser bracket, and then you realize only one of these guys will qualify. Man, that is rough. Even looking just at the 4 ones, right? Neeb, Nice, Clem, Thermal.
Yeah, like any 4 of them would easily just go into the list of people who have already qualified. But instead, It's going to be a bloodbath to see who even gets to the qualifying match. Just a bit of an update here on some of the... I was like, oh, I guess that was a cursor. You must have had a fly too. But right now, Clem Thermal currently happening on the bottom side of the losers round 4, and it is evened up 1-1. So we are going to be jumping into Neeb versus Nice as our next game. The winner of this matchup will be advancing forward to the qualifying match to play the winner of Clem Thermal. So it will be a TVP. Not a lot of Zerg today. I've been noticing that a lot, but you know, that's okay. I think it's good to see a lot of varying StarCraft, and we're certainly getting a bunch of it here. So we're hanging on as much as we possibly can, folks. But we're going to take a break, grab some water, stand up and stretch. And when we return, it's going to be Nice versus Neeb. You guys are watching the NA qualifiers of the King of Battles International Championship right here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2. My name is Rushy. I'm here with Kozan. We'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks, to the North American qualifiers here in the King of Battles International Championship. We are set and ready to go. It's a PvP. We're jumping right in to Death Aura LE, spawning in the top left, our blue Protoss. He's been making a hell of a run playing for Alpha X. Give it up for Nice.
And the bottom right side, the red Protoss player right here. He is representing the US of A. He is Tinks Neeb. Oh, yeah. Anibika.
Anibika. There must be a delay now. So our production right here, like my voice and Kozan's voice, we are live, uninhibited. But our clean feed that Mapu has been providing for us for this event is on a 2-minute delay. So we are basically watching everything with you live as it happens. We just have the pleasure of being able to talk to you about it very, very loud. And we do have an update. Thermal knocks out Clem. 2-1. Clem's out. He's going to have to try and fight again tomorrow, Kozan.
God. You know what? It's just what happens versus you know, with Clem sometimes. That is just that TVT matchup that he just kind of struggles with. And to be fair, he also did go down to Showtime. So yeah, it's a rough one. That's a rough one. But that means we might be able to see him again tomorrow, right?
More than likely, I would say that's definitely got to be the case. So, and it doesn't surprise me that the Europeans might be kind of filtering off here at the end. Again, it's very late. I mean, what? It's 2 o'clock your time right now?
Yes, 2:22.
So, and we have a European qualifier tomorrow, so a lot of these players will still have another opportunity to present themselves. So really, it kind of comes down to Neeb right now, seeing if he can topple Nice. Nice has been on one heck of a run here, and I don't know if he's got anyone in his way that can stop him. He's got such great momentum.
Yeah, it's very true, very true. Although to be fair, I mean Neeb is a master when it comes to the PvP as well as a lot of the other matchup, but I always see him as a very, very good PvPer as well.
Wow. Welcome, everyone, from Creighton Olsen's stream. Creighton, thank you so much for the raid. You guys are jumping in to game number 1 of Nice versus Neeb. I hope you guys had a great time. Folks, Creighton Olsen, what an amazing member of Alpha X, helping us with our community cast, and it's so fun to have him on our team. But thank you, everybody. The winner goes on to face Thermal. You are absolutely correct, and then it's all that's all she wrote. So welcome, everyone.
That's all she wrote. Well, to be fair, I mean, yeah. It's that will indeed decide the qualified person. I mean, honestly, it would be fun, right, to have at least one NA player advance in the NA qualifiers. So far we have Mana and Showtime, so you know what, Neeb would be a welcome sight. Honestly, 3 Brodos as well from the NA qualifiers. Interesting, but pretty cool.
See, I keep hearing people talk about how Protoss is super underrepresented, but we've seen a lot of Protoss move forward. I think maybe Protoss has got their time coming up here. And Cosmos, thank you so much for the raid. We're starting to see all sorts of great people join us right here on the main stream. Thank you so much, everyone. We've got some fun games here, and of course PvP's living up to its name right now. One of those oracles does get picked out of the sky, and now all of a sudden Neeb is kind of on the back foot here. Nice able to kind of jump forward here with all of these stalkers, and I think Nice is just going to move out and try and cause a lot of damage because look, Kozan, look at the third base. Nice has got something proxied.
Yeah, he does indeed. That is in fact a gateway to reinforce another pylon a little bit further forwards. I wonder if his plan is to make actual shield batteries there. You have to wonder, right? Why would you build that other pylon there? Unless if you're planning to build shield batteries, it could be the case. Definitely would help out quite a bit in this situation. We'll have to wait and see if guys. Yeah, there it is. We've got 3 sentries here. This is some cool stuff. All right, fighting the shield battery with shield battery. That's the way to do it. Shooting down those void rays, already getting one. Moving back immediately when he realizes he won't be able to 2-shot them anymore and get the easy kill. Oh, okay, still gets it. Oh, so close.
I mean,
he doesn't even need those shield batteries.
It's just a razor's edge that he's playing on right now, Kozan, trying to keep everything moving forward. But now that battery overcharge has been exhausted, so it's no longer available, and immediately going to snipe off that Void Ray. Probes have been pulled off of the line, and they're going to have to be included into the mix. And there just isn't that much here to deal with all these stalkers. A second Void Ray's added into the mix, but all of that shield battery energy is just gone.
Yeah, Neeb in a lot of trouble right now. He is losing a lot of units continuously, just bleeding more and more, it seems. And, well, 2 more shield batteries do finish up, but there's enough stocks there to just DPS straight through that healing. Trying to target down pylons right now as that is just whatever is in front of him. And Immortal joins in as well. But I don't think that's going to be enough. There's a force field as well available, so he will not be able to run away. He's going to just try and stand his ground here. But yeah.
The force field, you will not leave. You shall not pass. And Nice continues his slaughter of the bottom side of the bracket. Kozan, he can't be stopped.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing well, man. Nice. Taking a game off of Neeb there. He just needs one more, man. Just one more. And then he will be able to try his metal against you, Thermal.
He is the last American hope here, Kozan. My U.S. heart is just bleeding right now.
We'll see more of them perhaps then tomorrow, right? In the EU qualifies.
I hope
just
so.
See it as like that.
I mean, I hope so, but I mean, this has just been a testament run for Nice. Nice refuses to back off. He is playing incredibly well, representing the home team with pride. And we're going to be going to Light Shade here for map number 2. Neeb on the verge of elimination, though. He needs to win 2 in a row if he wants to advance forward and represent North America in the North American qualifier. Do you think he's got it in him, Kozan?
Sure. Sure.
Well, we're going to find out here in just a second. We're jumping into Light Shade. If Neeb's going to do it, he has to do it in spite of this man. Spawning in the bottom right, our blue Protoss playing for Alpha X on a roll. Give it up for Nice.
And representing Ting, the red Protoss right here, fighting for the last bastion of hope of the USA, Neeb.
He needs all your E's, chat. Give them all to him. Get your bald eagles, your American flags, start waving them, because that's what it's going to take, apparently. I mean, Nice has... I cannot stress enough how much of a role he has been on. He has just been bopping players left and right. Long form games, short form games, cheese, macro, you name it, he's bringing it out. And that's awesome. So, unfortunately, Neeb looks to be just next in his line of victims.
Perhaps so. But then again, I mean, Neeb, he got a little bit caught off guard there previously, right? He was going for a pretty much a standard play. He had like, what, 36 probes versus, I think like just 30, just below, short of 30. That's a lot of money, right? That is just invested into more Stalkers. Nice just coming across the field. Neeb not having more than one battery. And ultimately, you know, that is a quick way to well, losing all your Stalkers town. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shame, but in a sense, right? It is just a build order loss in a sense. So I wouldn't be too hung up about it. It's a bit unfortunate because it is a best of 3, so every loss is incredibly important. But yeah, like, if you know, I don't think Neeb is incredibly. Oh my god, what is this? Nice. This is not supposed to work. Neeb should check that corner at some point, right?
Oh no, I don't think he will. I mean, this base is so gigantic. Oh no. Oh no,
this
no,
is
no.
as NA gets.
Yeah, and it's the Taiwanese player showing him how it's done as well. Now, I do like the ploy there, dropping that pylon in the last second. Neeb has no idea that is there, and he's not going to be able to spot that for a while. But now Nice is going to show that pylon down at the bottom of the ramp, and that's got to start ringing alarm bells here for Neeb, but it's got to be one of those where, okay, yeah, I faked it. Well, now what am I going to do? But there's no probe across the map at this point, so right now it's just going to be a warp-in pylon.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all it's going to be. That's all it can be.
Yeah, I mean, if Nice goes for something like a DT Shrine, right? Imagine this, now he doesn't have to make a robo to get the War Prism there. He can go for like 2 Adepts as well. Imagine that. I mean, how often have we seen somebody lose a game because suddenly there's 2 Adepts and somebody missed the pylon block at his wall? Imagine not having to deal with that entire pylon block, right? Neeb's not going to miss his pylon. That's not going to happen. But what if you can just warp into 2 Adepts straight into that main base? My dear lord, is that going to do a lot of damage. But, of course, you know what? Nice is going to have to stay alive here for that moment to occur. Let's see if he has enough. Maybe 2 sentries right now. They are going to be picked off, it looks like, by those Adepts. But, you know what? Overall, nice micro there from Nice. Goes for those Stalkers first and foremost. Knows that they are the main damage dealers versus his Stalkers.
I gotta let you know, though, that warping's happening in Neeb's base right now. There go those 2 adepts, and Neeb is now going to spot this. How many probes is he going to lose as a result of this? Because now he's going, wait, how did you get in there? And he's going to lose 4, but it's going to pull all of the workers off of the line. He's going to lose the gas workers as well, and this is not a great position for Neeb to play from. He trapped his own pylons. Oh, no.
Nice force field, but you know what? Here is 2 more adepts, and oh, Neeb, you gotta be kicking yourself, right? Losing to something like this because you didn't see a pylon in your main base being put down. That is one of the worst feelings you can have in StarCraft 2, especially on a big stage like this, especially when it matters so much. Okay, he does get 2 adepts of his own on top of some probes here, but I mean, yeah, well, 23 versus 26, finally getting that pylon, but 2 more adepts are here. They have arrived. ISS high.
So now the question is, has Nice done enough damage to justify the cost here? Because he's lost his pylon, but now he's going to be able to move forward with what he wants to actually accomplish in this game. 30 to 27 workers. I mean, it's almost a wash. I guess Nice has lost a little bit more on the gas front, but all things considered, it's kind of kept Neeb back at home. He's not been able to be as aggressive as he wants to be. And now Nice is going to be able to push across the map with these Stalkers that are almost set and ready to go with Blink.
Yeah, I mean, 7 workers at this stage in the game. That is a massive deal. That is, like, if you look back at this moment right there, you know what, Neeb's just gonna have to come up with some form of a way to make a comeback happen here, or well, just play from behind, and it's gonna be a rough one. We have Blink almost ready here for Nice. He has the robotics facility already on the way. Neeb just, you know what, he did manage to catch up in workers, but I think that's mostly because Nice is more so investing right now in those Stalkers, in the army tech as well, of course. But yeah, we'll have to see how much he's going to get done with the Blink already being available.
Well, he's going to go find out right now, and I would love to know what the unit count is, because everything is really low. Oh, it's mostly sentries. Kozan, if Nice jumps in on this, Neeb doesn't have the army to withstand these Stalkers. Sentries are just not going to be effective, especially with Blink on these Stalkers.
Yep.
They're just going to continue moving in and out, and the force fields are not going to be effective. But at this point, Nice is just going to play it safe. He's going to make sure that he doesn't get the Adept across the map to deal damage. And things are just going to continue to slowly move their way forward. This is such an interesting game.
Yeah. You know what? You're really going to have to give it to Neeb here, how he is kind of equalizing this out. He's playing it slow and steady, the catch-up game, but he's definitely catching up here. I mean, Almost makes you wonder how Nice maybe could have done this differently to maybe maintain that lead a little bit more so. Perhaps also Nice is just trying to play it safe as well, right? So not trying to take too many risks, trying to enlarge a advantage that he's already acquired, and then potentially throw it that way, right? Because that's something that is as equally likely to happen.
Yeah, I would give it to I'd give it to you on that one. I think the trick here for Nice, though, is that he had that sizable lead. He had a positional lead. He had the surprise lead. But now Neeb has kind of brought himself back into this game and, in fact, kind of given himself a tiny bit of an advantage here, all things considered. Nice has just been out on the map. I feel like Nice feels like something's wrong. Like you're hiding a pylon from me. You're hiding something, because those Stalkers have been almost everywhere but the bottom left-hand corner of this map. And now Nice is going to try and get on top of Neeb's main base. He is going to do a little bit of scouting, but also is going to get on top of the third base here. This is where Neeb will be able to defend. Neeb actually going in with some aggression of his own here. They're just going to trade haymakers here at this point. See how many probes they can get away with killing. And right now, Neeb's going to come out on top.
Yeah, great stuff there by Neeb. Just sending a small cluster of those dogs and almost getting twice as many worker kills as Nice did. who also invested, of course, the Zealots in the War Prism and the Starks at the third base. So very well played there by Mr. Neeb.
Oh, Mr. Neeb hanging on there for all of the American glory here as he is trying to save himself in this game. His worker advantage is slight, but his army advantage is slowly dwindling. 57-40 here. Now Nice is going to pick off one of these pylons, and it actually supply blocks Neeb. But look at that unit's loss tab. It is almost dead even.
Yeah. Overall, a slight advantage perhaps for the blue Taiwanese Protoss, but it isn't much worth of note. A single disruptor shot would just completely turn that upside down. So far, neither of these players going for the disruptors just yet, though, and that, I guess, is also a little bit of a signal that both these players feel like neither of them are too far behind, right? Because that is one of those comeback units that you sometimes make when you're, all right, well, I need something here, some Hail Mary to perhaps get myself back in here. But this is a big attack from Nice, actually. Great position with those Starkers from Neeb there. Good force fields as well. A lot of those Zealots not quite being able to do anything here. The Archons also not in place to jump on top of those force fields. And you know what, overall, Nice here. He's does an Immortal. Nice getting blunk upon with that... with the Starkers from Neeb there. Neeb, nice. Warp Prison. There we go.
Yeah, Nice had a really good engagement here. Neeb did his best to try and engage from the top side, but it was not enough. The Warp Prism of Nice does go down, but I just don't think it matters at this point. There's just so many army units of Nice that Immortal is getting so much damage living up to its name right now. The Prism Micro is incredibly good. Neeb trying his hardest. 17 probes have gone down, though, and you can't ignore that. And with that third Nexus, the game slips away from our American hope. GG is called. Can I get an F in the chat for North America, please? Nice. Taking the 2-0 victory. Well played.
That one Immortal, man. Oh my God, was that a hero Immortal or what? He's making it happen, honestly. It would be incredibly cool for Alpha X as well to have another Alpha X player advance. Of course, in the Korean qualifier, we had Ragnarok advance, another Alpha X player. Could we have a second Alpha X player in the main event? That would be something else. I'm pretty sure Sushi would be over the moon if that were to happen.
Oh, absolutely. That is 100% the realistic chance here. And I don't know. Euthermal's a good player, but Nice has just been on an absolute tear. I don't know what can stop him. But we're going to have to find out shortly after this break. But first, we do need to talk about one of our primary sponsors here. Strive Matcherino has been so great to us. I want to make sure to pimp them one last time because, folks, they are willing to tap in some extra money to this event here if we go through and participate in what they have going on here. And Strive at Biltong and Matcherino are partnering to create a special opportunity for fans of this tournament. They're offering 15% off all products on Strive's website using the code, or excuse me, it's 20%. My script is bumped. Alpha X20 is the code. For every 5 purchases with the code, Matcherino will donate $25 directly to the prize pool. And after 30 orders, they'll kick in an extra $100 to the prize pool. It is an outstanding organization. It is an outstanding opportunity. And 2 lucky buyers will have a chance to win Alpha X gear. You could win one of the jerseys, shirts, or jackets that you see above. They're super comfy. The food is really, really tasty. Creighton also telling us in chat how he enjoys his Strife Biltong. I love mine as well. You can see my second package here, which is going to be devoured in my face at the end of this cast because I am very hungry. It's been a long cast. But folks, we're going to take a very, very short break. And when we return, it's going to be our final match of the day, our qualifying match between Euthermal and Nice. Can another Alpha X member make it through? Find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final series of the NA Qualifier, the King of Battles International Championship, right here on twitch.tv/alphaxsc2. Corbin Butler, Rushy, right here with Really Kozan and Simon Verhoeven. How'd I do?
That was remarkably perfect, actually, the pronunciation. I'm impressed.
Let's go! Clip that, please. We're going to put it on my highlight reel. So excited to be here with Kozan. It's been a 6-hour cast, and it's just that was the surge of energy I needed, at least, to help get us through this last game. But boy, has it been a wild one for the bottom side of the bracket. Of course, we have had so many names come and go, names that any of them would just be easy mainstays to qualify for our tournament. But unfortunately, we can only take 3. Showtime and Mana sit atop the winner's bracket, and we are now going to figure out who will join them. It'll either be Euthermal, the crafty Terran from the Netherlands, or Nice, our Taiwanese Protoss, who has been on an absolute tear tonight. What's your prediction here?
Nice. 2-0.
It's such an easy call here, but honestly, I think it's the right call. I mean, Euthermal has got to be feeling a little bit of pressure here. He's had a chance to sit and watch his now opponent move forward through this bracket, and now he is the only thing that stands in Nice's way from advancing on to our main event. Thanks so much, everyone, for hanging on and being with us today. Of course, we have a lot more StarCraft coming your way tomorrow with another set of qualifiers for both Korea and Europe. But right now, let's see the conclusion of our North American qualifier from this man spawning in the top right of Pillars of Gold, our blue Protoss from Alpha X. Make some noise for Nice.
And his opponent, his final obstacle to manage to scale, he is the Red Town player from Team Liquid, Euthermal. The Dutchman.
Dude.
The final bit of Dutch pride left in this tournament. We need to make it happen. Otherwise, this will not be the Dutch qualifiers.
Oh my gosh.
After all.
Kozan,
What's
like,
up?
I'm sitting here like I sat in the break. I'm like, I know how to say his name. I know how to say his name. I know I can do it. I like pumping myself up, and I'm just really proud of myself. Sorry, I know that sounds like really like self-centered, but like I'm just really proud of myself.
Okay, all right. You know, I don't. Yeah, it was really good. Honestly, I'm not lying there.
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. So, but we are definitely in a interesting position here. Can you tell it's been a long cast? We're both exhausted, but can you imagine how tired these players are?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Nice may be at the part where he's starting to wake up again. You know, the sun's shining again,
yeah.
the birds are whistling, and the car exhausts are going. They're fuming outside of his window. Euthermal right now is at the 3 a.m. mark. He may start to feel the pressure here in his eyeballs, right?
I mean, it's got to be at this point, especially since he's had a chance to sit. I mean, I know Clem, we didn't get a chance to see Clem versus Euthermal, but Clem had to have given him a run for his money, especially since it was a 2-1. And then he had a chance to kind of sit and relax, and sometimes the body does that thing where it's like, okay, it's late, we're going to go into that recovery mode. It's time to sleep, when in reality, like, no, I got to stay hyped, I got to stay going. We've got one more game to play. We've got a tournament to qualify for, and we're going to have to see if Euthermal's done enough to hang on here. Nice is going to be able to spot out this bunker and put himself in a position where he can at least know that he needs to deal with it. And I think we're going to find ourselves just moving forward in a pretty standard PvP as it sits.
Yeah, I mean, the bunker over here is it's pretty normal nowadays, isn't it? Just denying a little bit of mining. A bit of extra micro potential for the Reaper. It's not bad. He's gonna lose the Reaper here, though. It looks like
it feels very much in the same vein as the like the probe going over to block the natural hatchery, right? In DVP, that's kind of what it feels similar as. It's not devastating by any stretch of the imagination, but it is very annoying.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It looks like Nice, you know, picked it up all right. He didn't lose too much mining time, right? It's nothing game ending here whatsoever. The Reaper did manage to see a gateway that is being built. So he knows it's triple gate here, nothing too quick on attack. Well, he knows actually it's double gate, right? He didn't see the third one, but he's making that safety bunker. He's making the safety stuff happening. And Nice is looking to get quite aggressive here, it looks like, once more.
Yeah, and that's not surprising. I mean, this has been his bread and butter. This is what has given him his energy through the bottom side of this bracket, and it seems as if it's just going to continue to be the same thing here. He is going to get that proxy pylon out in front. He's going to be able to use that to warp in. Now, they are slow warp ins, so this isn't going to be anything that really jumps out on you, Thermal. But it is still going to be scary enough to the fact that these Marines are going to come over here, and now all of a sudden he's like, oh, I got to turn around and get back to the bunker. But already these picking off so many Marines. Now there's only 3 Marines in the bunker, and that gets to be an interesting scenario. So Nice just decides to walk on by. What an interesting scenario here. He's going to be able to get on top of these Cyclones. One Cyclone is going to go down. The Viking's going to be exposed as well, and suddenly this is kind of an interesting position for Thermal to try and play from. He's really kind of down and out right now.
Got a siege tank on that high ground. He's missing a lot of mining here, but overall it's an interesting take here. This is, to be fair, I mean, it's slowing down Nice quite a bit as well, right? So let's dissect this a little bit here. He lost quite a bit of his gateway stuff, which already delayed his splash damage. Now also having less of the gateway stuff, even though he did trade a little bit here, I don't think he traded as efficiently as he wanted to, right? We're seeing 1,300 overall resources lost there, for actually 1,400 right now for Nice, only 700 for Thermal. I'm a little bit wary that we may just be able to see Thermal coming in with one of these pushes now. It's just normally already quite difficult to deal with for a Protoss, but now it's going to be extremely difficult to deal with for a Protoss. Okay, buying some more time with these adepts, that is always nice, of course, but yeah, Thermal not letting the grass grow over this moment. It will send those units still across the map, just sends back the bare minimum of what he needs to defend against that.
Yeah, and
there he goes.
Well, and Thermal's doing his part here. He's going to try and take the aggression to his opponent, and I fully agree with this. It's just unfortunate the shield batteries are going to be really, really instrumental in this hold. So more warp-ins are going to be happening. Extended Thermal Lance is on the way. And now pretty decent tank positioning here. Should be able to help contest this. But I think that Shade's going to be allowed to finish, and these Adepts are just going to jump right on top of everything. And unfortunately, Thermal didn't quite have enough here. And he's lost 10 workers on this. Did those workers come along with it? Oh, they had
some
to
of them did. I think it may still also have been the workers that died due to the Adepts on the other side. And they just kind of linked together in that sense, perhaps. But anyway, I mean, that was a very smart hold there by Nice. He kind of knew what the army composition of Thermal was. He saw the siege tanks, the Marines. And what did he make? He made Adepts versus the Marines and Immortals versus the siege tanks. Not much more else, not really. And, you know, no sentries, no stalkers, just really getting immediately to the exact counter to what his opponent was making. And yeah, made that look rather easy of an hold, right?
I mean, he basically built the hard counter to Thermal's army and just maneuvered it rather perfectly. So getting that third base out on site, a Twilight Council on the way, Colossi are going to be produced as well. That extended Thermal Lance just now finishing up. I don't know what can stop this man. Nice is just getting all of the dice rolls. This is like your D&D session where you're just constantly rolling nat 20s. Your dungeon masters rolling 1s, 2s, 5s. Everything sometimes just goes your way, and you just got to capitalize on it. And right now, Nice is the beneficiary.
Yeah. A little bit of poke damage here from you, Thermal. Not gonna give up too easily. But still, I mean, where do you go here from as you, Thermal, right? I mean, he's making some more overall bio units. He's getting a third base. But overall, he's gonna have to find some sort of damage, some way to push across the map here. Although, you know what, the work count, not too bad, actually, looking at it right now. The army count as well, looking pretty sharp for you, Thermal. He may have even been able to make something work, where if he were just to push everything across the map right now. Only 2 Colossi here, right?
Yeah, it's
feel
only...
like nice...
Yeah, it's only the 2. The third one is on the way. We're tripping over each other. It's getting tired. We're getting tired, I can tell. But I think it should be. I think it should be okay. I mean, this Raven's going to continue to put on some harassment. This is nice for you, Thermal. This is what he needs to continue to at least hang tight in this game. But this is going to be a rather big drop here. Is there enough energy for a recall? Not going to use the recall energy. Is going to just try and warp in, but 3 Zealots is not going to be enough to deal with this. Where is Nice's army at right now? He's going to get on top of that forge. That forge is going to go down right before +1 gets finished off, and he's going to pick up. He's going to get 10 workers and the upgrade.
Sick.
That was the role that Thermal needed. That's a big setup.
Very sick indeed. And he's got that third base now well and secured as well. He's still very far ahead on the army supply overall. So even if Nice decides to try and get a push across the map right now, I think that Thermal would be more than ready for it, right? He should has more than enough here to make that go into his favor. He still has that Raven on top as well, by the way. That is just chilling there, sitting and waiting for a moment to put down more auto turrets. And he's getting a Ghost Academy as well. He's getting everything he needs. Thermal, for that, you know, scrappy opening that kind of occurred, doing pretty darn well right now.
Well, this is shaping up to be a much better game for Thermal than I think even Thermal might have been able to anticipate, because in the pregame lobby he was like, man, I mean, we all got to be cool. Nice is having a really on day right now, but Thermal is serving Nice kind of a dose of his own medicine here, staying really aggressive, getting some really good plays to sit. Now there are disruptors, so disruptors can turn the balance of this tide really quick. Only 1 out right now, but as the game goes along, more of those disruptors will add more value.
14.
This Raven has gotten so many kills, 14 worker kills, and it's still able to dish out more damage. Thermal is just going to be happy with the damage that he's getting done. He's not going to overcommit. He's just going to keep an eye on the center of the map, wanting to know when Nice is going to try and move out. And it seems like Thermal would rather he meet Nice on his side of the map.
Yeah, both of them kind of sticking back with their large armies, right? I mean, as soon as you do push across with all of your stuff, you're kind of... It's similar as a move in poker where you say, all right, I'm all in a sense. Right? You're like, okay, I think I can win the fight right now. I think I can make this happen. The poking and prodding scenario here for Thermal. I mean, he is moving across the fields. He has the more mobile army, so it's a little bit less, okay, I'm going all in, rather than if it were to happen from Nice here. But here he goes. I'm kind of interested to see what Nice exactly has. +2/+2 on the way here as well for Thermal. So he has the +1/+1. Let's wait and see. Set up on 2 locations here. Good EMP on the Zealots to start things off with. His army is still very vulnerable to the EMPs. Having a lot of those Vikings as well. Oh, the Disruptors though. Never mind.
Good lord. Oh, so many units. I'd love to be able to click on those Disruptors right now to see how many kills they had. Oh my gosh. Nice on the verge of advancing forward. Holy. That's all I'm allowed to say. That's all I'm allowed to say right now, Kozan. Holy. Are you kidding me?
Oof.
That is one amazing setup. And again, if you didn't believe in the power of Disruptors, now you will. Now you will see how 2 Disruptors can just completely change the course of the game. I was
Yep.
just about to say Euthermal had an amazing concave. He was engaging from the right spot. He was able to stem forward and get on top of all of the valuable armies, but 2 disruptors, 2, took it
Yep.
completely out. GG is called, and now Euthermal is playing 1 game down against an opponent who has just steamrolled everybody in his path. Unbelievable.
Couldn't get the splits going into his favor there, unfortunately. And yeah, just gonna have to give up that one. Good luck, have fun is being called right now. Nice is saying go go. Let's wait and see what these guys will be able to bring in game number 2. It will be played on one of our newer maps, so perhaps, you know what, Euthermal may be able to come up with something smart on the fly.
Oh.
He is a smart player after all, but man, nice. He is on a tear. We've been going on about him for a while now, but man, oh man, this Protoss guy is pretty darn good at this game, isn't he?
Chat,
Jeez.
we're going to get a little bit of participation here at the beginning of this game because we need things to go. And Kozan, I'm going to need you to introduce our Protoss player and tell us what we need to spam to help support him.
All right, in the bottom right side, we have ourselves a blue Protoss player from the time when he's seen the Alpha X. He is nice.
Spam.
Do you
those
spam
nices.
ice?
Oh, I mean, it could
Oh,
be
Alpha
nice.
X? Oh.
It's spawning on the top left of Lightshade, our red Terran. If you're rooting for him, give me an ooh woo for Euthermal.
Oh, I feel so stupid now, Rushy. Ah.
That's why I was trying to give you the good one because it's like, oh, nice.
Nice. Yeah, I thought is there an ice? I think I'm like, is there an ice emote? Is there like what could it be? Is there like a little mice? That could be it.
Twitch chat, you are a treasured gem, and I never want you to change for anything. Don't let anyone dull your sparkle. So, but folks, this could potentially be our last map of the day. If you have loved these these matches as much as we have, well, boy, do I have a treat for you. You can too have access to this entire replay pack for the entire King of Battles event just by contributing, I believe it's $10 to Matcherino. So please do check that out. Oh my gosh, this is like Pro Fight Club. Nice cannot be stopped. He can't be stopped. Not this replay. This is a live game, chat. We're not even going to debate that. So.
I think he's wondering if you got one replay.
Oh, yes.
You got all the replays.
Yes,
the
you can.
entire
No, you
tournament.
just pick one. You just pick exactly one replay. I
Not even a
recommend.
best of 3, just one game.
I personally, just one game. I personally recommend the Clown Fiesta that was Mana versus Neeb, where Mana won game 3. I mean, that if you had to pick just one, I mean, that's definitely worth.
That was a solid one. Yeah, for sure. That's like one of those weird moments in StarCraft 2 where you're like, all right, well, this person has lost, and then suddenly, like, the heavens open up for this one person for something, right? And then it's just like everything turns around all of a sudden. That's just amazing to see.
You love to see it. Games like these, of course, I'll clarify, you get all of the replays, every single one of them from the event. It's totally worth it. Very, very well done. But what an amazing qualifier. I mean, we've got 3 players that are going to be advancing and are the winners, but the true winners today, Kozan, are us, the fans.
Yeah, just us two, really. Being able to cast this, just joining in all the fun, having a good time. Oh, by the way, as well, anything that we add above the prize pool that is contributed overall will be going towards the next big event as well on the Matcherino page and such. So, yeah, if you're helping out in that sense, right? Even if we do go across the 30,000, we're going to be able to perhaps get something else going on as well the next time around, some other big tournaments, and we would love to be able to do that, of course. Anyway, nice seeing Euthermal here, man. So far, Euthermal, he did get a little bit of a scout there. I'm not quite sure. doesn't seem like it was enough time to see that. It is a robo opening here for Nice. Don't see those every single day, but it is happening here once more. The hallucinated Oracle just kind of, you know what, flamboyantly moving into this mineral line here. And then just poof, sparkles. That's what he shouts when he dies, Rushy.
Just sparkles.
Sparkles! And then he...
Oh, well, we're going to have to see if Euthermal's quick aggression here is going to make the most of things, because he is rushing out Stim Pack, and he's got plenty of Marines to back it up. He's getting a few Marauders into the mix as well. I don't know if he's going to have any medevacs for this push. He might wait for them to show up, but right now, Nice moving across the map with that Observer. He could just stumble upon this again. Nice. How are you just get everything right now? He does. He's going to see that with the Observer. He's going to know this is coming. He's going to be prepared for it. Kozan, Nice again. He can't be stopped.
Well, let's see if he can be prepared for this, right? Because he's opening up rather greedily here. He already has that third base on the way. He's making a lot of tech structures right now. He's only on 19 army supply. This could still get dicey for him in a way, but I'm interested to see how this battle goes. That's not a lot of gateway stuff. I'm pretty sure, yeah, there is stim pack available here for these units of Euthermal. That is a gone shield battery. That will not be helping out anymore.
Well, I think the issue at hand now for Euthermal is he has got to decide where he's going to attack, and he's decided he's going to stim on top of all of these units. And you're absolutely right. There isn't enough here. Some force fields are going to try and zone things out. But now, finally, some extra pieces of this puzzle are going to show up. And I don't know. I mean, this is still kind of leaning in Nice's favor as it sits right now. But I really feel like Euthermal should have just fully committed into getting that third base shut down. With that third Nexus coming in, he's going to be able to jump ahead. And I don't know how I feel right now. That's still a large army for Euthermal, but is it going to be enough to deal with the recent warp-ins of Nice?
I think personally, I always like taking out the gateway units at the start as the Terran player. I think it's a solid strategy, solid thing to do. Because then, you know what, you force that Brodos to get more gateway stuff, right? And that means less overall AoE damage, of course. He doesn't get this... Man, this is just story of Euthermal's life. Oh my god, okay. Okay, GG, just like that. You know what, Euthermal, he does get a little bit emotional sometimes, and just like that. It's like, all right, never mind, you can have it. You third Brodos advancing here, the third Brodos qualifying. That's pretty nuts. Well played there by Nice. Another Alpha X player does manage to wiggle his way through and get qualified for the main events here. We'll be able to see which 6 players will be joining these guys tomorrow, of course, in 2 more qualifiers. But yeah. Man, what that was a quick one, wasn't it? A sudden end to a long day.
Where did he come from? Okay. Nice 2-0s everybody except for Clem and a laser. He 2-1'd a laser and he got 2-0'd by Clem. But otherwise, Nice just bashes his way through the bracket, and we find ourselves with our 3 NA qualified members. It's going to be Team Liquid's Mana, BIG's Showtime, and the home team, Alpha X, Nice, making it through to our main event starting next week. So, folks, oh my gosh, 6.5 hours of amazing StarCraft is going to come to a close. I'm not going to draw this out. I'm going to tell you the important stuff, and we're going to go ahead and sign off. We have 2 more amazing events coming your way. I'm going to put this up tomorrow. Our Korean qualifier number 2 will be starting in just a few short hours. In fact, it's only 9 hours from right now, roughly, that we will be right back here on twitch.tv/AlphaXSC2 for the second Korean qualifier. And then immediately following will be the EU qualifier. Where you will see a lot of these players coming back once again to compete. So please do set your alarms, get up early with us, and join us for some more StarCraft 2 action. As Kozan said, we're going to be looking for our remaining 6 contestants to join TY, Rogue, Cyril, and Rainer, and 6 other people that I cannot immediately pull their names off of the top of my head in our main event next week. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Kozan, any final words?
Yeah, I've been Kozan. Thank you all for watching. Very much appreciate being here. Thanks to Alpha X, all the people working behind the scenes tirelessly, continuously helping us out with all this stuff. I'm hoping we're gonna have as good of a day tomorrow. And thank you, Rushy. Thank you for always chilling with me. And yeah, good stuff.
Kozan, I couldn't imagine doing this with anybody else. So thank you so much for being an amazing co-caster. We have a great time here at Alpha X. Of course, my name is Rushy. You can catch me at Twitch and Twitter at RushySC. Feel free to follow along. Make sure, folks, hit that follow button here for Alpha X. You are not going to want to miss the content that is coming your way over the next couple of weeks, brought to you by Alpha X. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Thanks to all of the admin moderators behind the scenes helping make everything happen. This is a whole team effort. Everyone's needed to be a part of this. So thanks to everyone that's involved. Thanks to all of you for watching. We're going to be back tomorrow for more StarCraft 2, and we hope we get to see you as well. You guys have been watching the NA Qualifier here for the King of Battles International Championship. Have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care.
Love you. Bye-bye.